Un título muy misterioso, de acuerdo. Para empezar la semana bien, como se debe en este canal. Ya saben, tenemos un episodio del Casino del Tío Salo, por supuesto. Ahorita vamos a ver a Farhan. No estoy seguro si Alex nos va a poder acompañar hoy, pero ahorita vamos a ver si tiene tiempo lidiando con algunas cosas personales. Pero fuera de eso, espero que estén teniendo un excelente día, que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana. Pueden ver en mi cara la absoluta fiesta que me di este fin de semana. La pasé muy bien, cumpliendo 40 años. Pero el día de hoy quería platicar rápido con ustedes antes de empezar el casino para contarles un poco pues lo que tengo en la cabeza, básicamente, ¿no? Que es horrible y es nada, básicamente, es puro aire. Todo el mundo lo sabe, mi mujer lo sabe, todo el mundo. Lo que quiero hacer en este canal siempre es poder demostrarles cómo podemos llegar pensando críticamente a otros resultados en todo lo que estamos viendo. ¿Por qué? No estoy diciendo que vivan con paranoia, no estoy diciendo que vivan completamente no confiando en nada, pero es bueno siempre preguntar todo, preguntarse por qué en todo. Y en mi opinión, eso fue algo que nunca me había yo dado y eso que me gusta pensar fuera de la caja, si se puede decir así en español, pero es algo que ahora sí que en el 2020 claramente nos dio un poco de esa desconfianza que salió en todos lados por todo lo que ha pasado y lo que ha cambiado el mundo en 5 años. Es una absoluta bestialidad, ¿no? Ya casi son 5 años, ya casi el 2025, ¿ok? Y ha sido una locura. Entonces, desde ese entonces siempre me he estado preguntando más allá de qué. Y hay varias cosas normales que siempre lo he hecho. Por ejemplo, lo que platicábamos de Checo en el video de la semana pasada, que les había hecho desde noviembre. Esto simplemente por tal, es lo que estoy viendo que se está dando. Y por más que se enoje la gente y más que se pongan de no sabes nada, no tienes idea de lo que estás hablando, tal vez. Pero lo único que quiero es que se pongan a ver las cosas que están enfrente de nosotros para poder tomar ese tipo ahora sí que tener ese tipo de razonamiento, porque el razonamiento nos va a ayudar muchísimo a poder salir de diferentes situaciones, a poder empujar para adelante, también para poder hacer dinero y también para poder vivir una mejor vida, como lo quieran ver. Entonces, esto es lo que, para mí, este show, este programa, es lo que viene a inculcar, es lo que quiero que todos vean, que si hay alguno que quiera aprender bien, y si no, también se me hace que es un buen rato para pasarla bien y escuchar pendejadas de un güey que no sabe nada. Así que eso es lo que les traigo en este momento. Quiero empezar con ello. El asesinato del tío. ¿Cuántos de ustedes han escuchado hablar? Asesinaron al CEO de una gigantesca empresa de aseguranzas médicas, ¿no? United Healthcare. El CEO de United Healthcare fue asesinado en Nueva York, enfrente de todo el mundo, y tienen video del asesino. El asesino entró y lo puedes ver como es un asesino pagado. Es claramente un asesino pagado, por cierto. Yo creo que Boeing dijeron, güey, después de lo exitosos que fuimos asesinando a nuestros propios ejecutivos, deberíamos de empezar a rentar este servicio a otras empresas en Estados Unidos que lo necesitan. Y entonces, probablemente, esto es totalmente palo para quien no sea claro. Entonces, probablemente Boeing empezó a rentar estos asesinos y uno de ellos acabó o tal vez haya sido el mismo que se aventó a todos los ejecutivos de Boeing asesinando al CEO de esta empresa. ¿Por qué lo traigo a la mesa enfrente de todos ustedes? ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente cuando algo pinta una fotografía tan estúpidamente tonta, ¿y a qué me refiero con ello? Cuando matan al tío, hay tres shells, ¿no? Tres, no sé cómo se dicen en español, de las balas. Y en las tres ponía como libertad, defender derechos, mamadas superheroicas, ¿no? Que solamente ves en una película de Batman. ¿Saben quién está encargado de todo lo que es Hollywood y todas esas películas que les inculcan todo? Nuestro gobierno, queramos o no. No estoy diciendo que el FBI, que el CIA está escribiendo con Christopher Nolan la película, pero empujan eso. Por ejemplo, cuando yo hacía películas y empezamos a, ¿cómo se llama? A abrir el mundo a otros lugares, cuando China empezó a salir y a dar incentivos fiscales durísimos, ellos te dicen, güey, no puedes decir esto, no puedes poner un chino de malo, no puedes poner a una organización china haciendo esto. Lo pueden ver en las películas americanas. En las películas americanas ponemos a todos los árabes de malos, pero nunca ponemos a los chinos, aunque en las noticias nos venden que los chinos son los malos. Eso te tiene que dar una buena idea de justamente lo que estamos hablando, ese pensamiento crítico. Es cierto. ¿Por qué los chinos no son los malos en las películas y son los árabes cuando en realidad nos dicen todo el tiempo de esto? Solamente algo que pensar. Ahora, regresemos al CEO que fue asesinado y que dejaron estas balas poéticas donde le dicen a todo el mundo, todas las cosas que están defendiendo los derechos de esta bala. Todas las cosas que están pasando alrededor de esto hacen más evidente que en verdad fue un asesinato interno, que fue la empresa o la agencia de Boeing que está contratada para matar a todo el mundo, que fue interno. ¿Por qué? Uno, estás poniéndole enfrente de todo el mundo evidencia de que lo hicieron por justicia, ¿no? Entonces, instantáneamente la narrativa se vuelve, güey, claramente esto fue alguien que no fue cubierto por aseguranza. La razón por la que están diciendo que lo mataron es porque él ha negado la mayor cantidad de dinero a la mayor cantidad de gente que ha estado enferma y eso pues ha matado a mucha gente, ha destruido a muchas familias, etcétera, ¿no? Que es cuando vas al doctor, tienes tu seguro, voy yo a hacerme una operación de mi hernia, me dicen vas a pagar solamente $2,000, pago los $2,000, después el seguro te dice, padre, esto fueron 39 mil millones de dólares porque es lo que cuesta una cirugía de hernia que dura 1 hora y que ni siquiera pasó. Entonces, ahora tú, pues normalmente tendrías que pagar 2,000, pero no hiciste lagartijas hace 5 días, por ende, estoy dando un ejemplo muy estúpido que no es real, por ende no te vamos a cubrir. Entonces tú tienes que pagar los 19,000 trillones de dólares que va a costar tu cirugía. Eso es lo que están poniendo enfrente de la mesa todo el mundo de por qué lo asesinaron. Ahora, quiero que quede claro, todas las empresas de seguro hacen esto. Su trabajo es literalmente decirle no a la mayor cantidad de gente posible, en todo tipo de sentido, en todo tipo de empresas de seguros, y así se llevan su dinero, porque si le dieran todo el dinero a todo el mundo que se los pidiera, no habría negocio. Entonces, su trabajo es ese. Lo que están diciendo es una absoluta estupidez. De nuevo, cuando te pones a pensar y dices, esto suena algo sospechosón, es porque es sospechosón. Entonces, no hay un héroe que se llame Batman, que es un multibillonario, que haya sido entrenado para ir a matar a alguien en la calle y que lo haya hecho por la libertad de todo el mundo. No, eso no pasa, ¿ok? Eso que no nos quede absolutamente claro. Eso es una. Dos, toda la historia que nos están poniendo enfrente de la mesa, de nuestros ojos, es que literalmente todo el mundo, si se ponen a ver los comentarios son muy negativos y todo el mundo está diciendo, qué bueno que lo mataron. Entonces todo el mundo está agarrando esos comentarios y poniendo, ven, sí lo mató alguien en vez de la mesa. La realidad de esto es que el tío, y es mucho más sencillo de lo que todo el mundo piensa, la realidad de esto es que el tío iba a testificar cómo están usando ellos y probablemente otros de los mismos tipos de empresas que proveen ese tipo de seguros, están usando inteligencia artificial para poder negar la mayor cantidad de claims posibles, ¿no? De estos requerimientos de gente que quieren que les cubran todos sus gastos médicos porque tienen seguro. Entonces, con este tipo de inteligencia artificial, lo que estoy seguro que ha pasado es, la están usando en todos lados, iba a testificar el güey, porque es lo que iba a pasar. Esto es algo que está puesto enfrente de todo el mundo y nadie habla de ello. Y cuando iba a testificar acerca de esto y cómo es que logran poder negar todas esas ayudas, básicamente lo quebraron. Entonces, lo único que está buscando la empresa, como lo estaba buscando Boeing, es que no dijeran todas las cosas que están haciendo para poder asesinar a esta gente. Y porque si el güey va y suelta la sopa, pues se les pierde el negociazo, carnales. ¿Y ustedes creen que eso es lo que está buscando la industria farmacéutica, que es la industria más corrupta del mundo? Cuando de verdad en Estados Unidos es ridículo lo tontos que somos. Cuando la gente se dé cuenta que una cirugía que dura 2 horas no cuesta $1,000,000, el día que la gente abra los ojos en Estados Unidos diga, ¿cómo es que todo el mundo puede pagar sus pedos médicos, pero a nosotros nos cuesta $1,000,000 algo? Como les dije, tengo una amiga que nos ayudaba antes sacando a los perros a pasear, se quedaba con ellos en la casa, etcétera. Y ella le tuvieron que dar un trasplante de riñón, o creo que sí, de riñón. Le encontraron el trasplante y todo. Tiene una cuenta de $1,000,000. ¿Cuándo va a pagar una mujer que camina perros $1,000,000 en esto? Y aparte, tenía seguro. Es parte de este tipo de mamadas. Para que tengan esto presente en la cabeza, es justamente lo que están haciendo. Otra cosa de la que quería platicar rapidísimo es Elon Musk. No, todo el mundo está pensando, sabemos que Doge, el departamento de eficiencia gubernamental que está abriendo, que no tiene nada que ver con el gobierno, pero va a ser un arma consultora para el gobierno para poder decirles, güey, debemos de ser mejores en esto, cortar gasto acá, tal vez no gastar dinero en esto, etcétera. Junto con Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon lo que está buscando es cortar el gasto de gobierno. Y justamente este fin de semana me puse a platicar con gente pedera que si lo iba a lograr y todos me dijeron que sí. que sí van a, de verdad que ellos están pensando que esto va a pasar. Y la respuesta de todos es, va a doler tantito, pero después va a estar todo muy bien. Todos. Los tres con los que hablé, que son unos duros de mierda, los tres me dijeron lo mismo, completamente separada. La plática también vino de diferentes cosas. Mucha gente está dudando que esto vaya a ser porque están poniendo en las noticias que Doge no es un departamento de gobierno, que literalmente solamente es una consultoría, que están rogándole a Dios que los escuchen. Pero esto ha funcionado en el pasado. Se los dije en el video donde platicamos de Doge, que el gobierno de Bill Clinton abrió una consultoría, organización idéntica a la de Doge. No me acuerdo cómo se llama, no lo tengo escrito aquí enfrente de mí, todo se me olvida. Memoria de marihuana. Y al hacer eso, cuando se pusieron coquetos, se pusieron a recortar todo, ¿quién se acuerda de lo que logró Bill Clinton? ¿Quién se acuerda de eso? Bill Clinton logró balancear el presupuesto de Estados Unidos y además crear no un déficit, sino un surplus, que es tener extra de lo que en vez de que te estabas gastando, ahora tienes más lana. Y eso es divino, señores. Divino, divino, divino. Eso es algo que vamos a ver acá. Lo interesante del mandato de Clinton comparado con el mandato de Milley, por ejemplo, que Milley entró y luego tuvieron la recesión desde el principio, es que en Estados Unidos no hubo recesión hasta el final del mandato de Clinton, con todo y que haya hecho esto. Lo que se me hace bastante interesante y lo que me abre la cabeza a pensar de que no es tan fácil solamente decir que vamos a sufrir rápido y después va a subir, que el mercado va a caer y después va a subir. No creo que vaya a ser tan fácil. Sería literalmente regalado. Pero algo que quería decir es, mucha gente está diciendo que Elon Musk no sabe nada del gobierno y que no tiene ni puta idea y que, como siempre, ¿no? O es que Elon Musk no va a poder manejar esa red social, el Twitter. No, hombre, se le va a caer y ahora todo el mundo copiando lo que hace Community Notes, las verificaciones de las cuentas, verificaciones humanas, etcétera. No le estoy lamiendo los huevos a Elon, es simplemente el hecho de lo que está pasando. Y ahora también Mark Zuckerberg va a hacer pagos a través de Meta, lo van a ver como Elon lo está haciendo a través de esto, porque es parte del juego, señores, es parte del juego. Lo que quiero llegar con esto es, no sé cuántos de ustedes pusieron atención, pero Elon, antes de haber abierto Doge, antes de que le dispararan a Trump, antes de que hiciera todo esto, estaba juntándose con todos los presidentes de todo el mundo. ¿Quién se acuerda de eso? Fue a ver a Giorgia Meloni en Italia, que, dama, fue a ver a Giorgia Meloni en Italia, fue a ver a Macron, fue a ver, ¿a quién más había ido a ver que me acuerdo perfecto? No me acuerdo cuántos presidentes fue a ver, pero fue a ver a muchísimos y hay muchas fotos con ellos. ¿Para qué? Sí, Elon Musk no sabe lo que está haciendo y los presidentes no necesitan ayuda de nuevos. ¿Para qué? Aquí hay algo interesante simplemente que se está dando enfrente de todos nosotros, lo quería decir. Otra cosa que tenemos que tener pendiente es esto que está pasando entre China y los chipsets, ¿no? Las fábricas como Nvidia y todo esto, que nos ponen bastante tensión en el mercado y tensión en el precio de Nvidia y tensión en el precio de todos los semiconductores. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa con esto. Se ve muy interesante. Y voy a cerrar esto rapidísimo antes de irnos con lo que dijimos de Checo. Solamente quiero aclarar esto. Uno, como mexicano, obviamente apoyo a Checo. Dos, no soy fan de Red Bull, no soy fan de Checo como alguien que nació en Fórmula 1 y solamente, no. Yo soy fan de Mercedes, también tengo a mis favoritos. Obviamente el respeto crece mientras más. Yo soy alguien que disfruta muchísimo de los deportes de izquierda a derecha, de derecha a izquierda también, me da igual. Tengo mi equipo, pero cuando veo a alguien que está dominando, no voy a odiarlos, voy a admirar, voy a apreciar todo lo que están haciendo, porque es raro ver lo mejor de alguien a esos niveles. Y es lo que me pasó, por ejemplo, yo tenía una relación súper tóxica con Max Verstappen porque era una amenaza, el hijo de puta, chocaba todo el tiempo. Y ahora lo veo y digo, güey, Max Verstappen, mis respetos totales, tengo que defenderlo en contra de mi mujer que lo odia, ¿no? Pero les digo, a Checo por mexicano, por correlación, etcétera, también lo apoyo muchísimas personas y no tengo nada en contra de él y siempre quiero que le vaya muy bien. Eso es algo. Pero la realidad fue lo que vimos y la realidad de lo que vimos fue que lo quieren correr de Red Bull. Y mucha gente se enojó por eso, pero ahora ya se está volviendo algo que la gente está viendo. Lo único que quiero que pongan atención es a la dinámica de Red Bull como total y lo que está pasando con los inversores. Se me hace demasiado interesante y vamos a ver si van a poder repuntar el próximo año porque creo que se les está acabando a ellos mismos ahora sí que las alas que les da Red Bull y van a tener que ver qué poder hacer para salirse de esta. Sin más ni más, nos vamos a ir al casino del tío Salo, como todos ustedes saben. Si quieren ser parte de nuestra comunidad, dense una vuelta a nuestro Discord. Aquí está abajo, es absolutamente gratis, también tienen señales de trading, todo eso. Si ya saben algo de trading, eso les va a ayudar muchísimo. Si no, también tenemos nuestro curso para que aprendan de cero a ser traders y que vean estos en vivos y que puedan literalmente absorber casi todo lo que estamos platicando, y si no nos pueden preguntar. Y este jueves vamos a tener clase de Elite Trading Academy para todos ustedes en solamente exclusiva en el sitio de Elite Trading Academy, y ahí los vamos a ver, así que dense una vuelta. Vamos a empezar con el buen Farhan, vamos a darnos una vuelta y estoy seguro que Brian Martínez nos pidió Bitcoin. Vamos a ver cómo está esto y empecemos a darle con esto. Señor, good. How's the Mexican?
The Mexican's doing a little okay. Little bit of a headache, but not the worst.
That's what I hear. I feel like it was your birthday, not mine, and you just went out. Oh, you know what? You celebrated for me. That's what you did.
Yeah, I was celebrating in spirit.
Let me say something. You're so fucking kind. Thank you so much for doing it. I'm sorry you're suffering today. Are you ready?
2 entire Johnny Walkers yesterday.
Oh my God, you fucking animal. Are you ready to get this going? Oh, you know what? Someone actually beat Brian Martinez.
Oh, shit.
Asael beat Brian, but he wants to see Bitcoin.
We need to send a wellness check on Brian.
No, he's right there. The thing is, Asael got one up on him. He got him. So he's looking into the digital magical coin that is making everybody money.
The Chinese Bitcoin.
Yeah. By the way, I saw.
Hello?
This is phenomenal. I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm back. I saw someone saying that Bitcoiners or crypto bros were canceling buying certain houses because they were ruined. Bitcoin's at $100,000. How can anyone be ruined?
Right? Unless you're just degenerately over leveraging your shit at the top of the FOMO rally.
Yeah, but then that's retarded. Either way, like crypto right now is like bumping and everybody's like, oh, this is done, dude. Like, what the fuck? That is one of the weirdest things I've seen. I want to know how you're looking at Bitcoin right now, because it's interesting where we are on the charts and everything. So, sir, the floor is yours. Take us to the Bitcoin magic land.
So as of right now on Bitcoin, it's still showing a decent amount of strength. There's a lot of buying pressure that keeps coming in every single time that we get need to have it moved to the downside. In terms of the quarterly, it's still working its way towards the median, which is that $113,000 number. And it's going to be that median is going to be a magnet for price as long as, one, we're above this blue 38.2 bottom, and two, as long as we're above these previous highs. Then this area is going to be a natural magnet for price. And as of right now, the momentum is still pointed to the upside with volatility coming from very extreme lows. So this setup still has enough juice in it to send it significantly higher. You'd have to take this with a little grain of salt because this is going to move down. But as of right now, it would give it a target of 113, which if you get a close above that, then you get to absolutely retarded levels at somewhere around 287 to 298. Oh. The monthly right now is approaching the median as well. The previous monthly candle did close slightly above that median, which is not as, like it would have been giving us a target of the 38.2, but since the median moved up a little bit, slightly less bullish, it doesn't say that we're immediately going to crash back down, but it just does give you an idea that if once we tap the median and we reject it, and it closes like a shooting star or something like that, it's going to be very likely they're going to come back down towards 38.2. Right now, that 38.2 is somewhere at like $70,500.
Hang on, do you think so? How many closes below that median would be worrisome?
If you tap it and reject it.
Just once?
Yeah.
So we kind of already did that. What about the second one?
You mean this one right here?
Yeah, I mean, that one tapped and rejected.
It just kind of slightly closed over. It's hard to see it on here, but it did slightly close over.
Okay, so now if this one just completely rejects from where it's at and then goes down or anywhere further down, then that would make us start looking into it would start looking bearish.
Yeah. So this closes with like a little bit smaller body, more of a shooting star. That would be very bearish side. That's going to give us probabilities of coming back down towards this bottom 38.2. But as right now, it's still looking kind of healthy, and we still haven't tapped it yet, so we don't really have the probability of going down just yet. So the monthly. And momentum is now fully reset on the monthly, and volatility is coming from literally 0%. While the jewel is starting to flip back around, it is flipping in a little bit of a high place because the jewel will give you more of a probability of a stronger move from wherever you flip from. So like if it flips back up from very low areas, it gives you a stronger move to the upside, and if you flip down from high areas, it gives you probabilities of a move to the downside. As you guys, if you remember the previous all-time high at $73,000, that's when the jewel flipped down from the bullish critical zone. And then whenever we had that, not $72,000, this was just our previous all-time highs, $65,000. It's previous cycle highs, and the Hamas setup flipped around in the bearish critical zone. So wherever you flip, when you flip up in the higher areas, it gives you less probability of going up. But still, this should give you a pretty decent sized move, especially because this time around, the jewel is going to start entering into the critical zone, right? And we are basing off of this pink. That gives more probabilities that we would not reject this median and continue upwards and onwards towards this top 38.2. Just like the quarterly, though, this number is going to go down. Right now, it's at $176,000. 2 week right now is closed over the 38.2, and now we're getting a move to the upside, follow through. We're currently over the 50%, and momentum is breaking out into bullish control where volatility is flipped up to support it. So if we do close above this 50%, that gives us very strong probabilities of continuing upwards with momentum in our favor right now, and volatility in the favor of the bulls of hitting the 61.8. Right now, that sits at about $121,338, which I think is a very, very high probability we're going to find our cycle high somewhere between this and the 78.6. Not saying it's going to go all the way to the 78.6, but somewhere in between these areas where I think the cycle high is probably going to be. I could even see it being at this 61.8% and 121,000, where if it hits that, everyone starts calling for 130, 150. Just putting that cheeky little top right there, set it down after that.
Well, there are people already calling for 200 and something $1,000, so it wouldn't surprise me. Once you get to 120, I think 200 is going to be like programmed in everyone's mind, no?
Yeah, probably. I've already seen a lot of people saying like this one guy who actually is very highly respected on crypto Twitter, dude named Kobe. He was saying that the road from 80,000 to 100,000 is going to be difficult, but the road from 100 to 250 is going to be fast.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm thinking, sir, put the Galaxy gas down.
Or pass it along.
Yeah, either or. Your manners didn't even offer. Right now, this last weekly, based off of this 5 EMA, and then it did close over all of our previous highs. We closed the week at over $100,000. Pretty mind blowing, pretty insane to think about. That we closed a weekly candle at $101,200. But we still didn't close above the 61.8%. So we didn't exactly get the move we needed to confirm move higher to the 78.6. But we did close over these previous highs. And we closed over the week highs too. Now momentum is starting to flip back up as well. And it's basing off of this moving average. And volatility is flipped up. It's sad. Volatility is at about 60%. So volatility can keep going up another 50% before it stopped out. And the jewel now, the pink has crossed over the yellow, and the jewel oscillator has entered into the bullish critical zone. Is all of that together is a setup for a nice, decent sized move to the upside. And right now, if we do continue up from here, confirmation will be closing over this wick high at 103,915. Even a daily close should probably do it, and that would send us upwards to around $120,000 to $125,000. 5-day close is a little bit of like a doji right here, but it's not so bad because it held the 5 EMA, and now we're getting followed through to the upside on it. To get a confirmation to this move up to the 78.6, we'd have to close over this wick high, same net level, 103,915. That gives us basically a free ride to about 110,000. While momentum is starting to flip back up again on the 5-day as well, and volatility is flipped up too. 2-day momentum is fully reset. Now it's flipping back up once again, and volatility is coming from literally 0%. And we have higher lows on price action, lower lows on our momentum oscillator, telling us hidden bullish divergence as well on the 2-day. It's very difficult to get targets off of this divergence, but you can just combine it with the HPDR. That's send you somewhere around like first around like 109 to maybe 119, which 109 is right around our quarterly median at $113,000. Daily right now is getting a little bit of a move to the downside, and it's basing off of our 9 EMA and 5 EMA, while momentum is still pointed up in favor of the bulls, and volatility is also supporting it. Now the jewel is starting to flip back around too, starting to get this light blue cyan color. We would need to continue holding this 9 and 5 EMA, while all of our momentum oscillators are pointed in favor of the bulls, to make it more likely that we don't move down from here. Because as long as we're rejecting this blue 38.2 area, probabilities are that price would come back down. And the confirmation of that moves to the downside to this bottom 38.2 at about $93,500 would be closing below this week low, which is about 98,746. Close below that, then almost certainly going to come down to retest this 21 EMA once again in this area of 93.5. But since we've already tested the 21 before, it's much less likely that it's going to hold. And it gives more probabilities of coming back down towards the 55, which is around like 86,200. The 4 hour is currently over the median right now, so that's all the time from this. That's giving the idea that the bottom could very likely be in right now. And while momentum is shifting back up, volatility is coming from very low levels. Is there any divergence on this? Nope. While Tether dominance is giving us a perfect bearish retest of this top meme line right here and getting a massive rejection from it. We've lost every one of our HPDR ranges. Now we're even below the 38.2. Or if it closes below this 38.2 at 3.89%, very likely, the probabilities are very likely that you're going to come back down to this bottom 38.2, which is basically going to break this entire structure. And since volatility is at pretty low levels, and now we're getting kicked out of bullish control, it's probably going to go significantly lower, probably somewhere around like the 95% to 97.5, which is about like 2.64% to 3.58%, which is a pretty nice size move to the downside of Tether. That would probably coincide with Bitcoin going to somewhere around like 109 to 113. Yeah, daily as well, showing it as a perfect bearish retest after we closed below this meme line, went back up to test it, tested it again, and now we're rejecting it again. So far, we've rejected it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and we're below the median now too, which gives us probabilities of falling through to the downside. Let's go to the momentum is flipping back up, bouncing off the edge of the critical zone, and it's at the pivot where we pointed up as long as we're above $90,500. About like solid $10,000 above that, so I think we're safe. And volatility is starting to pick back up as well too. Now it's just about to reach the moving average. Once it reaches the moving average and gets above it, that's confirmation of volatility expansion. And the last time volatility started expanding on the monthly was all the way back here in November, or no, even more, October of 2023. If you guys remember what happened in October of 2023. Then before
Hamas sit up. Hey, la, 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 la. That's what happened.
you eated the falafel, brother. May of 2022. That's when we flipped back up once again. But this time, this was when Bitcoin was moving down, and we had volatility expansion. Then before that was in July of 2020. Every single time we got an absolutely massive move. As you see right here, just basically vertical straight line up. Right here, straight line down. And then right here, we had a mini X move up. Went from like $8,000 all the way to $65,000 on monthly volatility expansion. So far we've seen a move towards $104,000 in monthly volatility. It's not even started to expand yet. That's good. That gives you a little something which like food for thought. 2 week still firing off that same Hamas setup.
You could say it. You're not an airport anymore.
I was looking around at the airport. I was like, oh, better not
well, and especially at an airport. Talk about a fucking terrible place to be explaining the Hamas setup.
But I could say Nagasaki, so.
Well, no one's ever going to be mad at that.
We're only at 54%. Very, very interesting that we've gotten such a massive move to the upside, and we're only at 54% on volatility. That's the type of thing that makes it not so insane to see those upper targets of around like 150. Because if we're only at 54% and we moved up so far, let's break out our little measurement tool. 65% on price, but volatility is only at 54%. Is it really that crazy to see another 40% move from here? 45, maybe 50%? Not too crazy. And we're also about to re-enter into the critical zone while rejecting getting out of the bullish control, just like that original Hamas setup. And whenever we broke into the critical zone on the back of the first Hamas setup, price did right here another 73% move to the upside. So if we were to count 73% from here, that takes price to about $170-something thousand. That was one of our HPDR levels on the top 38.2%. Weekly right now is also expanding from mini periods of 0%. We're at 82%. So decent, like there's enough volatility left to get one more move to the upside before it's topped out, possibly somewhere around that 109 or 113 number. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above 99,750. So we're cutting it kind of close now on the weekly. Wouldn't be too hard for the bears to turn momentum down. 5 days at 93%. Where it was firing, giving us some momentum versus stochastic momentum versus volatility setup, where volatility dropped below 15%. Then you have an 85% chance of we call it 35% move average to the side of where momentum is pointed. So momentum was pointed up, so we see as the move did play out, follow through. This gives us another iteration in the ones that the previous instances that we have, and it increases the accuracy of the setup. I haven't done the math yet, but now it's slightly more accurate than 85%. Because I believe there's like the 13th or the 14th one that we have Bitcoin history. And momentum is, but on the 5 day though, momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below $101,570. We got 1 day, 9 hours left to go. If momentum does flip down from here, it's not going to be the worst thing ever, because we're going to be approaching the critical zone. That's going to be the area where bulls going to have to step in if they don't want a more prolonged correction. And our first target is going to be somewhere around this 9 EMA at around like $89,000 area. And if that doesn't hold, then it's going to start to get very ugly. Because then we're going to be looking at this 21. This 21 is going to be somewhere around $78,000. That's what will give us our CME gap fill. But it's not so much hope that this area is going to hold, because at this point it's going to be in danger of, if we get any type of long-term closures in this area, that the cycle is probably over. Or at the very least, we're going to get several months of correction, like we did in 2021 after we hit $65,000, and then we corrected for about I believe it's 3 to 4 months. And then we hit our next all-time high at 69, and nice. And then
it did feel like years.
Yeah, it was only a couple of months, but it felt forever.
I know.
Two days currently fully contracting on volatility for many periods of 100%. We're at outline about 31%. So on this next 2 day open, we're probably going to be fully contracted on volatility below our 15%, and then we can get our actual volatility expansion with them. And as of right now, probabilities are that would be expanding to the downside, because momentum is pointed down as long as you're below $102,500 roughly. And we're going to be testing the edge of the critical zone. So if we lose the critical zone, that increases probabilities of a more prolonged correction. And our first target would be this 21 EMA at around $88,000. Below that, it's very ugly at the 55, at that $77,000 number. And if it does go that low, I'm going to be more biased at probably cycle top is, because these are the type of breakout CME gaps that don't get retested until the cycle's over.
Really?
Yeah, the ones that happen on the weekend where price shoots up tens of thousands of dollars usually don't get tested until the cycle's over.
Nice. Okay, that's good to have. Mental note.
Because and the whole reason for it is because everybody is trying to long that gap fill. Everybody wants the more comfortable entry to get into. Like, I'll wait till the gap fill so I can enter. By the time the gap gets filled, we're in a down-only market.
Well, yeah.
Now daily is fully contracted on volatility. We're already below 15%. We're below 10% now. We're at 9% on volatility. While momentum is also pointed down, and it's going to lose the bullish control zone as long as price is below $101,250. That's what increases probabilities that we come back down towards that $87,000 area. Four hours now expanding on volatility from 0%, giving you a setup. Volatility is at 19.8%, almost 20%. Getting kicked out of bullish control, entering into the bearish control, and momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below 99. Let's say $100,000. This number changes a lot.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I was going to say, yeah, that's bad, right? Because you're getting a little bit of a freedom fighter setup instead of a Hamas setup, because that's like full. Like, this is just one little soldier setup, but it's going down, right? Like, you could push it down.
Yeah, so instead of the Nagasaki setup, it's the Ukraine setup.
There you go. We had called it the Ukraine setup, which is just a tiny little war that no one cares about, aside from the people dying.
There's tiny little bombings here and there.
Just oh no, what about Syria? We finally did it. We got the guy that was in charge out, and yeah, so it's the kinetic setup. It's the no, this is a kinetic setup.
The 2 hour is now also firing off that kinetic setup.
It's official.
We're expanding from many periods of 0% volatility, but now we're struggling to try to flip back up at the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $98,000. Let's say $99,000. It's not really like nothing for bulls to celebrate yet, as long as you're below like at least this level right here at 101,430. Close over 101,430 in a 2 hour. All right, pressure's back onto the upside, and we're probably going to hit new all-time highs. Probably by a nice amount too. You just look at that candle on Doge.
Say it again.
Look at that candle on Doge.
On Doge? Oh, that's Dogecoin. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's got even a government body that's named after it.
Department of Griffith Efficiency. We live in the most entertaining timeline imaginable.
It is.
The quarterly volatility is now flipping back up. We've crossed over the moving average. That's a confirmation of volatility expansion. And the only times quarterly volatility has ever flipped up, and one, it's never been this low ever in history. And now it's flipping up. Last time it flipped up was in July of 2020. And then before that was around like July or October of 2016. And every single time price did several X move from there. And off the back of that volatility expansion, we have confirmed hidden bullish divergence of three drives, giving us a target of that bullish critical zone. Right now, that number sits at about $160,000. Very, very interesting with that 170,000 HBDR target.
Yeah.
Weekly has regular bullish divergence, but we've already hit the critical zone, so it's going to be very difficult to get a target after that.
Has what? I'm sorry?
The weekly has bullish divergence, but we've already hit the critical zone, so it's going to be difficult to get a target.
Got it.
Yeah, 3A has hidden bullish divergence, but we're already within the critical zone, so can't really do anything with that. 2-day just got kicked out of the critical zone, which usually gives you a probability of hitting the edge of the bullish control zone. That number currently is at 88,700. What do you know? Another sign towards 88, 87. Daily currently has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, but the easy target has already been played out. They've already tapped the bullish control zone. So the next area would be the bullish critical zone. And the way to confirm that is you would need to once again close up over that 103.9. So basically 104 area, close over that. Then you get probabilities of hitting this critical zone. Right now the critical zone sits at 109,741, which is very close to that. Another sign point was 109K. But that only happens if you close over 104. Right now, probabilities are to the downside instead of that 109. Four hours here, any divergence here. Maybe some slight hidden bullish divergence between this point and this point because the RSI did go lower. Price made higher lows here. But the way to confirm that is you need to make a local bottom. To make a local bottom, you had to close over 101,430. That'll give you probabilities of retesting our current all-time highs at around 104. And you close over 104, and then you get basically a free shot towards like 109, 110, maybe even 113 to tap that quarterly median. So if you switch all the way to the higher time frames, like the quarterly, it's giving you something like a little bit of food for thought because you see the first time ever getting quarterly expansion of volatility from these levels this low. The only times that we've ever flipped up on volatility at the quarterly has been massive moves to the upside, like several X's in terms of price. And we're still only at 54% in volatility, while prices went to $104,000. Absolutely insane. And we're approaching slowly our quarterly median, which is about $113,000, which is going to be a magnificent price as long as we're anywhere around that area. The monthly is basically at the median right now, so the monthly is going to be tapping resistance pretty soon. If it does reject there and it rejects harshly, that's going to give you an idea probabilities that the cycle top probably is in. But if it doesn't reject that area or very harshly and it even manages to close up there, then that quarterly expansion and volatility is likely to play out with this hidden bullish divergence, and we'd probably hit that RSI target of somewhere around 160,000. And then if you switch down to the lower time frames, momentum is starting to turn down, giving you an idea but that a correction is probably going to happen. And if we do close below that area, at about $91,000, close below that, that gives you significant probabilities that you're going to go down to retest that $87,000 area. If that doesn't hold, then we're probably going into the 70s, and that gives you then the bears are going to have momentum on their side on the higher time frames. And it's going to make it more likely the cycle top is probably in. It's not going to be a confirmation the cycle top is in. It's going to make it more likely. And right now, it seems like we're getting that pullback playing out as we're getting volatility expansion over lower time frames, along with momentum pointing to the downside. So right now, I'd watch for that current low right here to get that big low to get lost. Then we'd hope to see the bull step in at around 87s, 88s. Then we can continue back to the upside. And if we do bounce at 87, 88, we should see a pretty aggressive move to the upside, because that volatility expansion will be applied to the upside. So we should probably go towards 110 very quickly from there. But if we don't bounce there, then we'll probably get a move pretty hard. Probably Nagasaki setup.
And I feel like if that were to play out like instantly and we had a Nagasaki setup right now just going bananas, that shit would really go down hard, because there's like a lot of volatility point, like setups that would like have a lot of strength to push that shit like down fast.
And there would be a lot of fear. There's a lot of people have been speculating, oh, we've hit 100,000, so now it's time to nuke. And guys who bought the top are gonna puke their bags.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking A. Perfecto. Alex, you ready? You want to do this? You're muted, sir.
Oh, am I unmuted?
And now you are.
Okay, cool. Let me get my screen sharing.
Please sponsor us.
No.
Well,
We got Lumen. No.
Unfortunately, I don't have any of those here.
This is what we're getting. Some Lumen mango cheese. Look, it's fucking lemonade with protein. You kidding me?
That's bad.
Kidding me? It's like I'm working out while I'm sitting here.
Oh, all right, cool. Yeah, I know. So Bitcoin is looking slightly corrective to me. And, we were talking about it. We can't break that wick high, which makes a lot of sense, the all-time high. I do believe that, there's a greater chance of a correction here. And why I think that is, not only just because of where we're at in the charts, higher time frame volatility if we start going down, is reaching that 50% on HBDR. But why I mainly think we could see a correction is just simply because of where tether dominance is. I've been talking about this for a while now. That 3.79% is going to be extremely important for bulls on tether to hold. You can see it's been holding pretty nicely so far, and we're getting expansion. Just like Farhan showed, we are, rejecting the top of the resistance right around that psychological number around 4%. So bulls are essentially going to try to reclaim that. And in doing so, they're going to be reclaiming that daily 9 for the first time since, November 26th. But then also they're going to be reclaiming that median on the daily HBDR while also getting back above that meme line, that 4%. It's an area to be cautious about this where Tether is essentially, because again, what I've been seeing on crypto Twitter is not a lot of people are talking about that 3.79%. I do think it's important. On Tether dominance, we've had big moves down. And it's not until we actually reach that support level where we find a bigger bounce. I mean, if we just simply look through the history, it's pretty obvious when Tether is above there, it at least momentarily likes to pump. And then when it gets below it, it likes to dump. And remember, crypto has an inverse relationship with tether dominance, meaning, if this goes up, Bitcoin will inherently go down. So I'm still on the camp. We're going to see some kind of bigger, reaction here at this 3.79%. Confirmed, right? If we do close back above 4%. For me, it'd make a lot of sense, though. Going back, if we go on the weekly here, what this would do simply is just be possibly another retest of the meme line and maybe the 21, EMA 21, the weekly. If not, just rejecting that weekly 9 at 4.41%, which to me would make a lot of sense, right? The overall downtrend for tether dominance is down. And so when you make a lower low, you often make a lower high. And so I am watching still for this scenario to play out. And I do think that this will correlate into a deeper pullback on Bitcoin. And so it's something that on the Discord we've been watching extremely closely. And it's something very simple. Above 3.79%, I believe that there's more of a chance to going back to that 4.69%. And if that were to occur from, where we were on the wick low, that's a pretty massive move. On tether dominance, and it's not out of Bitcoin's nature to have, in a bull market, some pretty aggressive flush outs. Look at this flush out before we essentially went and made a new all-time high. Do I think that we're going to have a massive correction on Bitcoin? Well, that's all relative to what you believe massive is. I don't think we're going to see like a 50% haircut on Bitcoin, but I definitely think that we could easily go back down and test $88,000. That's going to be my first area of interest. That's just simply based on that weekly 9. Just like on tether dominance, I'm viewing the weekly 9, as an area of potentially region to reject. And real simply, I'm just viewing that weekly 9 as an area to hold on Bitcoin. If we go to this chart here, this chart. I'm really liking how this weekly 9s moving up closer to that $91,000. If I extend this green line here, which, yes, today's daily close is going to be really important, because if we see here, we essentially reclaimed the meme line, essentially that 99,600 level. Pretty important area I was talking about. We've just kind of been in this range. We broke out and it was looking amazing. This candle was looking extremely strong. So now we're kind of deviating it. We are now at the daily 9. And so this is going to be a very big area of interest. What we don't want is for Bitcoin to end up going back under, in my opinion, that $90,000 level on a daily closing basis. Because in doing so, then that would mean that we are now under that daily 34. And then we really run the risk of getting a deeper size pullback to possibly even, right near that, around where that CME gap is, right around $77,000 to $78,000. And that would be, a lot bigger pullback from where we're at, more than 20%, a little over 20%. And so for me now, I think it's wise to be cautious. You really want to see kind of where today's going to close, because simply if we SFP this area, and it depends on how much weight you want to put on this 99,600 region. But in doing so, we SFP this region with also losing that daily 9. I mean, it could just end up giving us the higher probability of coming down, testing the 34 and actually going to that 91K, filling out some of this wick here. When you get these massive liquidity grabs, they often leave wicks. These wicks, often do get filled. You just have a lot of liquidity here and even up here. So we're slightly filling some of this top. I don't see why we wouldn't just come down and fill some of this out as well.
I do feel like just from following Bitcoin so close with you guys, whenever he does shit like that doji, it likes to go back and break that low.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes sense. I mean, if you were on this exasperated move down and you got along at 91,000 right at the low, you would be very happy right now, because you instantly got a multi-$1,000 move up and even a bounce. And this is something I talked about last stream, which was on these liquidity grabs. This one I think shows it better, where you fall through a level like a support line, right? And you fall through it, you're losing that. Let me go to the 4 hour here, because the 3 hour is just a little weird. You're losing the 4 hour EMA 100. You've just fallen through it. What it often does is it stops out all the longs. I mean, any long here and lower essentially got stopped out. And remember, I mean, if you were long from this point, low 90s, you were quite happy. I mean, you were on a 10x, you were up 140%. On $10,000 entry, you're up like closer to $14,000 profit. And then just one candle, you get out, stopped, break even, paying the fees, upset. But Bitcoin's going to go up. Why? Because everyone's talking about it. And so inherently, what are you going to do? Well, you're just going to end up longing at a worse spot. And I do believe that's what's happening here. If we start dissecting this closely on the 4 hour, this essentially 4 hour was a trend break, in my opinion. I based it on a wick low. I mean, breaking that last higher low, in my opinion, broke the overall lower time frame uptrend. And so in doing that now, I mean, you can just see while crypto Twitter and everyone's getting horny and happy, I mean, we had a lower low. We're just forming lower highs. And it, to me, looks like Bitcoin definitely wants to come back down and test this region, possibly even going a little lower than this wick. Just like you were saying, Alejandro. And as long as we're consistently making these lower highs, especially with this kind of pattern here, you really have to be on the side of cautious. But most of us would already be on the side of cautious, just simply because of where Tether dominance is. For me, it's not worth longing longing Bitcoin as long as this 3.79% is holding. And I'm still on the camp that we're going to get a deeper pullback on Bitcoin. And so what I like too, and remember, I mentioned that 4% on the daily. What's nice about this 4 hour too is where's that EMA 100 coming in perfectly, right on that 4%. And that just is like good confirmation, at least on lower time frames, where if this 4 hour pops back and reclaims this 4 hour EMA 100, an area we have been rejecting. I mean, since early November, rallies up, rejects that, late November, even in, December 5th, rejects that. So now we're coming back along with the meme line. This is going to be very important for Tether dominant bulls to actually reclaim the 4%. And in doing so, then I do believe it's just going to bleed into a bigger pullback. Bitcoin is then going to come back down. The $1 million question is just where's, the more of a chance of at least getting a bounce. And for that, I'm gauging this range. It's really easy. You can see Bitcoin was ranging here. We had this false breakout. So now, what I'm possibly looking for is another move down to 91,300 to just 91K. You can correlate that to actually hitting the daily EMA 34. You can see we fell through the 9, went to the 21, and didn't hit the 34, kind of front ran it, but perfectly bounced on the meme line. When I see that meme line now a little above that wick, while also getting back above the meme, the meme line 91.3 support, it tells me that, a dump into this zone should be first looked at as an area of interest, which, I mean, I'm curious to see from this point. Yeah, that'd still be a 7% move. Pretty impressive overall. Let me see here how the monthly is doing. Very strong. I mean, let's throw that rainbow chart on and see what we see. So we see here the monthly is kind of front running the median right now, and that's currently at $107,000. And so that's going to be important to kind of watch and gauge. It's a monthly, so it's going to take time, but I mean, we've been just kind of gauging this median here. Getting back above it's pretty massive. In doing so, you would basically get, well, that's pretty insane. Let me go to my other chart here. I think, it's the Binance. Where's the index? Let me see. 1 second. Here it is. I prefer the index. If not, I use Binance for the HPDR. It's just what I like. I think there's more data associated with it. And so it's interesting to see on Binance. Well, first on Binance, we see we are still above the monthly median. But even so, I mean, that monthly median is currently at 82,000. And I actually remember talking about this on stream, getting any kind of pullback there, would first cause a lot of people to get a bearish. But then we know once a monthly median does get reclaimed, we often do like to retest it in the support, or at least, if we get to that region where it is currently sitting right around $82,000, I do believe that should be first the area of interest. Like if we get a major pullback and let's say 91K doesn't hold, I would be gauging first then that monthly median corresponding with nicely the monthly EMA 5. Which remember, if we're super bullish that EMA 5 is going to hold, if we often lose that, then we go to the EMA 9, which is sitting at $73,000. And so it's nice because if you don't have the HPDR, you can just gauge the EMA 5, in my opinion, because it's actually kind of nicely parallel to each other right now, which is interesting to see, telling me that, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a strong, like if we do get some big dump here and Tether dominance really does get that bigger bounce, then I'm going to be gauging first that monthly median. I think that's going to be quite important too before getting extremely bearish. And we know that because of the EMA 5 and then possibly if we lose that 5 going to that monthly 9. Let's see how volatility is here. Yeah, volatility is still looking healthy, not bad on monthly. And we can see here, since we are above the median, while we are holding to the meme line, I have the next target right around that $120,000. Let me see here. This is the spot pairing as well. We see that 120 coming back. It's still the same chart, Binance, but it's just with the US dollar. It's interesting. Okay, so it's not bad. Let's see, even on a Bitcoin CME here, we see we're at a pretty important zone on the daily. And again, that 9 in medians corresponding nicely. And we do see here, we have nice support with the 21 going right around that 50% and the bottom of this support. And that's at 92,900. And there is a slight premium over, CME. There is a $1,100 premium right now. So if CME goes to 93,000, where could that possibly mean Bitcoin goes, and that's why I'm gauging this daily 34 as the spot. It's at 91,400, make a lot of sense. Bitcoin CME comes all the way down, test here, and there's a slight premium, and that ideally will correlate to Bitcoin coming back to the 50%, the 34, taking some of this liquidity out, maybe even wicking a little lower than the 34, but overall we'd expect some kind of bounce, especially when, like Farhan mentioned, we do have a volatility resetting now fully, not at 0%, but definitely on its way there, which is a very welcoming sign when you get this parabolic move. Often the chop and the range sheds the volatility, and that is what bulls want. We see on the HPDR2, you are rejecting the 50% on the 2-day as well. If it wants to load anytime now, sir. We see on the 2-day too, we are rejecting that 50%. So what we can gather from that is, this wick high is important. We just see 2 time frames on the HPDR telling us that, yeah, this is a pretty important wick high. Lots of lines here, but just as a representation, getting back above that wick high, which was made on, December 6th, getting any daily closures back above that wick high, to me, would be confirmation of a move back up to like that $107,000 to maybe $110,000 level. We should be gauging pullbacks, though, as an opportunity, just simply because of where that 2-week is on volatility. It's going to be really important for us not to get abhorrently bearish on this, considering we do still have a very fresh volatility setup, giving us that the Hamas setup essentially, and it's still very fresh and it's still strong. And, this obviously can this is on a 2 week. So, more day-to-day price action won't affect this too much unless, you really do get that like massive pullback that does last for like a week or two, maybe 3. You can easily see this start coming down, but that doesn't mean it's bearish. It just simply, could just be going a little lower before going up more. As long as we are above 15% with these 0 reading volatilities, while above the 2-week median and the 2-week 9, then you do still have a more of a chance statistically of going up. But now where we're at currently, it would make a lot of sense. Just get some kind of momentarily pullback, flush out some of that, over the weekend leverage, and actually get the prophecy with Tether dominance, getting that actually bigger bounce, which is nice. I like when the meme lines hold perfectly. I like when it corresponds with the 50%. This makes trading semi-easy when you know exactly what to watch. We see even on the 2-day where we're claiming back above the 50%. That's why getting back above 4% today is going to be really important. Because then, I just believe once we do that could be what triggers that bigger move up. What's nice about the 2 days, that 50% to 34 is coming right around that meme line around 4.69%. And so again, it's just good confluence, because then when putting that on a macro view, like a 2-week, we can see also that EMA 9 is right around there and the 80%. So we're gathering all these, confluence and tools, while also we see volatility is giving us, volatility setup. If this starts flipping more bullish, this still can start expanding, and then that could give us that, 20-something% move up, especially if this 2-week starts, expanding to the upside. And granted, right now it is to the downside. But in trends, you never go down, you never go straight up, and you always want to keep to the trend. Logically, it's lower lows, lower highs. The big question is just how big of a lower high will it be, and where we actually find that rejection. Now, if we go and do Bitcoin dominance, what's nice about this is if we go on the daily, we're actually kind of seeing everything come about. And that's it's welcoming to see that, because as a trader, all we can do be is patient and just kind of see things before they come. And so what do we have here? Well, we have the support line around 54.4% holding. It's going to be really crucial for bulls to hold that for Bitcoin. You can see on the daily, if I take these, Picasso drawings off now and just put it to the side, this is a pretty easy thing to gauge here. It doesn't take a genius to see, okay, Bitcoin dominance is in a massive uptrend. Very simple with higher highs and higher lows. I'll quickly show that on this trend wave catalyst. We can just simply see here, and zooming in, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. And we can just keep doing this all the way up to this point. And so this higher low led to the higher high. And so generally when you get a higher low to a higher high, you'll get pullbacks, but you don't want to break that last higher low. And so what we did, I think 2.5 weeks ago, is we broke the overall daily uptrend on Bitcoin dominance. It doesn't simply mean that Bitcoin has topped. What this can be an indication to us as traders is, okay, maybe there is some money flowing out of Bitcoin and going into things like alts and ETH and XRP. And so maybe we're now in that part of the cycle where Bitcoin had an epic move. It starts to just consolidate, if not go down slightly, giving alts the right environment to actually bounce. And I do believe we're seeing that. We can see here that losing that daily SMA 200 is pretty detrimental. We only lost it right around here in early January, and we quickly reclaimed it. Like it needs to be quickly reclaimed if bulls really want a chance to actually go up. Because when you are above that SMA 200 and you lose it and then you reject it and come down, this just leads to big moves on the daily. Getting back above is bullish for Bitcoin dominance and overall bullish for Bitcoin, because it means money is flowing out. When we're under it, it generally means we're in a downtrend, and we are. And so what was massive support now needs to be looked at as massive resistance. And visually, it just makes sense. Getting a rally up to this point would make a lot of sense. This would give us that lower high. And what this could possibly do is correlate, nicely to Bitcoin actually, getting possibly a deeper pullback while Bitcoin dominance still goes up. And I know that's a concept that people aren't used to, but that does happen, and that is why it's important to understand that, because when this happens, Bitcoin's going down, therefore alts are higher beta, so they get rimmed. But then when Bitcoin dominance is going up, while Bitcoin's going down, that just makes alts get screwed even more. And why is this important? Because us at Elite Trading Academy are extremely watching alts like a shithawk. We're really, really watching them carefully, because I do believe that ETH BTC scenario will then play out, right? We came up, we're great, everyone's happy about alts. But I've been very, very stern and just telling everyone we should just patiently be waiting for this scenario, a simple back test of this 366 level before actually breaking out. And if we're going to play the 2017 playbook, that's exactly what happened. Broke out, retested it, the 366 held, and then that was where we parabolically broke out on ETH BTC, which correlated to, ETH spot price actually going insane. And so why am I talking about all this? Well, because if Bitcoin dominance is slightly looking weak but can bounce, then that tells me that money is flowing out of, certain alts and going back into Bitcoin. That's what we want to see. It's good harmony. But it's going to be really important for bulls essentially to get back above first that SMA 200 on the daily for Bitcoin dominance. And then most importantly, the daily EMA 100, the kind of last line in the sand. Once we get bounced from the SMA 200, what everyone then needs to gauge or ask themselves is, okay, does that EMA 100 get reclaimed? Once it does, then it's like, okay, great, we're going to be on bull mode, which has implications for, the whole market. But until then, I do think Bitcoin dominance can go up. I think alts and ETH and certain things like that will go down. But I don't think that it's going to correlate into a bullish Bitcoin. And I think it'd be wise for everyone to just simply watch first the 21, right around 95,100, but I, in my opinion, think that 91K is going to be the spot. See if we see that. Yeah, we see the 50% here. Real quick, let me go to the 2-day. Slightly lower on 88,000. Okay, that's fine. Let's go to Binance chart real fast. We see also that 2-day EMA 9 is right around 96,000, with also the 2-day median at 93, and then also the 50% if losing that is at 87,600. So in summary, I do believe we're going to get a pullback. The question is, how deep is it going to be? We all need to gauge, remember, that 3.79% on Tether dominance. We are now getting back slightly above that 4%, or I guess we wicked a little below it. And so now what we want to see is if the lower time frames start reclaiming that, you'll know we're going to need a bigger pullback on crypto as a whole, in my opinion. You don't need the HBR to show you this if we simply just reclaim that EMA 100. That'll actually take us from 4% to probably 420, a beautiful number, pretty quickly. I'd then at that point around 4.2%, expect some kind of pullback, maybe retest the EMA 100. But overall, I'm waiting for that 4.69%. We got 420 right here, and we have 69 right here. So
that's insane.
I think it's confirmation that we're gonna
it's gonna happen.
Yeah. So watch closely, because you're gonna start seeing a lot of people get bearish, especially if we start coming back below here. I want us to be prepared, because I think that this is going to be an opportunity zone. I think that overall Bitcoin is bullish and it's still looking great, but having a pullback here would make a lot of sense. You definitely don't want to be longing 100K Bitcoin. You should always be about trying to be on the extremity trade. It's a lot easier. So really gauge closely that daily 34. You can even draw a meme line right around that right here on this chart. I like this one better for today. And that's right at 91.5. You can draw a little line there, 91.5. If we start losing 91.5 with, corresponding with the EMA 34, because remember, Bitcoin likes to do this. It likes to bounce near the 21, get bigger bounces, go up a little higher, and then what does it do? It tests the 34. We dump, we get a bigger bounce, go up, we start going up, we bounce from the 21, slightly go below it. Everyone's happy, everyone's longing it. We go up, but then we find our way back to the 34 often. That's kind of the idea. I'm watching the 9 held or bounced from the 21. Do you think if we get a bigger, pullback, just gauge that EMA 34, and that's at 91.2. And then watch closely the dailies, because if you're bullish, you want this to hold at 99,000. Call it 100,000. You want 100,000 to keep holding on a daily close. If we do that, then that'll be a good sign. Then support held. We start losing that daily 9 here, then yeah, you really have to question if we are going to start filling out some of this wick. So, this is good news for us. Why? Because, you know, this is what we wanted. We wanted Bitcoin dominance to actually go up, which then actually would give us an ETH BTC dump, which then will correlate to us getting a major long opportunity on ETH. And so this is all just going to be, you know, this is all, in my opinion, coming to fruition. It's nice to see that, and it's just, I think patience will pay here, and not forcing any setups or, you know, having any predestined thoughts of what Bitcoin should do. Just let it happen, let it play out, and just stick to your levels. And you know that daily 34 is a pretty important spot. It's often the last zone before we bigly dump to the EMA 100. So you would know, okay, well, you know, that still would be a multi-$1,000 pullback. We're backfilling some of that wick. We're at the bottom of the support line. It might be worth to, you know, look for a bigger bounce there.
Yeah, I think it's just worth it for people to understand that, just like you're saying, Bitcoin likes to play dirty. He does always the same type of shit, and he just doesn't want anybody to get into the extremities. And even though you caught like a really nice, and I've learned this the hard way, you catch a really nice long at an extremity for the first time whenever you see that doji candle that's up and down like $10,000 or $13,000, whatever the fuck it is. And you think, all right, I grabbed the bottom. There's no way the price is coming down here to liquidate me. You can bet your fucking tits it's going to go down there and liquidate you, because it's going to do it again, knowing that a lot of people are still there. And it's good. This is what I was telling people on a live stream. There is a certain validity to the to maybe trying, or maybe just operating in the following way, which will just be basically a one operation fucking home run, if you will. And I mean, you basically do longs or shorts, if you will. You do longs and shorts, and every time, like, let's say you have your stop loss from the beginning, you're always doing extremity so that you can have like very small losses, Yeah. So whenever the trade goes on your side, you always move your stop loss to above where you entered. 9 out of 10 will come and wick you out, probably. But the one time it fucking sticks and you can actually get it and ride all the way to the top, that's when those insane moves really happen. Because normally Bitcoin likes to consolidate, but everyone thinks consolidation that's bullish, it's always lower highs and higher lows. But dude, that shit fucking goes like lower highs, lower highs and lower lows. And that's what he did. Like when we were looking at Bitcoin, when we wanted it to break 69 to go to 100, it kept going lower every fucking time. And that last low is the one that took you, if you were able to get on that, all the way to 100 grand. And it took you there in 2 weeks. So
yeah. No, that's a good point. It's very, very predatory. And, you know, that's why with trading crypto, it's a wild, wild west. You know, it's not as clean cut, and that's why Bitcoin is considered, you know, one of the highest riskiest assets. It's very volatile, and so you get up and down big flush outs. But you know, for us, that's why it's just important, because even if, you know, getting stopped out at no loss is better than a loss. And, you know, I've learned that lesson too. And that's why I do believe, you know, when you get stopped out, like you've been there, you're up 14 grand probably, you're juicy, you're telling your mom, you're telling your sister, everyone's happy. You're like, oh, I caught it. I'm wife changing money's loading. And then you open your phone after you just had lunch and you're like, what? You just get stopped out. Bitcoin 6,000 higher. I really believe people just like got on their phone here and just started longing and then just put it down. Oh, well, over time, if I just wait, I'll be up. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work so well. So we'll have to really see, because I do think that that'll just lead to a bigger move down, especially if we break that wick low. We'll gauge the low 90s. It makes sense. We want to hold that. If not, then I do think we'll have a bigger chance of going to 78K, which, you know, then we have to question if we're going to fill that CME gap. And then we really have to question if the top's in. So,
yeah. We have ETH and Rivian after. I think Rivian would be really interesting because Rivian's actually doing something. It's 13% up today.
Oh yeah, yeah, I saw that.
Insane. And now a lot of people are really already jumping on that. I'm gonna suggest you go back and look at what happened November and then December and then January of last year on the chart. And I'll let you be. I'll bring the Bitcoin to Español.
Perfect.
All righty. Perdón, voy a abrir en Rivian. Ahorita vamos a abrir en Rivian. Alex va a darnos y después vamos con Bitcoin, que es lo que nos están pidiendo por acá. Digo, con Ethereum, que es lo que nos están pidiendo por acá. Interesante, muy interesante lo que estamos viendo. Estoy emocionado de poder platicar con ustedes de Rivian. Denle 30 minutos a mi computadora a que pueda abrir esto. No entiendo qué está pasando. ¿No? No va a abrir nada. Ok, perfecto. Perfecto, Alejandro. Un segundo. Ok, ahí estamos. Perfectamente bien puestos. Listo. Ya estamos en la tabla de Bitcoin. Para todos los que están empezando y esta vez, tal vez una de las primeras veces que nos están acompañando, voy a aventarme esto como si empezáramos de cero, ¿ok? Y lo primero que tenemos que adivinar es, o saber, es qué tendencia tiene el precio de lo que estamos viendo. Esto es Bitcoin, obviamente. Voy a quitar todos mis indicadores para que lo puedan ver en limpio. Y para saber eso, es bastante sencillo. Lo que nosotros hacemos es vamos a temporalidades muy altas como la de trimestral, que estas son velas de 3 meses. Ajustamos la tabla para que lo vean y vemos, estamos por encima del promedio del 5, voy a eliminar todos los demás. Es más, ¿sabes qué? Vamos a poner el 9 para ni siquiera irnos tan apretados. ¿Dónde está este? Aquí está el 100, aquí está el 9, voy a esconder el 5. Estamos por encima del promedio y este es mi 34 que no debería estar. Estamos por encima de esta línea azul, sí, es alcista. Desde que lo hicimos acá en octubre del 2023, que fue cuando vimos el setup de Hamas, básicamente hemos estado por encima de ella y solamente la venimos a tocar una vez. Lo que siempre nos dice cuando estás en una tendencia alcista, la oportunidad más grande es cuando viene a retestar el promedio de la 9 y lo había hecho aquí en 38,458. Si fuiste uno de los cracks que entró ahí, casi hiciste el triple de tu dinero desde básicamente en un año, porque esto fue en enero del 2024. ¿Ok? Es lo primero que estamos viendo. Estamos en una tendencia alcista. ¿Por qué es importante ver si estamos en una tendencia alcista o bajista? No te quieres pelear con ella, siempre quieres apostar junto con la tendencia. Eso quiere decir que cada que vino a tocar la zona azul es donde te hubieras subido, o cada que llegas a estos extremos es donde te subes y haces longs, ¿no? Y te va a dar más probabilidades a que le atines más veces, en contra de que si estás bajista, porque imagínate, cualquier oportunidad que hiciste por acá o por acá o por acá o por acá de ser bajista nunca te pagó. Entonces, todo el mundo está buscando una operación en extremos, y en extremos me refiero a este extremo tan bajo, ¿no? O si quieres ver estos extremos en $26,000, hasta acá. Ahora, importante saber dónde estamos parados. Estamos justamente en esta vela. Pueden ver que es la vela más potente que hemos visto trimestral de Bitcoin, y además está a punto de cerrar en 22 días, 9 horas. Pueden verlo aquí en la parte derecha de la pantalla. ¿Por qué es importante? Porque si esta vela llega a cerrar simplemente por encima de estas, acá en los 71,000, esta es la vela que más alto ha cerrado en todo el ciclo y toda la historia de Bitcoin. Ahora vamos a rápidamente repasar volatilidad. Vamos a ver cómo va. Y aquí es donde es potente. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué checamos volatilidad y el precio? Porque si el precio está subiendo y la volatilidad está expandiendo, ¿qué quiere decir subiendo? Esto nos dice que va a empujar mucho más fuerte a la alza el movimiento, la volatilidad. Si el precio está bajando y la volatilidad está subiendo, el precio va a bajar con mucha fuerza. Entonces es importante saber dónde la volatilidad comenzó a expandir, porque una vez que expande, si el precio va para arriba, te va a dar básicamente es como otro tipo de aseguranza, aunque nada es seguro en trading, que esto va a continuar en esa dirección. Entonces, meto en volatilidad y podemos ver, venimos del extremo más bajo, o sea, volatilidad en Bitcoin en la trimestral nunca había bajado al 24,60%. La volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la línea blanca, tus extremos son el 100% y el 0. Esto solamente ha estado en extremos al 100% una vez, en el 2017, cuando básicamente llegamos a casi $20,000, y de ahí ha estado haciendo altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, y de acá, una vez que la volatilidad viene y hace un reseteo abajo el 15%, una vez que sube del 15%, es cuando tomas la volatilidad como expandiendo. El mejor escenario es cuando viene de 0,000 y de ahí sube arriba de 15%, pero también en estas situaciones, cuando es la volatilidad más baja que has visto en una tabla y luego rompe el promedio a la alza, que es justamente lo que están viendo ahí, esto te indica que el movimiento va a venir con fuerza. Ahora, vamos a ver dónde expandió. Acá voy a poner una línea en vertical, lo hemos visto todas las semanas, pero pueden ver que el movimiento de expansión y continuación fue potentemente a la alza. Ahora, vamos rápidamente a la mensual. Y siempre nos vamos. ¿Por qué es importante hacer todo esto de temporalidad grande a corta? Porque normalmente las temporalidades altas te quitan todo el ruido de la tabla. Es mucho más fácil poder entender una tendencia de todo viendo la tabla en la temporalidad más alta que tenga sentido de lo que estás buscando, porque también si estoy viendo una meme coin no voy a ponerme en la de trimestral, no mamen, no tiene sentido alguno, pero en otras cosas vale la pena. Y acá en la mensual podemos ver qué es lo que estamos haciendo. Tuvimos el cierre más potente que hemos tenido en 96,430 y 30, pónganle. El cierre más alto que habíamos tenido antes fue en 71,000, así que estás hablando de casi un movimiento de 30%. ¿Cuánto es? Vamos a medirlo. De este cierre a este cierre, 34, 30 y casi 35%. Nada mal. Y ahora estamos justamente en esta vela. La otra cosa, estamos por encima del promedio de la 9, bastante bien. Voy a poner el 21 y el 55 a ver si hay cruces de algo. Y pueden ver que el cruce plateado de esto sucedió muy acá atrás y hemos estado por encima de. Cada que eso pasa, venimos a retestar el 9 y cada que te ves la oportunidad de entrar en 9, esa es la oportunidad grande y lo pueden ver que ha pagado bastante bien en un mercado alcista. Es muy importante de entender esto. Ahora vamos con la volatilidad. La volatilidad en la mensual no nos está diciendo nada, simplemente se está contrayendo después de este periodo de alta volatilidad, que fue lo que nos llevó hasta donde estábamos ahorita. Y ahorita está contrayéndose, esto no es malo. Lo que nos dice que probablemente estemos ante un movimiento lateral, corrección, es lo que más favorece las probabilidades. Vamos acercándonos a la de 2 semanas, que es donde teníamos el setup de Hamas. Y para los que no sepan qué es el setup de Hamas, vamos rápido a ver simplemente el precio. Podemos ver que Bitcoin en este wicazo de 2 semanas ha tenido el cierre semanal más duro, de 2 semanas más duro, lo hizo la primera vez en 89, el segundo lo hizo en 97 y ahorita estamos en una vela de indecisión. Una vela de indecisión es esto, es más o menos el famoso doji, ¿no? Y la razón por qué es porque tienes el cuerpo justamente en la parte de en medio, que es la parte ancha, que es esta parte, y la parte delgada es el precio yendo a extremos. Y esta vela va de $103,000 a la parte baja de $92,000. Es una vela que toma $11,000 simplemente de arriba abajo, pero está justamente, abrió en 97 y está en 97,500. Entonces, por eso están viendo esto. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Indecisión. Indecisión. ¿De a dónde va? ¿Para arriba o para abajo? No sabe todavía el precio mismo. Ok. Ahora voy a hacerme un poco más para atrás con esto para que lo puedan ver. Este es el setup de Hamas. No, es el de acá. Exactamente. Este es el setup de Hamas y ahora tenemos otro, ¿ok? ¿Qué pasó en el primero que vimos, en la de 2 semanas? ¿Por qué es el setup de Hamas? Porque es explosivo al alza. Tienes estas líneas azules son cero volatilidad, la volatilidad que llega hasta acá y puedes ver que la volatilidad vino y tocó el 1.59% hasta acá abajo y de ahí expandió, pero aquí expandió arriba del 15%, fue justamente en noviembre del 2023. Aquí fue donde sin datos técnicos, yo no sabía esto, de los setups y volatilidad y cómo funciona con ello. Yo en noviembre del 2023 estaba en Qatar para el Gran Premio e hice un video porque empezó todo el conflicto de Hamas con Israel. Y cuando vimos la respuesta, lo que iba a pasar y la respuesta del gobierno, que era imprimir más dinero, dije, aquí es donde nos metemos en todo, la energía, cripto, en todo lo que es finanzas, etcétera, y todo va a levantar a la alza potentemente. De haber podido entender y haber visto esto, hubiera dicho, wow, tiene validez mi estupidez. Y aquí lo vimos. Una vez que hizo el setup de Hamas y yo la validé, la validación a ello, te dio básicamente de la vela que siguió al tope un movimiento de 83%. 83% al alza. Tienes otro setup de Hamas acá, es 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periodos de no volatilidad. Tienes la expansión agresiva y justamente es acá. Esto nos hace pensar que va a haber continuación en esto y que va a conseguir llegar muy alto. ¿Por qué? Porque la volatilidad no está ni en extremos, está solamente en 53.97%. Eso quiere decir que para llegar al 100% le falta la mitad. Tal vez no llegue al 100%, pero a Bitcoin no le molesta llegar a 100% y estar en extremos. También han visto acá 94%, 90%, y los promedios que siguen serían, yo diría que por acá abajo, en el 66%, y todavía le falta para ello. Como esta es una tabla de 2 semanas, la temporalidad, Esto quiere decir que estos movimientos los vamos a ver en meses, meses. Entonces, lo que nos está diciendo es que en meses todavía probablemente vemos continuación a la alza. Nos acercamos un poco más y vemos la semanal. La semanal podemos ver cómo la volatilidad empieza a darse un poco la vuelta y empieza a apuntar para abajo. Esto nos quiere decir que estamos ante un movimiento correctivo y es un poco justamente lo que estamos viendo una vez que la volatilidad se cansó y empezó básicamente a irse de lado, es acá en la semanal. ¿Y qué pasó ahí? Empezamos a justamente poner una vela de lado. Empezamos a irnos de lado con esta corrección. Entonces, esto parece ser una corrección y como estamos en una temporada semanal, probablemente dure o pueda durar hasta un mes, 2 meses en jugarse lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Vamos ya a acercarnos rápido a la acción porque todo el mundo está preguntando, ok, güey, qué chido todo eso, arriba o abajo. Y vamos a empezar con esto. Vean en la diaria la volatilidad llegando a extremos justo acá. Y después, esto es algo importante que aprender. Una vez que la volatilidad llega a extremos, no te está diciendo que se acaba la subida. Pueden ver que la subida, el tope fue acá, mientras que la volatilidad estaba bajando. Esto normalmente es lo que pasa y yo lo veo como jalando. Imagínate que tengas superpoderes, o sea, el hombre verde, ¿no? Y jalas la cadena de un ancla y la jalas con toda la fuerza del mundo. El poder de cuando la jaló con toda su fuerza fue al principio. Luego eso jaló toda la cadena y luego eso jaló el ancla y esa siguió subiendo, subiendo, subiendo después de que el gran Hulk la dejó de jalar. Es más o menos lo que ves cuando estás viendo setups de volatilidad. Por eso también no es razonable o no tiene tanto sentido cortar trades cuando instantáneamente se voltea uno o el otro, llegas a un extremo, porque puede que tengas más continuación. Entonces, ahí depende cómo lo uses en tu sistema de trading, pero no te está diciendo para nada nunca que esta es una garantía de que ya llegaste al tope y esta es una garantía de que de acá va a subir entonces. Nada es una garantía en trading. Lo que sí estamos viendo en la diaria es este setup, una vez más. Venimos de volatilidad en extremos, se regresó la volatilidad y ahora está en 7.14%, lo que está preparando un nuevo setup acá. La cosa es, ¿para dónde se va a estar moviendo el precio cuando esta volatilidad expanda? Si va para abajo, sabemos que es lo que muy probablemente vaya a pasar. Va a empujar el precio para abajo. Si va para arriba, pues va a empujar el precio para arriba. La cosa es, y ya nos vamos a enfocar en lo cotidiano, bro, en la tabla diaria. La cosa es esta. Venimos y estamos creando sencillamente altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos. Hasta ahorita Bitcoin te está jugando algo bastante sencillo. Eso quiere decir que estás en una tendencia alcista, ¿no? Pero Bitcoin no es fácil. Bitcoin es un hijo de puta. Entonces, lo que hemos visto es, esta es una vela muy fuerte, nunca habíamos cerrado tan acá arriba, bastante bien. Esta es una vela aún más fuerte, nunca habíamos cerrado en los $101,000, eso fue un diario, aplaudimos. Pero ¿qué es lo primero que notamos? Estamos perdiendo el promedio de la 9, que también justamente va en relación a nuestra línea meme en los 98,200. Esto podría ser el comienzo de, de la corrección que estamos viendo en ¿cómo se llama? En la volatilidad. Ahora, algo que quiero que notemos es esto. Esta vela de esta doji, ¿no? Que es lo que justamente estábamos platicando. Este doji que está aquí en la diaria. Vela abrió acá en 98, cerró en 97, pero vino a visitar los 92 y también los 103,000. Una vela de 12,000, 11,000 dólares. Loquísimo. Ahora, esta vela, cuando Bitcoin hace algo así, en realidad facilita muchísimo todo, en mi opinión. ¿Por qué? Permíteme quitarte esto. Ok, voy a poner esta acá y ahora voy a abrir otra de esas. Morada, ahí estás. Ahora, el precio, normalmente cuando hace este tipo de mamadas, le encanta ranguear dentro. Mucha gente cree que una consolidación alcista se ve así. Pero en realidad es al revés. Es así y después de ahí se dispara. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que está haciendo es asegurándose de que no puedas hacer short en la parte más alta, no puedas, te quiten las ganas, no puedas llegar a esta parte para poder hacer un short, entonces te elimina cuánto puedes shortear. Y del otro lado, te está haciendo este bajo. Entras en este bajo para hacer un long y dices, ¡a huevo! Ya chingué, le voy a pegar hasta acá. Y luego viene el precio y te elimina, te saca, te liquida desde acá. Ok, pero entraste acá, qué chido, ya vienes para acá y vas a volver a llegar acá. Nel, te la corta antes y te manda todavía más abajo y te liquida. A Bitcoin le fascina hacer eso. Entonces, lo que personalmente estamos viendo y esperando en temporalidades cortas, simplemente por ver esto, y ahorita nos vamos a acercar más y van a ver más, es que muy probablemente vayamos a visitar esta zona en los $95,000. De los 95, si no aguanta, vamos a revisitar y probablemente limpiar este bajo e irnos más abajo para poder eliminar a todos los suertudos, ¿no? Pues así es como lo ve Bitcoin, que se metieron acá. Entonces, si bajas de esa hasta los 90,000, ahí es donde eliminas a todos estos güeyes que entraron acá. Porque recuerden, mucha gente que está escuchando de trading por primera vez creen que solamente compraste tu Bitcoin, tus moneditas y las tienes guardadas en tu cartera fría. No, aquí estamos como degenerados apalancados todos. Y lo que quiere el sistema, el casino, es desapalancarnos. Es a lo que juega esta madre. Es de, te subiste, va a ser un chingo de varo, Nel, güey, toma la metida de pito. Y ahí es donde te la dan, ¿no? Entonces, te la dan de arriba y para abajo, que fue lo que hicieron justamente acá. En esta gran vela. Y ahora lo que nosotros estamos viendo es, si ponemos el promedio de la 34, esta es una zona de interés bastante alta para nosotros, en los 91,447 junto acá. Nosotros creemos que por ahora Bitcoin va a hacer algo así para después eventualmente dar continuación a la alza. ¿Dónde invalidaríamos nuestra teoría si rompemos esta zona? Si rompemos esta zona en los 90, literalmente $90,020 a la baja, por más que tengas el promedio de las 55 acá, muy probablemente lo que vayamos a ver es cerrar el gap que existe en CME. Y ahora les voy a poner el gap en CME. Recuerden, CME es Chicago Mercantile Exchange en Bitcoin y es, una vez más, este hoyo que existe acá. La cosa es, estos hoyos, y esto es algo con lo que estaba platicando con Farhan, estos agujeros, ¿no? Estos gaps que viene a cerrar el precio normalmente, cuando los viene a cerrar en CME de este estilo, es que es el, el final de esta subida local, si lo quieres ver así. Entonces, si rompemos esa área en los $90,000 y bajamos todo hasta acá y no aguanta el 87, ¿no? Que es esencial que aguante. No aguanta el 87, muy probablemente vengamos a esta zona. Si venimos a esta zona, probablemente estamos en un tope local y vayamos a consolidar como lo hicimos en el 2021, todo el verano. ¿Se acuerdan que después de, ¿qué fue? Abril, mayo, el precio llegó de Bitcoin a 64,000, de ahí bajó, se quedó por los 30,000 por 4 o 5 meses y de ahí llegó al máximo histórico de 69. Creemos que podríamos estar ante un escenario de ese tipo si es que llega a darse esto. Entonces, bastante sencillo como lo tenemos. Vamos a ponerlo rápido en justamente este gráfico, es el que quería sacar. Voy a poner el gráfico de 4. ¡Wow! ¡Qué chingón! El de 4 horas, para que puedan ver cómo en 4 horas perdimos nuestros promedios. Tienes esta vela de absorción de liquidez, que esta es una de las velas más feas toperas, porque es una vela topera para la gente que está apenas llegando y aprendiendo. Una vela topera es una vela que parece espada, y esta vela parece espada, donde el 25% del cuerpo, que es la parte gorda de la vela, el 25% ocupa básicamente la vela, el cuerpo de la vela ocupa el 25% del tamaño entero de la vela o menos, y esto es claramente menos de 25% de una cuarta parte de esta. Y también está en la parte baja. Ahora, ¿dónde está tu confirmación de que esta vela es topera? Cerrando la que sigue y tal vez otra abajo de los 97,474. Puedes ver que estamos, y aparte la otra cosa fea de esto es cuando caes, retesteas todo para absorber la liquidez, porque aquí es lo que le dijo a todo el mundo fue, no se preocupen, súbanse al tren del dinero, vengan conmigo, amigos, disfruten el tren del dinero. En lo que están aquí arriba todos montados en el tren del dinero porque estamos por encima de los promedios. ¡Woo! Vámonos a los 2,000 millones de dólares en Bitcoin. Todo el mundo te vende todo, tienes un cierre acá, te engañó absolutamente y ahora estás viendo esto, ¿no? Entonces, esto es por esto que es una vela hija de puta esta y, esta casi fue una vela envolvente bajista, pero no lo fue. Así que atención a esta vela en la de 4 horas. Y si hacemos un front run todavía más cercano al de 2 horas, estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja después de estas dos rechazos que estamos viendo. A la alza tenemos objetivos entre los 118 a 130 mil dólares. A la baja, probablemente primero los 95, luego los 90, luego el 87 tiene que aguantar, no aguanta el 87, venimos a cerrar el gap en los 77. ¿Qué más valida esto? Y también, ¿qué otra cosa estamos viendo? Podría ser alt season, señores, podría ser el comienzo de alt season, que es algo que nosotros creemos pasó y estuvimos ahí justamente cuando lo vimos, que fue justamente este breakdown. No, espérenme, no es cierto. Dígame, los llevo a la diaria en esto y justamente acá dijimos, puede que este sea el tope y han visto la caída tan potente que ha tenido. Pero ahorita, y ahora es importante para la gente que tal vez no sepa y que está apenas aprendiendo, dominancia de Bitcoin es importante. ¿Por qué? Porque Bitcoin en un bull rally tienes la dominancia subiendo. ¿Cuándo va a empezar alt season? Que es cuando compras cualquier monedita de mierda, le pones $500 y te vuelves millonario. Es cuando la dominancia de Bitcoin cae, el precio no, y empiezas a ver a monedas como Ethereum romper sus estructuras bajistas en contra de Bitcoin. Y es básicamente lo que estamos viendo en todos lados. Venimos de un máximo local en 61.52%. Caímos todo hasta acá. Podemos ver cómo tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja justamente acá en la diaria. Y venimos a retestar el promedio de la 9, que es by the book, básicamente. Y esto nos podría dar muy probablemente continuación a la baja. Aunque, recuerden, cuando venimos a tocar estas zonas, puede que a veces vayas hasta el 21 o hasta el 55, hagas un techo local y de ahí des continuación a la baja. Eso es muy posible también. Así que aquí vamos a estar al pendiente de lo que esté pasando. Vamos a ver la de 4 horas. Pueden ver que empieza a remontar y a subir de esto, lo que valida también lo que estoy diciendo en este momento. Y vamos rápido a la dominancia de Tether, porque también es importante. Tether, recuerden, la dominancia de Tether es importante porque la queremos ver bajar si somos alcistas en cripto. ¿Por qué? Porque la dominancia de Tether es como la dominancia del dólar en contra de todos los activos en riesgo. La dominancia de Tether, mientras más sube, más baja Bitcoin. Eso quiere decir que más gente está en USDT que en Bitcoin, ¿no? Es un ejemplo bastante sencillo y fácil de entender. Queremos que esto baje. Hemos estado cantando que estamos ante una zona donde esperamos un rebote en Tether, en la dominancia de Tether. Y justamente es lo que se está dando en este punto 3.7%. Lo que nosotros creemos que va a pasar es Tether va a intentar hacer algo así. Esto nos llevaría a esos objetivos de probablemente los 87,000 y de ahí continuar a la baja, porque estamos viendo que en todas las temporalidades y en lo que se refiere a momentum, volatilidad, etcétera, esto tiene cara de que va a continuar a la baja, pero tenemos que esperar a que se dé este movimiento para después verlo. Ahorita viendo el par de los alts es donde puedes ver que estamos en un alt season, pero eso voy a dejárselo a Alex o a Farhan y vamos a analizar los Ethereums y de ahí nos vamos a Rivian. So what are we starting with?
Yeah, we're going to do ETH.
Let's do it. Here, sir, here you are.
Nice.
Went to drop the turtles off at the pond.
What a classy stream. Everyone's learning trading and about poop.
Basically. Lots of dumb bullets in markets and in real life.
It's related. Everything is correlated in this stream. We don't fucking lose the narrative here.
So ETH is looking interesting. We've been talking about this. I want to bring this up though, because I was talking about this specific setup on the weekly. And it's interesting to see because we actually had this 50% step down. It was actually right here at 3,800 and it moved all the way down to 3,400. And so this kind of makes it a little more difficult, in my opinion, trying to figure out an entry for ETH because it was very logical. And the weekly 50% right in this massive diagonal, it's like makes it extremely simple to me. A good confluence, but What we don't want is simply to be putting all our eggs in one basket just simply for a meme line, especially when it's diagonal. We know those have a low hit rate. And so we want to just stick to the statistics. The 50% has moved down with the 9 moving up. So it's matching. Ideally, in 1 week, this 9 will be closer around that region, around 3,400. Why is that important? Well, let's go to a 3-day now. We need to understand that ETH right now is in the process of breaking out. And for now, I'm just going to be looking at this as a retest of a breakout. We're in this multi-year channel, essentially, formed in 2021. And we stayed in it. I remember when we were down here, I was talking about the scenario where ETH on this 3-day loses that SMA 200. That's going to be our sign for a bigger breakdown. And plus the meme line. We lose the SMA 200 and the meme line. Okay, great. We're probably going to end up going back down to 1,800, if not all the way down to 1,900 to 1,800. You can see it held nicely, and we even have the reaction here. Reclaiming that 3-day EMA 100 was the trigger. And so now we see, okay, we didn't reject it like each and every time. We broke out. And so just like I talked about, generally with these breakouts, you want to see a retest here. We're now in the midst of that retest. And so us as traders, we need to identify possibly entry points. And if this is actually the area we want to start longing ETH. What I like about the daily here is, well, first it's the 9. I love that the 9's now nicely right around the channel. And so that at least can give me a low leverage long play. And what could that be? Well, I could long this not on a 50, 20, or even a 10x, but even like maybe a 5 or under. And you just have a manual stop loss. You understand that the daily 9 is right around this massive diagonal. What you don't want is this massive diagonal to get reclaimed and then we lose it, because that then generally leads to bigger moves down. And so it can just make it easy for us as traders. Okay, well, as long as ETH is staying above that, but even if we don't view that, diagonal, as long as we hold the 9, then this is the spot we want to be longing right now currently on ETH at around 3,800. Maybe to 3,790, but now is the spot. And I'm looking at the retest that we were waiting for last week. We were talking about this. We're on 4,100. Don't long ETH, just wait. We always retest. And we talked about the scenario where ETH is looking pretty close to how NVIDIA looked before it broke out and made a new all-time high. And so now we're there, we have that. And what's nice about this ETH retest is it's playing nicely into our ETH BTC scenario. So how can we gauge this then properly? Well, if you wanted more of an accurate entry, which I haven't given the Academy out an ETH long yet, because I do think that, if Bitcoin ends up having that deeper pullback like we're talking about, Bitcoin dominance getting that bigger bounce and ETH BTC coming down, it's going to be easy for me to gauge, okay, well, I'm just going to watch ETH BTC to kind of guide my bias. I understand that 366 is a very, very juicy spot to long alts. And so if there's even slightly a risk of this not holding or even wicking a little lower possibly, then I want to be aware of that, because we are dealing with an altcoin. And so for me right now, I think it's wise to gauge on alts specifically. And I talk about this like a 2-day, a 3-day, or even a 5-day. I love how I do that, 5-day. And so I'm curious to see where that 5-day EMA, EMA 5 is right here. Okay, 3,500. So it's right around that 3,600. And so in doing this, I really think it'd be wise to take this on a higher time frame, because what we don't want is to start longing on a daily and then we SFP. And the scenario I talked about is still very valid. And low leverage longs here are logical in my head. It lines up with the 9 area we've been bouncing this entire time, corresponding with this diagonal here. But for me, I'm more going to be watching closely ETH BTC to long ETH. And that's it. I'm going to kind of ignore the price action and the moving averages. And I just want to get back to my ETH chart once ETH BTC does fulfill this. And so it's going to be a little harder, because if ETH actually does form a bottom here, how will we know that? And that's simply if just the daily 9 holds and we keep holding this area like support. We keep grinding here, because I don't want to take a high momentum long right here thinking we're just going to bounce really big. If we're actually going to fall through, maybe wick a little lower and then come up really fast. And then that could lead into actually ETH BTC getting that nice pullback with a sprinkle of Bitcoin dominance getting the nice mean reversion bounce. And so for me, ETH is looking really primed. I think there's a major setup brewing, and it's just more of a matter of timing, patience, and not just front running and being having FOMO, because even here on the HBDR, we see, okay, we're losing the 50%. Next level would be that median, and that's right around that $3,600 level. So I know on Friday's stream, I believe I was talking about, the 3,800 looking like an opportunity, but we're very fluid in our analysis. And right now it's looking for me like maybe we go a little lower, maybe 3,600. Maybe then that lines up with Bitcoin coming down, testing, that daily 34 right around 91K. Bitcoin dominance moving up, inherently making ETH BTC weaker. Just like in 2017, you're going to want to long, that 366 pullback. Big breakout. It's like the scenario we're talking about here. It's based on this. Breaks out, retest, big move up. And so that's going to happen. That's kind of how I'm gauging it. So we're just going to be patiently waiting again, because what I don't want to do is long this here, give an academy long, and then my scenario does play out, and it's just a matter of patience. We'll know if ETH BTC is going to start moving, and this is not going to work if this EMA 100 keeps holding. And it's simple, we had this EMA 100, this green line, has been nice resistance on ETH BTC, and we've been steadily below it. Now we're above it and we're back testing it. Falling through that will then give us the next target around that 3.7, if not wicking just down to that 3.66. And so in summary, I think it'd be wise to just kind of wait patiently for ETH, gauge the 3,600 to 3,800 as a long opportunity, and understand that, Bitcoin going down to that 91K could still give Bitcoin dominance that bounce it needs, giving ETH a more exasperated pullback. Because what you're seeing now is lots are talking about the shift, lots are talking about the money flowing into alts. After you get big XRP pumps, people are really horny and they look at what's the next opportunity. Crypto Twitter's talking about ETH, and it would just be funny to see, an actual nice size pullback. I mean, we already have. It's already pulled back 7%, but possibly going to the area, I think, could give us, a nice 10% move down. That to me would be logical, and it sticks with the trend, most importantly, with higher lows and higher highs, higher lows and higher highs. Higher low and higher highs. So as long as we don't break this low here at 36, basically at 3,672, then to me, then that can kind of help give us, at least a bias that overall the trend's up. And so any kind of rally to this zone here is going to be looked at as a long opportunity. And so let's just gauge, I guess, the higher time frames real quick, because I do know like the 2-week here was giving actually a pretty insane setup. We have volatility expanding after going back under the 15%. We see the 2 weeks closing in 6 days. This will be really important as like an example here, because if we get the 2 week close and this 50% shifts a little up, the 2 week reclaims this diagonal, we very well could on the next 2 week open down again and just retest. And that's why there's really no such thing as FOMO in trading, because there's always going to be a setup. What I like about this 50% is that's right around that 3,600. So as long as we're above that 50%, we do have the next move at 7,000 on the 2 week. With volatility expanding here, after hitting 10.98%, one of what's not the lowest, but it's one of the lowest volatility reads on ETH so far. On, let's say, the monthly now. We see here that the 50% again is coming in right around this top of the channel. And so we'll have to kind of gauge where this monthly 50% moves, assuming, we don't already break out before the end of the month. Then we do see that median's right at $5,000. It's pretty big. And then even here now, it's at $11,000 on the 50%. Pretty kind of crazy too. We see volatility still contracting, not really doing much. When you start viewing ETH in this perspective, you're like, well, we have a multi-year channel. We see ETH BTC is coming into the zone that it, went in right before it had its alt season parabolic move in 2017. We know Bitcoin's bullish because it did hit 100K, and we know certain alts are doing insane because like XRP is up over 500%. And so, I mean, is it really the most insane to see a $5,000 to $7,000 ETH? I guess it just depends who you ask. George would say raise your targets. I'm saying it's definitely not that crazy. But then at that point, you have to really like look at $5,000, that 5,000 on this monthly median being at least a zone of interest to see a pullback. Because in breaking that, I mean, that's pretty insane. From here, I don't even want to show this number, but I will. Might as well. 190% on ETH, the second biggest crypto in the world. That's massive. That's crazy. Let's see the weekly. We gauge the 2-week, we gauge the weekly. And remember, I was getting the weekly set up. And so, it's really hard because I wanted to long this 3,800, but when I view this weekly, I'm just like, I feel like we easily could go down to that 3,600, front run the 50%, hit that EMA 5 on the weekly. It tricks everyone who is accustomed to kind of shorting this channel here, or just these highs. And so this could be like a bear trap, essentially. And we go to that 3,600. I mentioned on those time frames why that area, I believe, like on the daily, the 2-day, the 5-day, could be a zone of interest here, corresponding with our ETH BTC analysis. People start shorting before the close on the weekly, and then this leads into an insane candle. Wouldn't surprise me. And so that's kind of what I'm reading on ETH. Yeah.
How do you feel about the fact that on the day? Oh, but that's a weekly. I have it on the daily. On the daily on spot, ETH compared to ETH BTC. ETH BTC made a lower high.
Yeah. So it could be still in the midst of breaking this high. We were right. And if we start rolling over, especially losing that daily 9, that's kind of that usually is my point of like, okay, possibly a local top could be in. And that's why I do think that we could get that pullback down to here. The question will just be is like the retest of the daily median, the 21, the EMA 5. If you use that, the 50%, is all these hold, we don't end up breaking essentially, because the daily on ETH, remember, it's an alt. So viewing the daily, it's going to be choppy. You're going to have weird trend shifts. And that's why I really like gauging ETH BTC on a 5-day. So in taking all this fluff out here, this Picasso stuff, we can see here that, yeah, ETH BTC is still adhering to the downtrend. And that is something to be aware of. But, oh, wait, no, it broke it. No, it did not break it. No, my apologies. Yeah, no, it didn't break it. It almost did. And so that is a little predatory. But, as long as we are above the 5-day 9, I do think that there's still a possible chance. And remember, this is still a thesis. This isn't like tried and true. But what can at least guide our bias is the fact that Bitcoin dominance is in a downtrend. And so, it's not going to be very clean where it makes sense. We're not going to fully break this, in my opinion, higher. We're not going to have a lower high break quite yet. It makes sense to come back down, retest this channel. Because remember, once we reclaimed that daily EMA 5, we just sprung from that. We went up. It was 5, 10, 15 green days on ETH BTC, and it was holding the 9. But, we really didn't actually do a lot of business around that 3-6 level. So that's why I still have this, scenario of we're going to go back, either reject the 34 and actually break the uptrend or downtrend, forming an uptrend, or we're going to roll over here. But on the 5-day, it's going to form a higher low. And then this is going to be the higher high break. And that's what's going to give us that real, alt season move, essentially, where everyone is thinking it's going to happen now. And I'm sitting there like, well, what's more shitty for people? And that would be a harsh rejection, coming back down, consolidating slightly, letting ETH hit 4K, trap a lot of late longs, come all the way down back to 3,600. And that is when we start consolidating and getting that bigger move up. Because it would make sense, right? Like if we're going to go on, okay, there is like a bullish trend shift. And we can say that even before the higher low, the higher high, because of why? Well, Bitcoin dominance, shifted the trend. Mm-hmm. It is a downtrend. So, okay, when we know that can at least guide our bias of, well, that possibly we can have more of a chance, statistically speaking, of this going in an uptrend now. But what's, being in the game for a long time, you just know how shitty this is on charts. And so it would make a lot of sense to come up, trap shorts here because, just like the trend is your friend, we're going to keep shorting here and hoping we're going to break down and actually go and get that target down to that 2-3 level. But for me, it makes sense on the 5-day. We had this low. We're going to go up. We're going to try to shift and grind out a higher low right at this support line. And what's going to confirm this into this higher low is the expansion after the reaction of the 3-6, giving us a huge break. It's going to be trapping all the shorts here, all the liquidity, and people are going to be kind of caught off guard, I believe, just like what happened in 2017 here. We broke out. Yes, the difference is the trend was up, but that 3-6 level after breaking out, and I'm not focused on the moving averages. I'm focused just simply on one meme line, that 3-6, and we broke out pretty nicely. Went from wick low all the way up. It was 68%, pretty massive in like 10 days. And then we came all the way back down and dumped. And then this was what, we didn't break the last higher low. And then this just led to highs, an all-time high, actually. And so in summary, that's kind of the thing. That's what I see. And, I think it's going to be important to gauge this really closely in confluence with ETH, because this could be the spot, and this could be what we see, and especially with SFPs right here. Like this, in my book, is an SFP now. You would want this scenario. You don't long the breakout, you long the retest. And we're going to gauge that on a lower time frame, but understand that it is very choppy with an altcoin. And so if you're reading more the moving averages or things like that, then you want to gauge it, especially on a 5-day, especially trend too. So I like and Farns talked about this a lot, like trend, and even like my system doesn't work fully if I'm on like a 15-minute, an hourly, a 4-hour, even a daily sometimes, because it's so choppy. And that's why I like gauging alts, especially ETH BTC on like the 5-day. So watch this scenario, because we've been waiting, and I do believe this is going to occur. And it doesn't have to get the bottom at 3.6. This is a visual representation. As long as we don't break this low, it can come all the way down to the 5-day median at 3.4, get a bounce real fast, and then get back above 3.6. We just want really no 5-day closure back under 3.6. If in doing so, holding that will inherently cause ETH to be bullish. And I do think that it is really gearing up for a parabolic move up. It's all about timing. And what we don't want to do is start longing, 4K, thinking we're breaking out, because on the daily we are. But then, right, the kind of weekly and 2-week that hasn't closed yet could tell a different story. And that's why just higher time frames are key. Gauge the 3,600 on ETH. I do think that could be the spot. If you are in Elite Trading Academy, the trading signals, I'm watching ETH really closely, because I've been literally talking about this for 2 weeks now, how this is probably going to happen. We've been watching Bitcoin dominance. We got the trend shift. We're now seeing strength in ETH. Bitcoin still is looking, like it go up, but it's questionable. Like, the steam is kind of fizzling out slightly. And I just think now is the time to just be really like a shit hawk, watching closely for your next kill. And I think ETH alt as a whole could be that. And if you are in the academy, you're just going to get the spoon fed what I'm doing, kind of set up. And so that's it with ETH. I think it's wise to wait, watch that 3,800. We definitely want that to keep holding though, because if we start losing out on a daily, then it's going to be confluence to me. Okay, we lost this. I don't think we're going to just dump, but I do think we can come back down to that 3,600, which lines in nicely on the 2-day median coming down, matching the 21. And so just gauge the EMA 21. You would have already been doing that without the HBDR, because it's simply where this bottom was caught. So this tells us that this is massive support. And so any dump into this, you need to gauge that as so. And just more use this meme, diagonal as like the representation of the breakout, but we easily can fall below it because it's an altcoin, and that's just something we need to know before, actually going up. The utopian, world will be we just kind of base here. But things aren't very clean in crypto. And so in that, what's helped me, instead of gauging more price numbers and 3,600 or 3,800, where do I do this? What always helps me with ETH is just gauging ETH BTC. Once we get to my buy zone, I actually just start buying, and then I wait, because I just know the reactions here are generally good. If we lose this 3.6 level and ETH starts losing the diagonal and also losing that daily 21 here, then we have to really question and wonder if the top, if this is just a massive bearish deviation, and we're going to actually just get that rally to rejection. But until then, I'm going to be on the camp that this is going to hold. We're seeing a shift in real time. And why I can confidently say that is just because of where Bitcoin dominance is. So that's all I have, boys.
God damn. Farhan keeps getting shorter and shorter. Thank you.
It's my curse. 5-2.
I'll get to it, and then we'll do Rivian. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Vale. Tenemos Ethereum, damas y caballeros, por acá. La pregunta del siglo, ¿no? Es, hemos platicado la dinámica de Bitcoin con Ethereum, y sobre todo en los ciclos, que normalmente primero corre Bitcoin y después tienes tu ciclo de las alts, que es normalmente cuando Ethereum corre después de que Bitcoin se cansa, genera un tope, las altcoins se van al cielo y después vuelve a retomar Bitcoin camino después de consolidar por meses y vuelve a subir junto con la dominancia de Bitcoin. Por ahora, lo que estamos viendo y lo que estamos notando es básicamente eso. Habíamos visto la dominancia de Bitcoin caer, hemos visto a Bitcoin consolidar de lado, más o menos, porque ha estado nada más subiendo, y hemos visto a Ethereum llegar a los $4,000. La pregunta del siglo es entonces, ¿es oficialmente alt season, sí o no, cabrón? Y ya puedo poner todo mi dinero en esto y nunca voy a perder nada. Diría que tranquilízate, apriétate los pantalones y prepárate para escuchar esto y vamos a ver, analizarlo. Además de que está haciendo todo esto de la manera más predatorio el buen Ethereum. Vamos a empezar como siempre rápidamente en temporalidades altas, ajustar la tabla. Podemos ver que tenemos esta línea meme que va bajando y este breakout, que es lo que todo el mundo está viendo. Todo el mundo ya, una vez que vieron este breakout, están diciendo oficialmente esto va para arriba. Estás en una tendencia alcista definitivamente desde octubre del 2023, del cero de jamás hasta acá, que hemos estado trepados en todo esto alcistamente desde entonces. Ahora, ¿qué tan importante es esto? Simplemente para notar que sigues en tendencia alcista y lo que sigue es buscar este alto, barrer este máximo en 4,832. En comparación de Bitcoin, Bitcoin sí lo barrió, Bitcoin tiene máximos históricos, Solana tiene máximos históricos, me parece que varias alts tienen, pero Ethereum todavía no. Ahora, si cierra tal cual en 22 días y 8 horas, esta vela trimestral, este sería el cierre más fuerte de Ethereum en toda su historia. Lo pueden ver acá, aquí está la vela, no hay ninguna otra que haya cerrado arriba de 3,683. Vamos a ver rápidamente en la mensual, en la trimestral, perdón, rápidamente la volatilidad está comenzando a expandir también del punto más bajo, que fue 33,90 y tantos %, le gusta llegar a extremos, y lo están viendo apenas justamente en esta vela. Así que esta vela es verde, lo que nos diría que probablemente vayamos a ver más verde el próximo, en lo que es los próximos 12 meses a 18 meses. Vale. En la de un mes. En la de un mes tenemos este gran cierre acá, no es el cierre más alto que hemos visto, pero es uno de los buenos cierres, sobre todo en esta consolidación de precio en 3,693. En este momento estamos cotizando en 3,840 y tenemos una buena resistencia, una línea meme de resistencia en los 3,957 que ha respetado absolutamente brutalmente el precio. Podemos ver también que estamos por encima del promedio de la 9, del 21 y del 34, lo que es bueno, no nos dice absolutamente nada de la volatilidad. Nos vamos a enfocar más en el precio y lo que está pasando acá. Ahora, tienes el breakout, bajos más altos, tienes esto, que todavía no ha hecho un alto más alto. Esta es la cosa más gata del planeta, literalmente, creo que tocó el mismo número hasta los centavos, o un poco, o centavos menos. Entonces, lo que te da aquí, mucha gente no sabrá, pero lo que te da aquí es una probabilidad de doble techo, ¿no? Que habrá gente que lo esté viendo. Cuando tienes un doble techo en el pecho, cuando, perdón, cuando tienes un doble techo, normalmente es un patrón de reversión. Entonces, si tienes un doble techo, patrón de reversiones a la baja, tienes un doble piso, patrón de reversiones a la alza. Esto no es confirmado para nada. Esto tendría que oficialmente rechazar y caer y romper toda la estructura pasada. Lo que sí es que estás arriba de la línea meme. Lo puedes ver. Comienza esto. Faltan 22 días y 8 horas para cerrar esto, para darnos confirmación. Bueno, la primera de varias confirmaciones de que esto va a dar continuación a la alza. Es solamente importante tener eso en mente. Les había dicho, la volatilidad no nos dice nada, se está simplemente yendo de lado por debajo del promedio, así que todavía no hay un setup en la tabla mensual de Ethereum. Vamos a la de 2 semanas y en la de 2 semanas se ve igual de clara la fotografía. Pueden ver que es el mismo precio acá en este doble techo en el pecho y estamos por encima de esto. Esta vela va a cerrar en 6 días, 8 horas. Recuerda, mientras más te vas acercando a la temporalidad diaria o más corto plazo, es más presente, si lo quieres ver así, en vez de a tanto futuro. Aunque 2 semanas son literalmente meses, pueden pasar 3 meses para reflejarse. Tenemos un setup en el de 2 semanas. Habíamos tenido la volatilidad romper justamente en esta zona a la alza. Después se dio la vuelta a la baja, pero tuvo continuación en la última vela. Vamos a ver qué hay en la última vela. Puedes ver que de acá el precio ha subido, pero la volatilidad en realidad se ha mantenido, no, se ha subido considerablemente, estás hablando del 15% al 29% con un movimiento alcista. La volatilidad en 2 semanas está apoyando este movimiento a la alza. Importante ver esta línea, muy importante poder mantener esta línea meme por acá para todos nosotros que seguimos eso. Ahora, aquí pueden ver volatilidad expandiendo justamente acá, y esta volatilidad expandiendo nos llevó a literalmente lo que estamos viendo arriba, este gran subidongo, ¿no? Voy a eliminar esta, que es la línea viejita, plum. Ok, entonces en la semanal también tienes la volatilidad validando esto, está solamente en 66%, pero en la semanal, y esto es algo que me gusta, tuviste el cierre más alto que ha tenido Ethereum localmente acá en la semanal, que fue en $4,000, y de ahí tuviste un rechazo. ¿Qué es lo que estás buscando y qué es lo que quieres? Que esto no sea un SFP, porque si esta vela llega a caer acá, hace esto y luego cae, toda esta zona fue un SFP y esto podría ser el precio yéndose a la baja. ¿Creemos que tiene más probabilidades eso de pasar que no? No. Creemos que tiene más probabilidad de continuación, pero todavía no las suficientes para decir, ok, nos vamos al cielo todos juntos, de acá para allá. Ya habíamos analizado la volatilidad en esto y nos vamos a acercar rápido a la diaria. La razón por la que quiero llegar rápido a la diaria es para que vean justamente lo que estamos platicando. Volatilidad está en contracción, está yéndose a resetear, cayó del promedio justo acá, lo que nos da una idea de que tiene más chance a corregir por más, porque todavía mínimo al 35%, 42%, volatilidad está en 55%, el promedio está en 69%, nice. Y lo vemos acá. Acá es más fácil verlo. Puedes ver que tienes esta área. Lo que no quieres es justamente esto. Esto es un SFP claro y precioso acá. Y ahora tienes el promedio de la 9 justamente en los 3,829. Lo pueden ver acá. Si perdemos nuestro promedio de la 9 en la diaria, vamos probablemente y estaremos poniendo atención a visitar esta zona en los 3,600, que es justamente donde viene el promedio de la 21. No sería nada extraño, tocamos el promedio de la 21 justo acá en noviembre. Entonces, si venimos con Ethereum a hacer esto, tocamos por esta zona en los 3,600 y después damos continuación, eso es más o menos lo que se nos está, lo que tenemos nosotros en mente, que es lo que tiene más probabilidades de ocurrir. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando vemos el par de ETH Bitcoin, podemos ver exactamente cómo, uno, acá no hiciste, allá tienes un doble techo, acá no, acá literalmente hiciste un alto más bajo ya. Todavía no es confirmado. Obviamente puede literalmente apoyarse en esto y romper ese alto y entonces olvídalo, que es justo lo que creemos que va a pasar, pero no tan en corto. Tienes que tener atención y tienes que poner mucha atención a justamente donde tienes tu promedio del 21 en este par, en el de Ethereum Bitcoin. Si llegas a perder el promedio de los 9, eso quiere decir que vas a bajar esta zona donde está el cruce plateado a retestearlo. Y si eso es lo que tienes, muy probablemente el precio de Ethereum vaya a acompañar la teoría, que se va a ir a los 3,600, tal vez 3,500 altos y de ahí dar continuación. Pero por ahora es cosa de ver simplemente esto y medir este stop loss. Lo que definitivamente no quieres perder son estos bajos en 0.036. Esos no los quieres barrer a la baja. Si los barres a la baja vas a tener una probabilidad bastante alta de llevarte al punto 0.3189 y si barres estos, se acabó. Mínimo por ahorita el empujón de Ethereum. Así que manteniendo por acá los ojos bien abiertos, la diaria te está pintando perfecta la fotografía. Tienes el promedio de los 100 justamente apoyando el precio, lo ven acá. Es esta línea roja que viene y justamente se mete en la diagonal donde está el precio. En la horizontal que está el precio. Si lo ven ahí, estamos arriba de los 100, arriba del 9. El promedio del 100 ya nos rechazó una vez acá. Si el promedio del 100 nos rechaza una vez más, tal vez podamos venir a esta zona y rebotar, creando altos más bajos y un nuevo alto, y vayamos mínimo a buscar el promedio de los 200, el S&P 200 acá. Así que atentos por acá. Yo creo que la manera más fácil de ver Ethereum es a través de este par, en vez de ver el precio de Ethereum, que es justo lo que dijo Alex. Entonces, si están checándolo, aseguren de mantener un ojito por acá, que podamos mantener el promedio de las 100. podamos romper este máximo. Y una vez roto este máximo, casi le estás dando un front run al que sigue. Y con eso dicho y hecho, damas y caballeros, el estrecho, no sé, ya no sé qué iba a rimar más con eso. Pero bueno, el estrecho me lo he hecho. Wow, no tiene nada de sentido. Qué mala rima. Perfecto. Es lo que pasa cuando estoy aquí por horas, ¿ok? Vale, eso es Ethereum. Vamos a ir rápidamente a Rivian, que está teniendo un mega día. La gente está en FOMO total. Me gusta. Vamos a analizarlo en este momento con el buen Farhan. Déjenme simplemente pongo esto. Y, señor, we're ready for some Rivian action in our life.
All right, let's pull up Rivian.
Quite the pumperoo.
Oh, nice green dildo.
What I'd say is I think it's worth it checking out what he did on literally 12 months ago in November, December, and then January. Because if you look at that, you'll find a very familiar pattern right now. And by the way, Rivi is just like a copy paste of the fucking chart. I'm not like when people go like, how do you know where it's going? It's not that I'm a genius or I have an edge over everyone. It's literally copy pasting itself.
Yeah, it's doing the same exact move, getting a little bit of a bump, reclaiming that 9 EMA, then psych, massive nuke.
So just something to keep an eye on.
And
I'll allow you to do you.
We are getting to pretty extreme areas on the HPDR. We're currently rejecting the 88.3%. So it does make a lot of sense to put in the next lower high here before we massively nuke again towards the bottom of the 38.2. That brings us down to about like $5.40 or to $6. Huh. While momentum is getting to very extreme areas, volatility also, it's all lining up. Just like how it happened over here, volatility and momentum got to very extremes. Then momentum started pulling back, volatility pulled back, then volatility expanded towards the downside. And we got massive moves to the downside. We moved down.
I've never seen anything just do itself over and over again like this one. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a drop of 59% after that. Two-week is currently rejecting that top 50%. Right, pulling back a little bit. Momentum is pointed up, but it's not quite in bullish control yet. On this next open, it should probably shift into bullish control, while volatility is flipped up to support the momentum. And the jewel is starting to curve back around within the bearish control zone. If it does close over the 38.2, the volatility setup, that should take us somewhere around like the 61.8 to the 78.6. And that would be around $16.30 to maybe $18.24. So it would be very interesting if it swipes this low, closes as like a rejection, and then that gives us the fuel to break these lows down here. Weekly is currently over the 78.6 and the 55 EMA. And its momentum is in bullish control and volatility is pointed up. And the jewel is now getting out of the bearish control. If it does close over the 78.6 and the 55, that should take us up towards the 100, which is just below the 100% HPTR range. The 100 EMA it's around like $19 and very nice 69 cents. 5 days currently rejecting the 55 EMA and the 88.3% HPTR range. While momentum is not quite maxed out yet, but getting there. It's at 83 and volatility is at 83. So you could get one more swipe up, I guess, before momentum and volatility are tapped out. But it's possible you're already getting it, especially if we lose this 55 EMA. That would probably likely make it so that this is going to be our lower high. 2 days currently tapping that 95% and rejecting it, which is a very logical place for rejection, considering you only have a 5% chance of continuing from there. Well, momentum and volatility are getting to very extreme levels at 95%. So on the 2 day, it's kind of already topped out. Makes sense because we were at the 95% range. Daily is currently also rejecting the 88.3. While momentum and volatility are also in the high 80s. So it's not saying that you can't continue from here, just not very likely. And if there is a slight bit of continuation, that's probably going to be the top. Four-hour has a silver cross. Interesting. It's currently 4 hours above every single one of our major moving averages, and it's still over above 95%. We didn't quite tap the 97, but if it closes below the 95%, that would be basically a confirmation that the local top is in, and it probably comes back down from there, maybe all the way down to retest this 5 EMA or the 9, somewhere between like $13.30. Maybe it moves up to about $13.50, but that would be if it closes below this 95. If it closes above the 95, then probabilities are it would retest this 95 and then use that as a spring ticket to the 97.5 at $15.19. If you look at momentum and volatility, though, it doesn't look like it's very likely for us to get continuation from here because we're at 95%, so it's basically already topped out. What's more likely is that it pulls back and closes below the 95. And Jule's starting to curve up, but it's curving up from pretty high areas. We have to see if it can enter into the bullish control and bullish critical. And if it doesn't get into the critical zone, then that makes it more likely that we do continue from that 97 over $15.19. Ding! Monthly currently has 3 drives of regular bullish divergence. Interesting. And the volatility is at pretty low levels, so it wouldn't make it pretty likely to tap that bullish control zone. And the bullish control zone sits at $29.04. That's like a 100% move from here.
Yep.
The way to invalidate that though would be to make a local top. To make a local top, you gotta close below $9.50, which is not really that helpful. Weekly RSI is about to tap the bullish control zone. It's coming from and it has volatility support as well. That would be about $15.95. Not too far away from now. Same thing with the 5-day. That'd be $17.34. 2-day has confirmed bullish divergence. It's now entering into the bullish control zone. So the next target, especially with volatility expansion, should be the critical zone. And that's going to be sitting at $20.05. And the Joe's giving a pretty nice signal, but it's getting out of the bearish control and now it's freshly entering the bullish control. We'd have to close over basically this 200 SMA at $15.30, I think, to activate the leg higher. Monthly momentum is rejecting the critical zone, and it's currently flipping up, and it's going to be up as long as price is above $14.16, while volatility is still contracting. And we're seeing the lowest levels of volatility on Rivian that it's ever seen. Very interesting. And if it starts expanding, gets above the moving average, momentum is still pointed up, that should give us a very strong move to the upside. The last time that we had volatility expansion, when momentum was pointed up, it's like from here, and that was only up for like a little second before it flipped back down. And still, that was a 127% move. Maybe those RSI targets around $20 will hit. But that's only if this volatility starts expanding while momentum is still pointed up. 2-week contracting volatility also Well, it's also rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as price is above $11.79. 5 days also rejecting the critical zone. Momentum is volatility is starting to lift up a little bit, but it's still below the moving average. And the momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $9.74. We're like 50% over that by now, right now,
Yeah.
a little bit more than 50%. So very likely this does stay to the upside. And in the next open, we should be entering into bullish control. Last time we entered into the bullish control on the momentum was when we went up to tap this 55, deviated it, and made another lower high. So we're doing the same thing right now. We're at the 55. We'd have to find out. Two days given the Hamas setup. Well, volatility is at 71.8%. Moving average is at 48%. So we can still continue going a good amount before it's topped out. And we're about to enter into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $11.90. And as long as we're closing, I would say maybe 2 or 3 more open closes above this 55 EMA at $12.15 roughly. The 21 is going to cross over the 55, and then we'd have a fresh silver cross to the upside as well.
Which makes sense. We have it on the daily.
Yeah, the daily just got it. And now momentum is volatility is expanding. Momentum is going to be up as long as we're above $13.40, and we're going to enter into the critical zone. That should provide us for a nice move to the upside. Maybe to even the gaps are it's not really much of a gap. Probably towards this breakdown point. As long as volatility keeps expanding with momentum points to the upside, probably about like $16 roughly, to low to mid $16. From there, bulls would absolutely want to hold it though, or else the next macro lower high is in play before we roll back over again. 4 hours fully reset after this move to the upside. Basically fully reset, came all the way down to like 15%. Now we're expanding again. We're at 98% on the volatility, but the moving average is only at 41%. So it's possible the local top could be in, but not basically confirmed as long as the moving average is still so far below the volatility. And momentum is currently just at the edge of the critical zone. And it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $14.18. Even all the way down to the 2 hours pointed up with volatility support above $14.31. So if you go, you can't really use the quarterly because there's not enough data. If you go all the way down to the highest time frame available, which is the monthly, it's pointed up. Basically, every single time frame lines up with being pointed momentum to the upside right now. It is possible that you could still put in a lower high as long as volatility is still contracting on the monthly and 2 week. And but if volatility does flip up, then it makes it significantly more likely that we'd hit our higher targets, and then bulls would shift back into macro control, and bears would be out of control. But right now, on the higher time frames, bears are still in control despite the momentum being pointed up, because the volatility is not supporting it yet. But if you shift down to the lower time frames, while momentum is up, it is being supported by volatility. So that makes it gives bulls a little bit more of a chance to flip it in the macro sense back into their favor. But as of right now, they still haven't done it yet. And if you switch all the way down, like to the degenerate time frame with the 4 hour, even that is currently pointed up with volatility supporting it. So it seems like we might continue to see this rally go on for a little bit before potentially the bears take back over, if they do at all.
Nice. All right, well, let's see what Rivian can do, motherfucker. Let's see it. We got next Fetch, Fetch.
Fetch.ai.
Yeah. No idea what the fuck that is, but that's what they're demanding. That's what we're going to give them.
It's an AI shit.
I'm going to give it to them hard. All right, here we go. Thank you, sir. Vale, pues, aquí tienen Rivian y este es un precio que me fascina. Saben perfectamente lo alcista que soy en Rivian a largo plazo. Saben que esta es una de mis jugadas favoritas y quiero que sepan que mi intención en Rivian es muy diferente a solamente hacer trading. Este es algo que tengo una posición en mi, que sigo acumulando en mi IRA. Entonces, eso no lo toco, eso está tal cual. A largo plazo me da igual a cuánto esté comprando esto, que es como cada semana compra lo que sea, ni siquiera lo checo. Nunca veo esa puta cuenta porque no quiero volverme loco. Y en trading es otra cosa, pero personalmente, además de mi IRA, en mi portafolio personal, yo voy a llevarme Rivian porque pienso que le va a ir demasiado bien a largo plazo. Por lo que a mí no me interesan tanto los movimientos chiquitos o grandes de esta cosa, solamente lo quiero aclarar para que entiendan de dónde vengo o mi bias, ¿ok? Por ahora, algo importante que ver con Rivian es simplemente lo que ha hecho a través de todo este tiempo. Es algo que le estaba diciendo a Alex y a Farhan también. Quiero que vean, estamos en diciembre del 2023, de 24. Wow, felicidades, Alejandro. Quiero que vayamos a octubre, noviembre del 2023, octubre a noviembre. Voy a ponerles, esto empezó en el 18 de octubre y esto salió de acá a finales de noviembre. Esto empezó en octubre y esto acabó a finales de noviembre. Esto es idéntico, perdón, la última parte. ¡Ah! Esto es idéntico a esto. ¿Qué pasó después? ¿Esto cuándo fue? Esto fue al final, mediados de diciembre hasta enero, ¿ok? Esto, mediados de diciembre hasta enero. Ahora, quiero que vean esto. Si medimos del bajón a la parte de arriba que se dio literalmente en las mismas fechas hace un año, tuvimos una subida de casi 62% del fondo. De ahí procedió acá Rivian a dar un bajón hasta marzo o abril, exactamente, marzo-abril, de 66% de donde estaba, ¿ok? Básicamente estamos en el mismo timeline. Ahora, diciembre y enero están por acá. Si damos más o menos el mismo tipo de movimiento, 66% a la alza, nos llevaría más o menos a la zona de los 16.59. Si la historia se llega a repetir en Rivian y de ahí en los 16.59, un movimiento de 60% a la baja, de 66 que fue lo que hizo, nos llevaría a 5.59, que también coincide con objetivos en el HPDR. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que esto vaya a pasar, estoy diciendo esto es lo que yo estoy jugando. ¿Ok? Ahora, ¿cuántas veces se puede repetir la historia? No sé, pero lo ha hecho todas estas veces en el pasado. Si no me creen, esto es enero. Esto es enero. Básicamente esta no se ve tanto igual. Estás aquí arriba y vienes hasta abajo. No se lee igual como en esta. Eso es algo que quiero que tengan en mente nada más. Ahora, sí, tienes este breakout, por supuesto que funciona, pero si nos volvemos más mamones, solamente para ver cómo quedaría, apenas en verdad lo estamos teniendo en la diaria acá. ¿No? Me gusta adelantarme a las cosas y por eso pongo mis líneas como las pongo, porque esto también sería así, si no, vamos a mantenernos originales entonces a esto, a lo que estamos haciendo, a los breakouts nada más. Vale, con eso en mente, vamos a temporalidades altas. La trimestral es un poco innecesaria en Rivian, pero también la vamos a analizar rápidamente. Pueden ver que venimos de una abierta y un precio que llegó casi a los $180. Estamos cotizando en 14, básicamente más de 10x para abajo y es la manera más sencilla de ponerlo. ¿Dónde están nuestros promedios? Nuestro promedio del 9 está en el 21.69, lo que probablemente nos dé algo de confluencia. Nunca hemos estado por encima del promedio de 9 en la trimestral en Rivian y está justamente en esta línea meme que si llegamos a tocarla y rechazar, sería un alto más bajo que el pasado en 28 o hasta en 24. Así que tengamos esto y guardémonoslo en la cabeza. Con eso dicho y hecho, vamos a ver si la volatilidad nos enseña algo. No hay absolutamente nada poblando este gráfico de volatilidad. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual nos dice absolutamente nada. Volatilidad está contrayendo y está llegando al nivel más bajo, probablemente preparando una expansión de volatilidad la más potente que hemos visto en la historia de Rivian, pero por ahora está bajo. Eso no nos dice nada entonces con el precio, si vamos a ser alcistas o no. Lo que sí es que justo como acá, esto es lo que queremos evitar, básicamente. Literalmente esto es lo que buscamos evitar. El promedio del 9, que es esta línea azul, viene y pueden ver que esto tuvo este cierre aquí arriba y estás hablando de un gráfico mensual, lo que dice que también en la semanal y diaria tuviste varios gráficos, varios cierres acá. Y luego, instantáneamente al mes siguiente, la perdiste, retesteaste, la perdiste, la retesteaste, la perdiste y hasta apenas la estás volviendo a tomar. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 13.27 y ahora nuestro 21 está en 18.62. Nada nos dice, porque normalmente cuando estás en este tipo de escenarios, el 21 es algo que se retestea. Entonces, muy probablemente el movimiento de Rivian tenga chance a irse a retestear este 21, crear un alto más bajo y dar continuación. Ahora, rompe ese 21, la cosa se empieza a poner interesante, porque tu siguiente promedio, que es el 34, está en los 26. Ok, espérenme. Voy a borrar esto. Ahora, en la mensual, como les dije, no tenemos un setup de volatilidad, simplemente está contrayéndose al punto más bajo, que es interesante porque con la expansión del precio, y esto es algo que debemos de tomar en cuenta, no está expandiendo ni se está moviendo a ningún lado. Punto anotado en la cabeza. Listo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas, justamente nuestro promedio del 34 está a punto de tocar esta línea meme en los 15.40. Nuestra línea meme está en los 15.09. ¿Ok? Ahora, ¿qué podemos estar viendo en este momento? Podría ser el rechazo del 34 tal cual como esto. Podremos tomar el 34 e ir a darnos una visita al 55, que también tiene justamente el 20 adelante de él, ese número. Eso igual bastante bien, pero formarías un alto más bajo que el pasado en 24 y eso te llevaría para abajo. Ahora vamos a ver, porque igual aquí hay un setup de volatilidad con la volatilidad expandiendo junto con el precio, ¿no? Pero cuando volteamos a ver por acá, podemos ver que no. La volatilidad en la de 2 semanas también está reseteándose, no está al nivel más bajo todavía, el nivel más bajo son los 33% y está en 38. Voy a poner una línea horizontal como referencia nada más. Vámonos a la semanal. En la semanal estamos viendo, ya tuvimos el breakout y acá estás viendo que por fin la volatilidad está por encima del promedio. Ahora, este no es un setup de volatilidad muy fuerte. Estás viendo la volatilidad apenas expandir justamente acá y estás viendo esta vela básicamente, pero esta es una vela semanal, igual y cierra en negativo. Todavía no tienes nada que te ha dicho la volatilidad en la semanal de que esto va para arriba o para abajo. Interesante, si volteamos a ver simplemente el precio, que también nuestro promedio del 100, que nunca ha sido testeado, lo pueden ver, apenas empieza acá en la semanal, nunca, está en los 19.69, nice. Eso nos daría un alto más alto que este, pero un alto más bajo que este si es que somos rechazados. Y de nuevo, la zona de los 20.19 va a ser una zona muy importante para el precio de Rivian. Claramente queremos irnos a dar una vuelta por ahí, mínimo en este movimiento. Y como les había dicho, la volatilidad no nos está diciendo que esto es un movimiento que comenzó una vez que la volatilidad comenzó a expandir. ¿Ok? Eso es importante anotar. Vámonos a la tabla de 3 días. En la tabla de 3 días, interesante, porque aquí nos está dando justamente el setup. Vamos a verlo más de cerca. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo arriba el 15% justo acá. Vamos a poner una línea para poder ver dónde fue eso. Y es justamente volatilidad expandiendo a la alza en temporalidad de 3 días, lo que nos dice que el movimiento a corto plazo tiene fuerza. Y además, ¿qué estamos viendo? El promedio de los 200 justamente en el 18.52. Interesante. Hemos, en la de 3 días, hemos hecho SFPs al promedio de la 100. Estamos justamente ahorita peleándonos con el promedio de la 100. Lo están viendo ahí en rojo. Y muy probablemente tenemos cierres por encima de esto. Vamos a darnos una vuelta al del 200, que de nuevo tiene toda la confluencia de lo que hemos visto en el pasado acá. Y además la expansión de volatilidad nos dice todavía tiene mucho más camino para correr, apenas está en 51%, lo que esto podría llevarnos tranquilo hasta esta zona de precio. 2 días, pueden ver que la volatilidad comenzó a expandir por justamente acá. Voy a mover esta línea a donde arriba el 15%. Ahí está arriba el 15%, es esta vela. Y lo que nos dice que en la diaria, en la de 2 días, Esto tiene bastante fuerza. ¿Por qué había puesto esto acá? Por alguna razón tenía una resistencia en el 73%. Da igual. Volatilidad está expandiendo. Podemos ver lo que está en el 72%. Y una, dos. Estas dos se las comió enteras, pero ahora va a ir a buscar probablemente el 93%. ¿Le gusta estar en extremos? También le gusta estar en extremos, así que podríamos ver hasta el 98% en este movimiento. Este movimiento tiene fuerza todavía. Y en la de 2 días tenemos el promedio de las 200, el S&P 200 en el 15.38. Otra nota que tener en mente. Y vamos rápido a la diaria. En la diaria pueden ver, volatilidad comenzó a expandir arriba del 15% justamente en esta zona. Espérate, dirías esta, pero con fuerza lo hizo ahí. ¿Y qué vimos ahí? El madrazo para arriba, después se dio el chop, pero después de ahí continuó. Pero este movimiento ya está en 89%. Lo que mientras más nos estamos acercando a la tabla del día de hoy, básicamente al presente, nos está diciendo que este movimiento con fuerza y la fuerza del movimiento, lo que lo empuja, está llegando al punto final de ese movimiento antes de resetear y tal vez consolidar por un rato y luego dar, ¿cómo se llama? Todavía más continuación hacia la alza. Pero por ahora tenemos que poner atención a lo que estamos viendo enfrente de nosotros. Déjenme rápido ver la de 4 horas. Se veía algo en la de 4 horas. En la de 4 horas pueden ver también, volatilidad está en 84.13%, ha topado por un rato en el 95% hasta el 98%. Así que, ¿qué tanto movimiento le queda a Rivian para subir acá? Eso es lo que no sabemos. Vamos a ver la de 2 horas. En la de 2 horas ya tienes el cierre arriba, el apoyo sobre esta línea meme, bastante importante, pero tu volatilidad está llegando a extremos. Estás en 94% y continúa. Lo que, si volteamos a ver a Rivian y vamos a limpiar todo el ruido de este gráfico, déjeme rápido, quito todos mis dibujitos horrendos, voy a quitar todos nuestros promedios. Si ponemos atención a Rivian es sencillo. Queremos definitivamente los alcistas tener cierres encima del 15.9. Esta es una zona muy importante para el precio. Una vez que estás arriba, tienes movimientos violentos a la alza, lo pueden ver, y cuando estás abajo son violentos a la baja. Este es un rango de, lo ven, que le gusta después de acá dar el movimiento potentemente a la alza. Así que lo primero que queremos hacer, si somos alcistas, es tener cierres acá, consolidar por acá, dejar que la volatilidad se resetee y dar continuación, pero viendo temporalidades más altas todavía no nos está diciendo que se vaya a hacer el caso. Entonces, una por una, primero los 15, después vas a querer barrer los 18.83 y después, muy importante, este alto acá, en los 24. Porque lo que tiene cara es que quiere llegar a la zona de entre 21 hasta los 18. El precio, pensar que vas a ir a cerrar este gap, aquí hacerte algo así y bolas, güey. No cerrarlo y volverse a dar la vuelta para abajo. Eso es lo que tiene cara de Rivian. ¿Por qué no estoy haciendo un long en Rivian, bla, bla? No me interesa este movimiento. Este es un movimiento chico para mí. Para lo que yo estoy buscando con Rivian es literalmente varias X en mi dinero y es otra cosa, no este trade. Pero aquí simplemente tu confirmación está arriba del 15, quieres tener 2, 3 cierres diarios por encima del 15.09 antes de ir a barrer los 18.85. Y de ahí a probablemente los 20. Ahí sería cosa de empezar a ver qué está diciéndonos la volatilidad y momentum y a ver a dónde nos lleva. Pero por ahora Rivian se ve alcista a corto plazo, mediano plazo no tanto y a largo plazo no tiene cara de por ahora. Pero recuerden, todo esto puede cambiar simplemente con un putazo de algo y vámonos. De nuevo, mi bias sobre esto es que va a ser alcista a largo plazo. La razón por qué es sencilla, porque están subsidiando a todas las empresas como las chinas y solamente Rivian fuera de Tesla puede hacer esto. Solamente para que lo tengan bien en la cabeza, brother. Ok, eso fue Rivian. Vamos a Flash.ai, o ¿cómo se llamaba esa mamada? Sticker AI o
Fetch.
what? Fetch. How Fetch?
Go fetch.
Go fetch yourself.
Go fetch. Go fetch me some shit coins.
Vamos a ver. Fetch.ai. Fetch.ai.
Switch the screen. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad, actually. It's around for since the previous cycle, and it does make higher lows, higher highs. Is on an uptrend on the monthly. Pretty good. Switch to the quarterly. It's not too much data, but it's enough. As of right now, this current quarterly candle has a perfect back test of the median, and now it's using the median as a spring. Assuming we close over this candle's high, which is $1.74, 1.741, we have probabilities of going up towards the top 38.2%, and that's a significant move from where we are right now. That's at $6.03. That's more than a 3x from here. It's like 200 something percent to the upside. Right now, momentum is resetting. It went to tap basically 100% on that move from January of this year, and now it's back below bullish control, but the moving average is still pointing to the upside. So you can't really consider it as like momentum pointing down, even though it's below the moving average, because the moving average still has a positive curvature, while volatility is contracting. Volatility is getting down to 25% after going all the way up to 100%. So volatility does start expanding while the moving average on momentum is still pointed up, and we're holding the median. Probabilities are we go to that $6 area. Monthly right now is rejecting the bearish control and starting to flip up on momentum. We're brushing right up against the moving average. Once we get over that moving average, then we can consider that monthly momentum back to the upside, whereas volatility is still pointed up. So assuming we keep holding this bottom 38.2 like we're bouncing off of right now, probabilities are that we go towards this median, which right now is at $3.45. And if you get any type of close of this median, you get that same $6 target as you got from the quarterly. And the jewel is starting to flip back around on the monthly as well and getting into bearish control. 2 week is currently rejecting the top of the 38.2 and just making a massive shooting star candle. Very ugly candle right here. We still got 6 days and 7 hours to go, so anything can really happen. But if we do close like this, if the first target is going to be a very, very high probability target, is going to be this median at very low $1. And if that which also lines up with the 55 EMA. And if that gets lost, then almost certainly it's coming down to the bottom 38.2% at a minimum, which is currently 67 cents. That would be a very, very bad Nagasaki setup. It's less probabilities right now as of now, though, because the momentum still is pointed up and it's about to enter into bullish control. And now it has volatility support. And the jewel is breaking out of bearish control, and it's flipped up with the cyan. Weekly now, momentum is now entering into bullish control with volatility support. And the jewel is nicely flipping back around while the pink is crossing over the yellow. And the jewel is about to enter into bullish control. And we've closed over the top 38.2%. We're basing off of the 50% right now. As long as we're above this 50%, probabilities are that we will go up towards the 78.6, which is a retest of these current highs, somewhere around $3.12. 5 day I was also above the 38.2%, but momentum is starting to shift sideways on the 5 day with volatility pointed down. So that's implies a corrective move. And also this candle is looking pretty ugly with 1 day and 7 hours left to go. If it closes like this, we probably come back down to at the very least retest this low on at the 5 EMA as well at $1.75. What's more likely is that it breaks and comes back down to retest this 9 EMA and this 38.2% off of that silver cross that we just got. That would be around $1.57. This would be a high probability area to use as a spring. 2 days kind of breaking down now, where we're rejecting the 78.6 and we're getting followed to the downside, and we're currently losing the 5 EMA. Close like this, we probably come back down to tap this 21 and this 38.2, somewhere around $1.63, $1.62. Same thing with the daily, with the breakdown after rejecting this top 38.2%. Right now, we're even below the median. We're about to tap this bottom 38.2 at $1.80. While momentum is breaking down, it's about very close, maybe 1 or 2 more opens to re-enter this bearish control. And volatility is pointed heavily down too, saying that this is very likely a corrective move, which probably makes a higher low. Four hours now getting to pretty kind of extreme areas on the HPDR to the downside. We tapped the 88.3%. We're currently bouncing off of it. If we close over this candle's high, this is about $1.86. That will make it, we're basically just about to tap it right now. Oh, my bad. $1.90. If we close over that, that gives us very likely high probabilities that the local bottom is in, and we should at least come back up to retest this median and this breakdown zone right here, somewhere around $2.04. If we get a close over that, then we're probably going to new all-time highs. Do we have anything? No. 2-week has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low right here, where the RSI made a significantly lower low. And now the divergence is playing out, volatility is starting to expand. We should be targeting at least the bullish control zone, but since we're coming from such low levels of volatility, what's more likely is the critical zone. And right now, the bullish control zone is at $3.34, which is very close to our $3.10 or $3.15 HPDR target, and the critical zone is at $8, which is even higher than that $6 number we got. This lower. This closes at 125, 123. No divergence. Four-hour just put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, which gives more confluence to the idea that in the short term it probably gets a pullback at first, makes a higher low, and then it continues to the downside. We've already tapped the critical zone pretty well from one move to going down to the critical zone, which is at $1.85. So if we close over $1.85, then we'll successfully get out of the critical zone and get back towards the bearish control zone. But that's the fine line that we're trying to walk right now.
It's unbelievable because it's literally the price is right there at the decision time.
Yep. Either it bounces back or continues to roll over, get a deeper pullback. Monthly is going to be flipping up on momentum, and we're going to be rejecting bearish control as long as price is above $1.42. So if you look at the high time frame, it's still looking good. Quarterly momentum is pointed up as long as price is above 66 cents. Good amount above that. 2-week is rejecting the critical zone, very close to getting volatility expansion, and we're going to be pointed up as long as price is above $1.14.
Bless you. Haktua.
Spit on their life savings.
Spit.
Weekly is still weekly is now starting to expand in volatility. It's crossed over the moving average. The momentum is rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and it's about to push into the critical zone. It's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $1.77. This is basically the exact same setup that we got back in October of 2023. As you say, the Hamas setup, very similar. Right. The only thing differing it is that we don't have 0% volatility. So instead of that, let's call this one the Syria setup.
This is the Syria, more chill, still effective, but more chill.
5 days also expanding on volatility, rejecting bearish control, and going to be pointed up as long as we're above $1.55. 2 days getting to pretty high levels on volatility. It's at 84%. Moving average is caught up, and we're going to be pointed down. We're going to be pointed down on momentum, or we're going to shift down on momentum as long as price is below $2.07, and it's going to be a rejection of the critical zone. Daily is already contracting on volatility. We went all the way up to the very high 80s. Now we're at 90s. Now we're all the way down to 81% on our volatility, and it's actually 60% now. Yeah, we're at 60%, and the moving average is at 81%. And we're going to get kicked out of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as price is above $2 or below $2.05. 4 hours getting volatility expansion to the downside, and we're going to be entering the critical zone and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $1.89. So if you go all the way up to the monthly, it's still looking incredibly bullish in the quarterly. All signs on those time frames point to continuation to the upside. And then if you shift back down, your volatility is contracting on like the daily and the 2-day from pretty extreme levels, and momentum is pointed to the downside. So telling you that whatever move you get to the downside is going to be a correction before it makes a higher low and continues. Then you go to the degenerate time frames of the 4-hour, you're getting volatility expansion to the downside, momentum pointed down. So basically the medium and the low time frames both point towards direction of a correction for a higher low, whereas the monthly and quarterly are still insanely bullish for new highs, and that probably eventually does take over once we make that higher low.
Well, very, very nice if you ask me. That's awesome. Let's check out IQ. It's from China, I believe. Because everybody right now, China has got like all the hype. They opened, like they said, they're going to stimulate the economy and they're going to give everybody so much money. So obviously, again, we have another China fever. And this is not one that you get in your genitals.
Thankfully, it's not my IQ, or that have been very low.
There you go.
Is it on the NASDAQ?
I don't know if it's on the NASDAQ. Let me see if I can find it. IQ.
IQIYI.
I would say it's this one. It looks Chinese.
Yeah, I think it's that one.
It would say on the right? Right here, what type of company it is.
It says internet software.
Yeah, there you go. So some Chinese companies. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Here we
go. That sounds French.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It is actually French. I have my Asian Asian jokes have gotten me in a lot of trouble in the past. I'm not gonna get into them.
Hey, I'm Asian, so I can do it.
I'm not exactly. By association, therefore, I can do it too. Then they go.
Exactly. Here's your ooh card.
Ok, estamos viendo Fetch.ai. Esto es un shitcoin, por supuesto, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo el par en Binance, Fetch.ai US Dollar, y lo estamos viendo en una temporalidad de 2 semanas. Me gusta quitar el ruido de este tipo de monedas con temporalidades más altas, pero como siempre vamos a empezar en temporalidades muy altas. Esta moneda salió en el 2019 y abrió básicamente cotizando en 42 centavos. E instantáneamente el cierre trimestral de esa vela fueron 19 centavos, como todo tipo de... Uy, ¿sabes qué? Voy a poner aquí una buena línea de tendencia. Interesante, estos son extremos. Tocó un fondo en menos de 1 centavo y ahora está cotizando en $1.86. Felicidades a cualquier cabrón que se haya metido en ese punto. ¡Wow! ¡Qué tremenda ganancia! Vamos a aprender nuestros promedios para ver exactamente dónde estamos parados con esto. Es una tendencia alcista o bajista. Claramente tenemos altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Y además estamos por encima del promedio de la 9 y por el del 21. Eso nos dice que estamos oficialmente en una tendencia alcista. Así que bien, esto empieza a pintar bien. En cuanto a volatilidad en temporalidad alta, podemos ver que venimos de extremos. De esos extremos volvimos a llegar a extremos, lo que nos dice que a esta cosa le gusta estar acá. Y ahora la volatilidad está reseteando, está cayendo por debajo del promedio, está en 73.91%, pero reseteando. Efectivamente diciéndonos que probablemente este movimiento que estamos viendo acá simplemente esté ante una corrección. Vale. Vamos a ver la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver también, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, lo recuperamos después de esta caída de 1-2 velas, tuviste un escape falso a la baja y luego tuviste la expansión del precio. Y aparte, la volatilidad desde entonces ha estado simplemente reseteándose y está, me parece, en el punto más bajo de toda su historia. En este momento, no, todavía puede llegar un poco más abajo. El punto más bajo son 21.87%. Lo que está preparando un cero para la expansión de volatilidad. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas rápidamente, donde empezamos a ver la acción de cerca. Y acá puedes ver también un poco de la misma historia. Recuerden que no consideramos volatilidad en expansión hasta arriba del 15%, por lo que vamos a marcar una línea horizontal para darnos cuenta cuando el precio de la volatilidad vaya por encima de esto y también del promedio, que es la línea blanca. Una vez montada por encima y con la expansión de la volatilidad y viendo que el precio está subiendo, sabremos que va a ser acompañada de ello, y si está bajando, que se va a ir al diablo. Por ahora se empieza a ver bien, honestamente, en la de 2, en la temporalidad, en este de tipo de temporalidad, estás viendo cómo habías creado este máximo. Ahora estás, habías consolidado por acá y ahora estás intentando romper una vez más a llevarte estos máximos en 3.5. ¿Ese es el alto más alto? Sí, efectivamente, en la tabla. Estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios, bastante saludable. También tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza, lo que nos dice que oportunidades cada que venimos a retestear el promedio de la 9, ese está en $1.5 en este momento. Nos acercamos más en la semanal y podemos ver que es la misma receta, simplemente en diferente temporalidad. Y si picamos, no sé por qué le piqué allá arriba en vez de a la baja, podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad ahora está oficialmente expandiendo. Vamos a ver exactamente de dónde. Vamos a poner esta línea acá. Y esa es una vela verde. Ahora, estás viendo que también, por más que esté expandiendo, se está yendo de lado ahora. Esto nos da esta vela roja, lo que nos está diciendo consolidación, movimiento correctivo ante nosotros. No soy tan fan de la diaria en este tipo de cosas, pero la de 3 días es lo más que me voy a acercar. Y pueden ver, la volatilidad comenzó a expandir literalmente desde acá, lo que te dio este movimiento a la alza, y ahí justamente la volatilidad se dio la vuelta a la baja, dándonos idea de una corrección. Ok, con todo esto dicho y hecho, vamos rápidamente a la de 4 horas. En la de 4 horas podemos ver que estamos cayendo ante esta consolidación. Llegamos aquí a topar en el 2.2. De ahí nos fuimos por acá abajo, perdimos el 9, el 21, el 34, el 55. Intentamos retestear el 55, ni siquiera lo hicimos y ahora estamos acá. Importante zona va a ser absolutamente tu promedio del 200, que es justo acá, en donde está el 1.55. Si eres alcista y esperas que a esto le vaya bien, la línea en la arena está aquí, en donde tenemos nuestra línea meme. ¿Qué esperar de esto? Simplemente en la diaria, ven cómo la volatilidad está cayendo para volver a hacer otro setup. Por ahora, lo que nosotros queremos es tener un cierre por encima de esta línea morada. No pueden ver ni la línea morada porque el precio está ahí, en el 1.85. Queremos tener cierres diarios arriba de esto. Con cierres diarios arriba de esto, y les voy a poner el gráfico de 2 semanas, que es el que mejor lo ilustra. 2 semanas. Van a poder darse cuenta acá de un poco de lo sencillo del movimiento, básicamente. Han visto que por encima de esta línea, la expansión es enorme en el precio. Abajo esta línea es una resistencia brutal y hemos venido a retestearla, y ahora estamos justamente aquí. Lo que estás buscando para dar continuación alcista, porque es lo que vemos en diferentes temporalidades, solamente es el hecho de la corrección ante la que estamos, es poder superar esto. No nos sorprendería para nada ver al precio venir a darse una vuelta por esta zona y después dar continuación. Es justamente la zona de la que estamos platicando en el 1.4, 1.5. Pero por ahora, esto se ve bastante bien, se ve alcista, y simplemente tienen que asegurarse de no llevarse los bajos en el 1. Si te llevas los del 1, probablemente vayas a buscar nuevos bajos acá y eso completamente cocinaría toda nuestra teoría. Pero cierres por encima del 1.85 nos hacen pensar que pronto tendremos un cierre arriba del 2.2 y eso nos llevaría, una vez que tengamos cierres arriba del 2.2, hasta nuevos altos históricos una vez más. Así que ahí lo tienes, padre. Fetch.ai. That's so fetch, bro. Now, what are we doing? I completely forgot.
IQ.
Oh, GQ or IQ. IQ, not GQ.
Yeah.
GQ is a bad magazine.
The chart looks like a visual representation of my IQ.
Let's see. It's
down only.
It's down only.
Compliments of ChatGPT, which will lie to you if you ask it to bump your score.
Well, you know what? ChatGPT has figured out how to act like a human. Because if if your wife asks, "Hey, do I look fat in this dress?" What do you say? Even if
Absolutely
she does.
Not.
Okay, so ChatGPT is becoming more human. All right. So when you go, "Hey, ChatGPT, am I retarded?" and ChatGPT goes,
No,
"Kinda,"
sweetie.
he goes, "Kinda," and you go, "Really? No, it's all right. You're not that retarded."
My special little AI subscribers.
Exactly.
Because if it hurts your feelings, you'll stop paying.
Exactly. So you better fucking stick around, son.
You know, I kept asking it, and I got it to bump me up to like a 225.
Did it really?
Yeah, I was like, that's not high enough. And it was like, oh yeah, you're right. And then it gave me like a 160, and I was like, that's not high enough. It was like, oh yeah, you're right. You're a gifted person. 180. Then it went all the way up to 220. Then it goes, you're among the most intelligent and gifted people in history with an IQ score of this high, comparable
How do
to
you know
Albert
you're
Einstein.
not? How do you know you're not? I mean, if you made ChatGPT do that.
Considering how the weekend went, oh no.
All righty, let me clean this up and put this one on.
All right. So you're gonna start. I'll do the quarterly if you have enough data. No, we don't. So I'll start with the monthly. Monthly is in a solid downtrend. For the past year or so, it's just been solidly rejecting these 21 and 9 and 5 EMAs. Every single time it taps the 21 EMA, it's been a perfect short opportunity. Barely has gone above it. And after it started the downtrend, it didn't really ever close above it ever again. Right now, we're rejecting not only the 21 and the 9, but we're rejecting the 5 as well. And as long as we're rejecting the 5, probabilities are we're going to come back down and break these lows, break these all-time lows, probably come down to the 95%, maybe get a little bit of a bounce there. It's going to be somewhere around $1.48. Right now, momentum is in bearish control. It's trying to flip up, but it's still within bearish control. Volatility is coming down a little bit. The moving average is still pointed up. So right now, if we continue to reject this 5 EMA, it's going to stay within bearish control. Volatility is going to flip up, and that's going to support that move significantly lower to around the 140s. 2 hours currently brushing up against the 9 EMA, kind of rejecting it, but not really that much. If it does continue up from here, and it doesn't reject this 9, it'll probably go to the 21, and based off of the trend, reject there, around $3. Right now, momentum is in bullish control. It's getting a little high, but it's not topped out yet, and volatility is supporting it. And now the jewel is slipping back up within bearish control as well. That's giving an idea of a short-term bounce. Same thing on the weekly, where momentum is pointed up. Volatility is starting to support it, and the jewel is starting to curve back around to within bearish control. Right now, in the weekly, we are brushing up against this top 38.2. If we do reject it, probabilities are that that's the local top, and we're going to come back down to the bottom. But right now, we haven't exactly tapped it yet, so we don't know if there's going to be a rejection or not. There's still 4 days left to go. It goes down like a shit coin, so I guess 4 days could be an eternity, but it is a stock, and it closes at like 3 or 4 p.m. Right now, 5 day is above the median. We haven't tapped the 38.2 yet. The only setup this gives us is that we'll tap the 38.2, but we don't know if it's going to reject. And if you go by trend, since the trend is your friend, very likely it does reject. It's rejected that every single time, and that'll also be a retest to 21, which would be a nice lower high. So despite momentum being pointed up, it's not something that bulls should really get excited about because it just gives you a setup for a lower high. Right now, the 2-day has gotten above the 21. It's going to close in about an hour and 4 minutes, but we've done that before as well. Usually what that just does is gives you a test of the 55, which then is rejection. And now that 55 would just be another lower high in a series of lower highs at $2.73. Maybe we go a little bit above it to $3 for that psychological number to get people bullish, then dump it on.
Here's the definition of bullish. Resembling a bull.
Hey, Google, stop. I never even said Google. This motherfucker's listening.
So that's how you get it done, huh? You just get Google to tell you these things, huh?
Yeah. I'm like, Google, examine this chart for me. Daily right now is above the 55. It's probably not going to happen, but if we close, I want to say at least 2 weeks above this 55, then we'll get a silver cross to the upside. But it's very unlikely and very likely that we make our lower high before that happens, and then we roll back over. And what gives you probabilities of that, since we're tapping the 88.3 right now, we only have an 11.7% chance of continuation from this zone. So what's very likely is if we do get over this 88.3, we'll go up to this 100 EMA, a nice rejection over here, and then end up continuing the trend to the downside and breaking these lows of 190 and going to 140. 4 hour is also getting to very extreme areas right now, rejecting the 88.3. Rejecting the 200 SMA. We're at the 88.3, just barely over it. It's at $2.55. We're at $2.56. Momentum is in bullish control, but it's getting to very high areas. And this is the area where usually it likes to top out, while volatility is almost topped out as well too. It'll be outside. The IQ of anyone who buys this, it's comparable to mine, probably. Hey,
Well,
I mean,
maybe hang on, because remember, people are buying bottoms in China. That's like what
Bottoms.
they'll think. Well, that's what they'll think, right? Because everything was so punished for so long. So everybody's looking for what is the cheapest thing or what is the most punished thing so that I can buy it and go and do it 10x. That's most likely this.
you know,
Like,
a
I'm not saying
retard
it's going to
when I
go
first-
up and do that. I'm just saying that's how they're looking at it.
You know, I'm a retard when I first thought China's buying bottoms. They're gay.
Oh my
China,
God.
like Trump says, gay.
China.
China. Right, 2 week is about to put in a third drive of regular bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. If that does confirm, we'll have volatility expansion, giving us because we got our first extreme right here. It will give us a double extreme, and that double extreme is probably what happens where we put in our lower high on the macro. The target would be right now, because this is going to be difficult for bulls to break because we're in a downtrend, is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone. That number right now sits at, even that is right around that $3 number that we got from the HPDR. It's at $3.08. So it is possible to go somewhere between 275, maybe up to $3 if the bulls can push it. Don't think that's going to happen. Maybe 275, 3. Reject there and make a nice little rejection on the RSI as well. Make some bearish divergence. Then that'll give us enough juice to break through that current low at 190 and go to 140 to 148. Weekly also has potential bullish divergence. We're just about to tap the bullish control zone. Volatility is still contracting. That bullish control zone, beautiful number, $2.76. Where if you go up to tap that, it's same target that we had before on the HPDR. Reject that, make another lower high, series of lower highs, and then what comes after a lower high is a lower low. Three-day also mini drives of regular bullish divergence. We're just about to tap this moving average. Right now, the moving average is at $2.63. If you do get over that, then you get volatility expansion, and that would give you a target of the bullish control zone. Right now, it's at 334. This number is going to go down because it's going to take a decent amount of time to play out because it is a stock and it does close. Daily is also putting in potential bullish divergence. This, because of the volatility support, would give you a target of the critical zone, but that is also very likely going to be a rejection zone, and it's at $3.30. Is it cultural appropriation if I make uncle jokes?
No, I'm sure at some point you'll be an uncle, so you're just like front running it.
Yes, I like to front run everything, including balding.
Oh, I'm also front running that. Well, I'm not front running. I'm late stage running it.
Watch me end up in Turkey in the next couple of year or two.
What do they say? Like men, no hair. Oh, American hairlines.
Volatility is expanding on the monthly from 36%. We're already over the moving average, and we're just about to flip up on momentum and reject the critical zone if we're above $2.35. The last time we ever flipped up on this thing from that area was over here in December of 2022, when we got this mean reversion bounce. It doesn't look like much on the chart, but this was a 300% move to the upside.
Holy
and
shit.
And it still just made a lower high and then continued to roll back over again. That's crazy. The 300% move didn't even get close to these previous lower highs.
Imagine if you do. I guess that's why everyone wants this.
Yeah, because you can, even though it's making a lower high, you still just like tripled your money or quadrupled it.
Who's gonna be mad at that? It's kind of like Rivian. Even if it goes to 20, you doubled your money. If you bought like a basically not the bottom, but like a 10, 12, you almost double your money.
Well, the people who will be mad are the ones who put in $100 on Bitcoin and $90,000, and it moves up 10% and goes, "What is this Bitcoin shit? I only made $10."
Yeah.
Now, 2-week volatility is declining from pretty extreme areas. I would be looking for the double extreme after this, and then that would be mark off our local top and a macro lower high. Right now, momentum is within the critical zone, and it's pointed up as long as we're above $2.43. Weekly volatility is also contracting, retesting that silver cross. As of now, we still are rejecting it every single time. And momentum is going to reject the critical zone and flip up as long as we're above $2.34. Oh, there we go. 5 days, same thing, contracting volatility. Momentum is going to flip up and reject the critical zone as long as we're above $2.53, 1 cent above that right now. Now we're getting to the areas where it's probably going to be more difficult to keep it up. 2 days, I thought of something for a second, but I'm not going to say that. It's just retarded. But to keep it up. 2 day volatility is starting to contract once again. We're still below the moving average, just trying to flip up a little bit, but the moving average is so far away that it can't really be considered volatility expansion. You have to assume this is still contracting. It's getting out of the critical zone momentum, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $2.01. This number is probably going to go up significantly once we get to the bullish control area. Daily volatility is expanding with this move to the upside. We're about to enter the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up above $2.39. In 4 hours, currently still rejecting that 200, but we're getting volatility expansion. That's 73%, so maybe you can move up a little bit more before it tops out. Momentum is starting to flip back up. It's rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and it's about to enter the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $2.46. So if you go all the way up to like the monthly, it's in a very solid downtrend. Sure, momentum is pointed up, but it's giving you a setup, the trend that you're probably going to make another lower high in a series of lower highs. But even that lower high would be a pretty nice tradable move, which now I can see why people are trying to buy this, even though the trend is down. And it's still more similar to gambling, but if you're right, you get significant gains. And if you go all the way down to the lower time frames, they line up with a short-term bounce, which also gives you the same confluence as the macro lower high. Well, now if you go all the way down to the degenerate time frames, 4 hour, you're getting volatility expansion with the move to the upside. You're getting bears not able to take back control, where you see that we're rejected getting out of the bullish control zone. And now momentum is about to flip once again solidly in favor of the bulls. But with how high volatility is getting, it gives you also an idea that you're probably going to put in another lower high very soon, and then end up getting volatility support on the monthly in favor of the downside, which then should give us pretty low target somewhere around $1.40.
Very nice. I mean, not for anyone that's holding this down to the bottom, but very nice for now.
Talks about it shows their IQ.
All right, we got SQ block.
SQ.
Next.
Excuse the ticker.
SQ. Do you see it?
Yeah. Is that
right.
Jack Dorsey's company?
I don't know. Is that like Cube? Oh yeah, it could be.
The
He
guy
changed
who
the name from Block to Cube, right? Remember? Well, now he owns Blue Sky. So every retard, and by the way, this is every retard, right? Oh, you can't trust Elon Musk. Yeah, there was a lot of documents that came out saying that people are fucking, that the government is spying on us through and with the help of Twitter. And that Jack Dorsey's who made it. All right, Elon Musk is a bad guy. Let's go to Jack Dorsey's new company. Like you
haven't you seen that one meme that I send into the group chat routinely where it's like a circle and it goes, "It's not happening. It's a right-wing conspiracy theory." Okay, maybe it's happening. It's happening and it's good.
Fuck. Oh, I hate sometimes this world, but I also find it so funny. I just can't make fun of him. Like I wish. Like
it's not politically correct to make fun of disabled people.
But also, what are they going to say? They're mentally disabled.
It reminds me of the Special Olympics from South Park.
Exactly. What a great episode that was. What a great episode. Okay. Vamos a analizar IQ. Es una compañía china, por cierto. Está cotizando en el Nasdaq. Estamos en un gráfico de 2 semanas que es bastante interesante. Mantengan ojo en este promedio del 9 en los 2.57, ¿ok? Muy, muy, muy importante mi punto de vista. Como siempre, vamos a empezar en temporalidades altas. La razón por qué es para poder darnos una idea si esto está en tendencia alcista, bajista y qué es lo que estamos viendo instantáneamente. Estamos abajo del 9. Esto, y aparte nos ha rechazado en cada una de las ocasiones, lo que nos dice que esto va a continuar a la baja agresivamente. Sobre todo, déjenme ver algo. Fuera a hacer esto. Digo, estas líneas memes no sirven de mucho en este tipo de gráficos, pero bueno, solamente quería darme una idea con eso. Ok, es un triángulo descendente, brother. Vale. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo con esto? A la baja, abajo de todos los promedios, literalmente todos los retesteos han sido rechazos y buscando nuevos mínimos. El mínimo más mínimo, ¿no? El bajo más bajo está en 1.72. IQ está cotizando en 2.54 en este momento, 2.54. Con eso dicho, vamos tantito a darnos una vuelta a ver cómo se ve la volatilidad. Venimos de extremos en esta caída. Y ahora la volatilidad simplemente está reseteándose y cayendo al nivel más bajo que ha estado en toda la vida en esta tabla. Esto no nos da ningún cero en alta temporalidad, simplemente nos dice que probablemente continúes viendo lo que estás viendo en este momento en la tabla, caídas. Ahora, en temporalidades más altas, vamos a ver qué exactamente pasó acá en en temporalidades más bajas, en la mensual, donde tuviste expansión de volatilidad por encima del promedio. No sé por qué esta línea esté ahí. El promedio está acá, entonces vamos por encima del promedio y este es el primer lugar donde puedo poner una. Vamos a poner la línea y vamos a ver qué pasó con la expansión de la volatilidad. Cayó el precio y la volatilidad continúa expandiendo hasta acá y ahora está de lado, lo que está dándonos una idea que este movimiento a la alza es una corrección para después dar continuación a la caída. Y esto es un gráfico mensual, ¿ok? Es lo que estamos leyendo. Pueden ver que el promedio del 9 está muy por encima, pero déjenme ver dónde está el 5. Justamente en esa zona, en el 2.65, y estamos por debajo de él. Interesante y mantenerlo ahí, importante. Ahora, si les gusta la teoría de velas, deberían de ver esta. Tienes una vela topera, tienes tu confirmación, segunda confirmación de esta caída, lo que te dice que pues esto valió y aún así cayó aún más y ahora estás acá. Después de esta vela topera, lo que ves acá, este canal, esta es una vela, esta es una bandera bajista. ¿Por qué es una bandera bajista? Porque este es el mástil, hasta acá, esta es la bandera, el precio va a ranguear por acá y normalmente este tipo de cosas, ¿qué es lo que te dan? Continuación. Después de tener la banderita por acá, el mástil por acá, lo que va a pasar después es vas a consolidar hasta que dé continuación esto. Lo que estamos viendo es mejor explicado en temporalidades más cercanas. ¿Por qué? Puedes ver que en la semanal está superando el promedio de la 9, que está en los 2.34, y tienes el promedio de la 21 justamente en los 2.65. Esta es una zona crítica para el precio de IQ, los 2.65, y ahorita van a ver por qué. Ahora, ¿qué tenemos en esto? No tenemos literalmente absolutamente nada de setup en volatilidad que nos esté diciendo nada. Estamos ante muy probablemente una corrección. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la de 3 días. En la de 3 días vemos de nuevo el promedio de las 34. Estamos pasando el promedio del 9, el 21. Y ahora vamos a buscar ese 2.69 en el promedio de las 34. Nice, bastante bien. Habíamos tenido un SFP justamente aquí en el 34. ¿Hemos tocado el 55 alguna vez? Todavía no, desde la caída. Lo que nos dice que tal vez podremos dar una visita a esta zona en los 303. De nuevo, volatilidad simplemente reseteándose. No nos ha dicho nada, así que no hay ningún cero por acá que sea fácil de ver. En la de 2 días, estás por encima del 34 y vas a ir a retestear probablemente el 55 que está en los 2.73 o hasta el 100. El 100 no lo hemos retesteado tampoco nunca y está en 3.18. ¿Y eso qué nos haría? Todo lo que nos está diciendo todo esto. Ahora lo ven. Pueden ver que el promedio de la 100 está en 2.67 en la diaria y aparte acá tienes una expansión de volatilidad junto con el precio subiendo. esta expansión de volatilidad junto con el precio subiendo ya está en 73%, lo que nos dice que este movimiento correctivo tiene todavía fuerza en cortas temporalidades a buscar crear un alto más bajo. ¿Va a crear un alto más bajo que estos en 332? Personalmente yo creo que sí, y después va a dar continuación a la baja. Pero por ahora tiene cara que vamos a ir a ver si podemos barrer estos máximos de acá. Importante para el precio de IQ es simplemente poder cerrar. Yo lo pondría, porque si lo pones también en la de 4 horas, quiero que vean cómo estamos justamente con el de las 200. Este sería mi front run. Querría tener cierres por encima del promedio del S&P 200 en la de 4 horas, aunque en temporalidades de este tamaño normalmente esto no jala tanto, no funciona tanto, pero es bueno verlo porque no lo ha hecho. Pueden ver que no ha retesteado, ni siquiera acá lo tocó, fue un front run del promedio de los 200 y esto fue en julio del 2024. Desde ese entonces no hemos toqueteado esta zona y esta zona probablemente nos vaya a dar el rechazo o el empuje con la corta posibilidad de volatilidad expandiendo que tenemos, porque pueden ver que acá también está expandiendo en la de 4 horas 71%, a probablemente ir a buscar este máximo en los 282. Si tenemos varios cierres, en realidad arriba del 284, nos va a dar más confianza en que esto se va a dar una vuelta a los 334. Pero vamos a estar más pendiente a rechazos de estos promedios, de los diferentes promedios, y esto tiene más probabilidades de darse una vuelta, irse a la baja y buscar un nuevo mínimo, porque literalmente este fue el mínimo más mínimo que ha creado el precio. Y lo único que vas a hacer es tal vez crear un alto más bajo. Es lo que tiene cara de, simplemente basado en momentum, volatilidad y lo que estamos viendo en altas y cortas temporalidades y también medias. Ok, what the fuck is next?
SQ.
SQ, thank you.
You know, there's no blood that flows through my veins. It's just Coke Zero.
Everybody knows that. It's fucking disgusting, but it is what it is. Can't judge your body.
My body, my choice.
See? They said that Donald Trump was going to take away the choice from my body, and he didn't. You're still drinking that Coke Zero, aren't you?
And even though RFK is going to try, he's going to have to peel my Coke Zero away from my cold, dead hands.
He's going to show up to your house, and he's going to stop you from drinking that Coke Zero. You fucking kid. What are you doing at night?
I can physically see him peeking through my window with every sip I take. This doesn't look too bad. It was on a monthly downtrend before. Now it's starting to reverse the trend. Assuming we close over this rejected high right here at $89.97, the trend should reverse and we should get a pretty nice move up to somewhere around this rejection high right here, about like $140, which is about a 40% move to the upside, which is very nice for a stock like this. And what also coincides with that is that we're currently over this 38.2% on the HPDR. That sits at currently $95.66. Last time we've closed over the 38.2 on the monthly was all the way back here in June of 2020, before this thing went literally vertical and found its top at about like high 200s, maybe $300. So it wouldn't be very unreasonable at all. Probably extremely easy that if you were to close over this area to get a free ride to somewhere around $140 to $150. In that area, it probably does reject the first time around it hits it, because you have to remember how many bag holders they were trying to buy this dip. Probably started to get excited here, bought this area. They're probably looking to get out. And if they didn't panic sell somewhere around this area, they're probably going to sell in this area. So that's why, and it lines up with the 88.3% and the 95% on the HPDR. Another very logical area to get a pullback from. Then you'd be, since you'd have reversed the trend, you'd made a higher high, you'd be looking for a higher low. Right now, it's very difficult to tell where that higher low would be. But once the HPDR ranges move, once that happens, it'll be much easier to get a target. Also, one thing people have to remember, HPDR is not as useful for very high time frames, because there's many opens and the numbers change. And on the high time frames, it takes a good amount of time to play out. It's a lot more useful for like the medium to low time frames. Very useful for something daily. And it's very, very useful for like an hour and below.
Oh wow!
Like it's almost ideal for the 15-minute. It's not really like
why Alex needed it.
It's not really a trend trading strategy tool. It's more of a scalp trading tool. Right now, the 2-week is currently above this 200 SMA. And speaking of that, I have never seen anybody who can actually trade the 15-minute and make money other than Alex.
I know, like for real. And when he was teaching us on the second class that we did, I was like fucking blown away by how he goes and figures out what the fuck the price is doing, and then how he follows it and how he like protects himself. Like I was like fucking blown away. I learned a lot from that.
If you think 15 minutes degenerate, you should see Buddy on the 3-minute.
Oh no, I saw it on the 3-minute and I learned, and that's what I'm doing these days.
Every single time he brings up, like, have you seen this on the 3-minute? I'm like, 3-minute.
Yeah, but
And
by
then
the way,
he's right every single time.
I know, it's unbelievable.
That was the system that we had in when we were in Thailand. The first time I met him, which is actually pretty crazy. That I met him on the internet, and Buddy goes, "I'm going to Thailand for a month, 2 months. You want to come?" I was like, "Fuck it." So I spent a month in Thailand. Then we developed that system where he goes to the very low time frames, finds a rejection or a, what do you call it, local top. Then I would close my longs, and he would short. It was just going in like this circle.
Yeah, that's another thing I love about you guys, like how good you are at long in, how good that fucker is at shorting. Like it's so good. It's so good.
You know what he says, short and hard.
Yeah.
2 week, if we do close above this 200, we can't really get much data off of it because like it hasn't populated for that long. But if you were to extend it for a little bit, like just visually extend it, it would show you that this has been a very strong rejection point this whole way down. We couldn't even make it up to it on this one. On this rejective high. So if we do close over this 200 SMA, it's going to also signify a change in market structure, which you should then see once again that move to that 140 to 150. But the 2 week tells you that it's probably going to take a little bit longer of a time to play out because that's significantly over our 100% range on the HPTR. It's just very unlikely that you'll go there while the ranges are this low. Weekly right now is closed over the 78.6 and it's basing off of it right now, getting a nice buying wick. If we close like this, though, it's not going to be the most bullish thing. It's going to be a hanging man candle. What the bulls want to do is they want to close this candle over this high, which is at $99.26. Basically, just close it over $100, and then we should see if as free of a move as you can get towards this 200, which is around like $110. While momentum is getting pretty high, it's still pointed up. It's at 80, 81, 82%. So it's not topped out exactly yet because this thing does like to go to 100%. So we could maybe see one more move up that would coincide with us hitting $110. Then momentum and volatility will be tapped out. Right now, the jewel is now entering into the critical zone as well. That also goes along with getting maybe one more move to the upside. 5 day as well, same thing, same setup as the weekly towards that 200 SMA. Well, momentum and volatility are pretty close to getting topped out, but not quite. 2 days already contracting on momentum and volatility. So that tells you that whichever downside move we get, which we're already seeing right now, is going to be a corrective move, and we should be looking for a higher low. And we're currently bouncing off of the median. It's at $94.56. If we do keep holding this median area, probabilities are that we will hit this 38.2 again, which would sweep these highs, would be technically another higher high on this rally. That'd be about $100, $150, Any type of 2-day close over this 38.2, like we get the same move like we got right here, where we'd go up to tap the 95%. Right now, the 95% sits at about $117. And then at that point, momentum and volatility would have fully reset as well. And daily is already also starting to flip down on momentum. We're still within bullish control. But within the next day or two open, we're probably going to be out of the bullish control, and volatility is going down as well. So this downside move is pictured like basically as close to a textbook correction as you could get, where momentum is pointed down alongside volatility shifting down, and you're basically resetting all of the oscillators that were maxed out after this move right here. And once you get a nice reset on the oscillators and you're still making higher lows, that gives you the spring to hit new higher highs in the rally. If we do lose this 9 EMA right now, we've been holding it basically this whole way through this whole rally. That's going to be also a change in structure to the downside then, and then we would have to target this bottom 38.2 at $86. But as of right now, we haven't even tapped it, so it's just an idea. Just bearish hope here. Four hours, bouncing right off that 38.2% after closing above it. Now, like usually what price likes to do when it's above or below the 38.2 is it likes to make its way back to it. So if the 38.2 moves up while price is making stagnating, it's more bullish than if the 38.2 would have moved down and the price would have moved down to it. So as long as we're holding this area, I'd like to see us close over this 5 EMA. It's at $97.09. If we close over it, then this candle will turn green. It'll be a hammerhead. And then from there, we very likely go into this, not just 100, but solidly into the 100s, maybe a little bit over 100, towards like 110. And $10 doesn't seem like that much, but 10% on a stock, pretty well.
On a free move almost? Yeah, I'd say so.
Hedge funds would hire you on the spot if you could guarantee them 10%.
Oh, yeah. Anyone, really.
That's why the boomers go and buy their bonds for a guaranteed 3 or 4%.
They love their guarantees. I'm going to play it safe. Boy, I'm not going to put my money in that market. That's fucking crazy.
And then inflation at the end of the year is more than how much you just made.
I know. There's just we were also just talking about, because we were talking about how rich people, like really out of control wealthy people, like that have billions of dollars, like if they get, basically you're like, dude, come over, like buy this plane ticket, it's $100,000. They're like, no, but they'll buy a plane ticket that's $150,000 if they get a 20,000 discount on it. Like, it's fucking madness.
All you just gotta do is set the price to 120 and then cut it and be like, I'm giving you a 20,000 discount.
Yeah, it really works. It really works. Like, people with that amount of money, they just want to get like the feeling that they got a deal.
Although, to be honest, this might be the poor in me speaking, but I'd much rather fly in business or first than pay 10 times the price for private.
Oh no, if you have fucking money, it's a write-off, and it doesn't matter because it'll never cost you money. That's what most people don't understand, right? Like, you're getting on that plane, dude. You're not paying for it. Our taxes are paying for it. Yeah, you're good.
That's a different story.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you get, but you gotta have so much money and so much income that it offsets that. Otherwise, you're an idiot. I also agree with you. Like, I myself, I can't buy private. Like, can't fly private.
I mean, you're comparing like a $50,000 flight versus a $6,000 or $7,000 plane ticket. I know which one I'm gonna pick, especially when I can sleep on the plane and get absolutely fucked up.
Oh yeah, me too. Same.
Almost went to jail in China for that.
Telling everyone fuck Xi Jinping.
I said this in China. the 2 week, I also called him Eugenie the Pooh.
Terrible. Terrible.
While I was on FaceTime with Alex. 2 week currently has multiple drives of bullish divergence, which is now playing out that we're tapping this 200 SMA. So kind of the easy target has been hit. We have one more target after this, especially since volatility is not topped out yet. That'd be the critical zone. And right now the critical zone sits at about $116.76. So it also coincides with the idea of one more move to the upside before we make a local top. Very close to our $110 target. Probably maybe a little bit higher than 110, like to 115, 116 based off of this RSI target. And then that would be one of the most easiest, like high probability shorts of your life. Like at the least, you'll probably get a 5 to 10% move to the downside from there. This is a very significant lower high. If not, if it doesn't make another lower high there and end up breaking this structure. So you the safe thing you could do is short here in this area, right around 140. So you could add if it goes up to 150, and then you just cut it on a daily close above $149. At the very least, even if it's still bullish and it's going to continue back up to its previous all-time highs, you'll still get a pullback from that area. Once you've secured 5%, set your stop loss to break even, then you win either way.
Is that just based on the volatility setup and momentum?
Yeah, because they're going to be topped out.
Yeah,
that was the whole reason why I gave that XRP short to the Academy, because all of the oscillators were topped out. We were hitting the 95% HPTR range on the weekly. So even though I still think XRP is bullish, I still think it's going way past its previous all-time highs. That was a no-brainer short.
Yeah, totally.
Weekly right now has 2 drives of bullish divergence. We've already hit the critical zone though, so the only really easy target you can get now would be the 200 SMA. That's sitting at 110, 111.
110.
Volatility is not quite tapped out yet, but it's getting close to 72%. So that move to 110 would get us back to that extreme area on the RSI. I mean the volatility. 5-day has just freshly silver crossed. Well, no divergence. No. We've already hit the critical zone. So if we do pull back from here, it's not very likely. But if we do, I would be looking at this 9 EMA as the opportunity area to get in to ride the move up to like 110, 115. That'd be right now 9 EMA is sitting at like $85, $86. So that would be a very sizable move.
It's almost 10. No, towards 110. Okay.
2-day did have some bearish divergence on this high right here. Then we corrected down to the 9 EMA, put in a local bottom, and the divergence is now basically null. Same thing with the daily, 3 drives of bearish divergence. That's crazy how 3 drives of bearish divergence only got us down to the 9 EMA. This thing has some strength right now. And now we're once again getting volatility expansion, and we're about to get our double extreme. What do you know? If we get our double extreme around 110, 115, that would line up perfectly with the monthly and the 2-week.
Mm-hmm.
Four hours about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. If we close below $96.05, no, not that one. It's gonna be this one actually, because this is a lower high on that. So if we close below $97.97, we're going to confirm that 4-hour bearish divergence. That's going to give us our first easy target of the bullish control zone, the edge of it. Which right now that number sits at $94. And since volatility is at such extreme levels, it's not very likely that we break that $94 area. But if we do, and volatility is also contracting, so it's telling you this is a corrective move, which also makes it more likely you don't break 94. But if you do break 94, then you'd have to target the middle zone. And from there, we very likely get a spring, and the trend continues to the upside on the short time frames, which the middle zone right now sits at $80.74. So what's our current high on the rally? $98, $97, $98, $99, just below 100. So it'd be the most like the psychological fuck you ever. Just make a local top just under $100, dip almost 20% to $80, and then from there spring it to 110, 115.
That would be such a fucking piece of shit move. Yes,
I could so easily see that happening. Right now, I feel like I'm like 60% in favor of that happening, and 40% in favor of continuation from here.
Really? So you're more bearish than,
if you can consider that bearish. Because I think on the higher time frames, like it would still be basically a vertical lineup. You wouldn't even see anything. You only really see it if the pullback is if you're looking at it in a 4-hour, which a stock like this, you can't really trade it on leverage unless you're buying options. So then you don't really need to look at the 4-hour.
Indeed.
Although if you're feeling very degenerate, you can just buy end of the week calls.
No, thank you. I'm good.
I used to do that at first when I first started trading, just buy calls as lottery tickets. Burned so much freaking money. I lost
because you bought lottery tickets.
I lost like $15K on Apple calls.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is that was during 2020 when the market was going up only.
Wow, that's quite the feat that you fucking made right there.
Because at that point I realized, okay, so I can. I had a little basic TA knowledge. I was like, I can see the direction, but I can't do the timing. And if you can't do timing, don't.
No, you're fucked on, especially on fucking options. It's impossible.
Yeah. That's probably why perpetual futures are illegal in America, because they're the only futures you can trade that don't expire.
Yeah, they're pieces of shit. They know it's harder.
They can't let you make money. No.
Nope.
Right now, the monthly is also flipping up on momentum, projecting getting out of bullish control. It's about to enter into the critical zone, and the volatility is very close starting to expand. On the next monthly open, volatility is probably going to be an expansion phase, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $74.58. So if we're in the critical zone, we're getting volatility expansion, that's the perfect recipe for a massive green dildo to the upside. It may be 140s is bearish with that setup. Maybe like somewhere around like $200, but we will get a pullback around 140s almost certainly. That's the same reason why we got the pullback on XRP at 290, because the bag holders or community members want to sell where they got in at.
Community members. That'll never not be funny. I'm sorry.
I find that absolutely hilarious. Bag holders, sorry, community members.
Community members, yes.
On the 2 week, we're currently also still above that 200 very slightly. We're getting volatility expansion with that move, and we're about to get a fresh silver cross to the upside. As long as we're closing maybe two weeks, max 4 weeks above $75, this is going to silver cross, and that should also give us a nice green dildo after it does. Maybe it's not impossible for it to retest the 9 EMA. It's just not very likely right now because we're getting volatility support to the upside with the move up. And we're entering the critical zone and we'll be pointed up as long as we're above $72.16. Weekly is also getting volatility expansion from very low levels. It almost went to zero. It went to like 2%. We're in the critical zone and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $93.74. Right now, it's giving us the 2 week probabilities of hitting that 200, same number, 110. 5 days, expanding volatility, 71%. So it's not topped out yet. Could still get another move up in the critical zone, and we're going to turn down as long as we close below $97.66. But there is 3 days, 3 hours left to go, and the trend is to the upside. So there is a good possibility we will close up this number. 2 days already starting to contract in volatility. Well, momentum is still to the upside. We're in the critical zone. We're going to be up as long as we're above 96.03. That actually makes it even more bullish that we're contracting on volatility after such a nice move up, and momentum is so pointed up. So instead of getting like a deeper pullback, that gives you
small. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, either a very small pullback or a little bit of consolidation, like sideways. Now we're about to get daily is about to give us our double extreme. We hit multiple periods of 100%, started contracting. Now we're expanding again on volatility, and we're pointed up as long as we're above 96.48. So this gives more bias to the idea of that we're going to make a second extreme, go up to 110, 115. From there, enter into a consolidation phase for maybe 2-3 weeks, maybe a month. Then I would expect the tap of that previous rejective high around 140. 4 hours also contracting on volatility. And momentum is just about to tap the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $98.94. So if you go like very high up, we were previously on like the monthly, we were previously on a downtrend, very solid downtrend. Now we're just about to break the downtrend. We haven't closed the monthly yet, so we haven't confirmed the break of the downtrend, but it looks like it's probably going to happen. And but if you go down to like the medium and the lower term time frames, it's giving us an idea of correction from very likely from here, because momentum is starting to turn down, volatility is contracting. So I'd be looking for like on the degenerate time frame, 4 hour, for volatility to contract a little bit, make a higher low, maybe around $90. Worst case scenario down to $80. Then I'd expect the higher time frames, the monthly 2 weeks to take over, the volatility to push it up to somewhere around like 115, pullback there, maybe a slight pullback there, and then up to 140, slight pullback in the 140s. Then I think it's probably going to go to $200 because you have one of the like very textbook like setup towards that $200, $208 area. But it's going to take a long time to play out.
Well, good for those motherfuckers that are invested in this thing. I got the opportunity of a lifetime for you to check out next. It's called Dogecoin.
Oh,
trust
beautiful.
me. Trust me. Check it out.
The only problem you're going to have is that you didn't buy more.
Exactly. And this is just Trump. When he likes to talk, he does like to do things with his hand that have nothing to do with the fact that he's talking about something. They just move like this for some reason. So I've been learning and going to meetings. I talk to my wife like this. I love you so much, baby. You have no idea the love that I have for you and all the things that I see. You know, just a little.
But he's the Mexican Trump.
There's got to be something in this. There's got to be something in this that makes him the president.
One of these days, you got to wear a blonde wig.
I will with a suit, and I'll practice my Trump still more. I got to get it right. Every now and then I get it, but I got to be consistent. Can't be the Eli Manning of the Trump impressions.
I don't understand that.
Exactly. Good. He was a very inconsistent quarterback.
So no Tom Brady.
Exactly. So, yeah, Dogecoin is next. Estamos viendo SQ, que es lo que es Block, que es ahora Cube, le pertenece a Jack Dorsey, el crack que abrió Twitter, que dejó que todo el gobierno se metiera a espiar a toda la gente y censurarlos. De ahí abrió una red social que se llama Blue Sky y por alguna razón una gran cantidad de retrasados mentales confían en que Blue Sky es mejor que Twitter porque pues no sé por qué, es por eso son unos retrasados mentales. Así que felicidades a toda esa gente que mínimo Elon Musk, nadie le ha sacado papelitos de nada, ¿no? Así que interesante. Pero como sea, estamos viendo Cube. Esto está bastante interesante. Te voy a poner el porqué acá. Yo creo que esta va a ser reveladora. Ok, ¿qué estamos viendo? Está cotizando en 99.66. Digo, en 96.66 en este momento. Este es un gráfico mensual. ¿Qué es lo primero que notas en este gráfico? El mensual, honestamente, tiene los secretos del tesoro, en mi opinión. Pueden ver que este fue un alto extremo en el 2018 que tomó hasta el 2020 para poder romperlo a la alza y una vez que lo rompió, vean el movimiento tan potente que dio. Estamos hablando de una vez que lo rompió, la parte baja de esta vela hasta el tope, un 169%, como se debe, bien, bonito, desde una vez que rompió esto. Una vez que rompió a la baja, pueden ver que literalmente nos llevó a crear casi un bajo nuevo local, pero no lo hizo. Entonces, ¿qué estamos viendo ahora? Estamos empezando a crear estructura. Este es un bajo más alto, este es un alto, este es un alto más alto. Pero aquí, esta es la zona crítica donde has tenido 2 años de consolidación con gente que ha estado intercambiando el precio para poder esperar esta gran subida. Esta subida, ¿cuánto duró? Del 2020 al 2022, 2 años. Entonces tienes 2 años de gente acá, 2 años de gente acá, 2 años de gente atorada acá y ahora otra vez 2 años de gente acá. Entonces, fuerte intercambio de precio acá. Simplemente me gusta ponerlo sencillamente así por una sola razón, porque es bastante sencillo entender la cantidad de gente que ha intercambiado el precio acá, la acción, y eso quiere decir que hay mucha gente que estará en ganancias una vez que llegues al 99. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que va a tener mucha fuerza para poder subir. La gente no va a querer vender. Toda la gente que acumuló todos estos periodos, estos 4 años, no va a querer vender luego. Van a saber que va a ir a romper esto un máximo histórico y es lo que van a apostar. Pero en fin, sin más predecir qué es lo que va a pasar, lo que estamos viendo acá es bastante interesante. Una vez más, y se los había contado por acá, perdón, no sé por qué saqué eso. Una vez más, y se los había contado por acá, ¿qué es lo que estamos haciendo? Creamos un alto más alto que los de toda esta estructura, arriba de los 93.20. Bien, pero no hemos roto oficialmente los 185. Eso va a ser una zona crítica para nosotros, lo tenemos que anotar. Una vez que rompas los 100.85 centavos, esto probablemente te vaya a llevar a la parte alta del canal en los 130, que es el siguiente nivel a tener atención, y hasta los 150, que es un buen número psicológico para todos. Pero antes de todo eso, vamos a jugar esto. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral. En la trimestral podemos ver exactamente lo mismo. Pueden ver la estructura que se está formando desde este punto bajo, ¿no? Simplemente bajos más altos, altos más altos, y ahora tienes una vela trimestral más alta que todas las demás que has tenido hasta acá. Eso se ve y pinta bastante buena fotografía para todos los que son alcistas en el precio de Cube. Voy a poner mis promedios. Estamos justamente también, habíamos estado todo este tiempo por debajo del promedio de la 9 y el 21 y podemos ver que lo retomamos justamente acá. El promedio de las 34 está empezando a popular por acá y estamos bastante por encima de ellos. Esto nos está dando la idea de que aquí podríamos empezar una nueva tendencia alcista siempre y cuando aguantemos acá. Recuerden, este es un gráfico trimestral, va a tomar años en jugar. Ahora, déjenme me acerco a esto y veo qué pasó. Ok. Simplemente se despanchinfló mi volatilidad. Ahí la tenemos. La volatilidad al mismo tiempo en lo que estamos viendo esto está reseteando y está en el punto más bajo de todos. Lo que probablemente esto a muy largo plazo esté preparándonos para un setup gigantesco. Y eso podría ser un setup jamás muy a la alza o un setup Nagasaki muy a la baja. vamos a ver exactamente a dónde apoya el movimiento de la volatilidad del precio. Acercándonos al mes, la mensual es la que estábamos analizando hace rato y pueden ver que la volatilidad literalmente no ha expandido, pero se vino al punto más bajo en los 19. No es el punto más bajo en el que ha estado. En el 2021 estuvo en 16.45 antes de llegar a extremos, pero es de las más bajas que hemos visto. La volatilidad no es considerada expandiendo hasta que pueda cruzar a través del promedio o esté por encima del promedio, pero arriba del 15%. Estamos encima del 15%, estamos en 26.61%, pero no encima del promedio, lo que no nos dice absolutamente nada este setup mensual. Lo que sí es que estamos por encima del 9, el 21, el 34, el promedio del 100 que acaba de popular, que era una resistencia antes y ahora lo hemos transformado, hemos cerrado una vela mensual por encima y ahora estamos en la segunda y podemos ver que estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios importantes. Acercándonos más a la de 2 semanas, podemos ver también algo muy emocionante que es el promedio de las 200, el S&P 200 está justamente en los 94.57. Eso es lo que nosotros pensamos puede ser la zona de máxima oportunidad en los pullbacks. Ahorita van a ver por qué. Cuando estás en esta tabla de 2 semanas, puedes ver la expansión de la volatilidad. Ahora, esta sí es la expansión de volatilidad más fuerte que ha tenido el precio, porque es viene de la parte más baja, del 6%. 15% está acá. ¿Ok? Y una vez que pasó esto, que fue justo acá, vamos a poner esto, y pueden ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo con el precio a la alza. Y lo mejor de todo, a Block le gusta estar, a Square le gusta estar completamente en el 100 y apenas estamos en 59.92%, lo que nos dice que por un periodo de 3 a 6 meses, esto muy probablemente vaya a dar continuación a este movimiento fuerte. Ahora, la semanal. En la semanal también empezamos a ver los objetivos que tenemos que Farhan nos estaba platicando, por ahí de los 110. Ese va a ser nuestro primer objetivo y el más fácil de poder llegar a, simplemente cerrando por encima de los $94. Cerrando por encima de los $94, esperaríamos ver continuación. Una vez que tengas cierres arriba del 99, tengas un movimiento gratis al 110 antes de poder corregir un poco más. Acá estás viendo que la volatilidad también expandió de acá abajo. Está en 72 yéndose de lado, tal vez diciéndonos que este movimiento que estamos viendo ahora con esta vela roja es simplemente consolidación de precio o una mini corrección porque tiene muchísima fuerza. Más cerca del precio, vamos a la de 2 días. En la de 2 días pueden ver lo fuerte que está esto. Continúa la alza. Hemos encontrado resistencia justo en los 99.13, pero lo que esperamos es simplemente aguantar esta estructura, no romper esta estructura en los 88.30. Eso nos indicaría que esto va a llevar más fuerza y el movimiento para arriba, aunque pueden ver la volatilidad está contrayéndose justamente acá, después del movimiento agresivo a la alza, lo que nos dice que esto podría simplemente irse de lado por un rato. En la diaria, y aquí es donde van a ver que ahora vas a tener entre la diaria y la semanal, si lo quieres ver así, un poco de diferencia, porque en la diaria vienes del reseteo, tienes la volatilidad en máximos, en extremos, y luego tienes una vez más a la volatilidad expandiendo el 52% y el 61%, puede llegar a ser un doble extremo. Si la volatilidad va a llegar a ser un doble extremo, ese doble extremo nos puede llevar tranquilos al 130, 150 en el siguiente movimiento. Pero, pongan el gráfico de 4 horas y se darán cuenta que es justamente este nivel, el promedio del 9 y el 21, lo que queremos aguantar. Aguantados estos niveles con cierres, vamos a tener una buena idea de que esto nos va a llevar y dar la continuación. Pueden ver cómo la volatilidad también está contrayéndose acá. Esto nos está dando solamente estos movimientos correctivos. Se ve bastante fuerte. Los movimientos correctivos que nos enseña son que la volatilidad nos dice son correctivos, son muy pequeños, lo que tiene bastante fuerza en el precio de Square. Esto tiene cara de que honestamente podría ser una gran compra porque en temporalidad tan alta como la trimestral, ver el setup que existe de volatilidad es una absoluta, el que se esté contrayendo tanto y que vaya a dar un madrazo. Ahora, podría ser a la baja, pero esto tiene cara que está empezando otra tendencia alcista y pues si estás empezando una tendencia alcista, puedes imaginar lo que sigue. Así que quien haya traído Square, vientos, gracias, carnales. Let's go do Dogecoin.
Let's.
Elon Musk's
the second
coin.
best meme on the internet aside from
Exactly.
should I do Coinbase? Does that have enough data? I'll just do Binance. Our favorite Chinaman's exchange. Canadian? No. Look at his face. He's Chuck.
He's
I love that.
Whoa!
Whenever all that FUD was going around about CZ and he was getting charged, they were all calling him Chinese.
I know, of course. By the way, that's what they went with. The whole story was like he was a guy from the China government and blah, blah, blah. People forget how racist we are. Like our news were completely against the Chinese part. And my guy's Canadian. It was the most ridiculous thing. I actually made a video explaining that to people. Because, by the way, don't we love telling everyone that Chinese people are evil? Like in the US, like we have a war against them. They're spying on us. Like they're the real bad guys.
Wait,
How come in the movies? Now, hang on. They might be, or they might not. But how come in the movies, all the bad guys are just the Middle Eastern guys, the ones that we attack, but not the Chinese that we are actually telling everyone, by the way, these are terrible people. We're going to be on a war against them.
Then they can't sell that movie in China.
Exactly, homie. Exactly.
You see John Cena speaking Chinese so he could sell Fast and Furious in China.
Say that again?
John Cena speaking Chinese so he could sell Fast and Furious.
Dude, that was so embarrassing. So embarrassing. I need you to look at this chart. I don't know, at the 3-month exactly with volatility.
Right now, I have the HPDR volatility.
This is
not the BBWP. But volatility is starting to expand from 0%. Literally 0%. The only other time we've expanded from 0% volatility on the quarterly was back in April of 2021 when we initially went from about like 1/10 of a cent all the way up to almost 74 cents. Sheesh.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, momentum is about to break up. In the next open, we'll probably be within bullish control. And we're significantly above the median. Median's at 21 cents. As long as we close over the median, probabilities are it's very high, 61.8% chance that we're going to go to the top 38.2. And this is a quarterly, so this is one of the reasons why the HPDR is not that useful for very high time frames. Because with the quarterly, it can take 3 or 4 candles before it actually hits the target. And by that point, 38.2% is going to move. As you see right here, the blue zone, 38.2, constantly moved. Right now, it sits at $1.94. And you have, that's significantly above that $1 target that everybody's looking for in Doge. Like, to be honest, like my bias right now is 75% chance it's probably going to go higher than $1. I don't know if it's going to go to 194, but I think it's going to swipe $1, liquidate all of the shorts who try to short that $1 area, go a little bit higher, and then that's probably going to be our local top for the cycle. And then since Dogecoin is one of the only few coins, no matter how, despite how much it gets made fun of, it's one of the only few cryptos, like a handful of cryptos make higher lows every single cycle. Everything else trends towards zero, but every single cycle, Dogecoin has been making higher lows. So this next higher low after it goes above $1, likely somewhere between 73 cents and maybe down to like 35 cents. And from there, since it's been making higher lows, you have to assume it's going to make higher highs in the next cycle. And just imagine if Elon actually comes through and with the Department of Government Efficiency, it's going to push Dogecoin up. It's literally called Doge.
I was going to say, well, he already did this, by the way, by doing so. And the thing is, they're just going to keep repeating Doge nonstop. And
Doge is going to be on the news multiple times a day.
Yeah, I don't think like this requires actual brain surgery type of knowledge or like rocket science type of knowledge. I think that's how retarded this should be.
One of the most brain dead trades ever. Most brain dead.
100%.
It's like buying Bitcoin at $16,000. It's brain dead.
Well, I did. So fuck you.
I didn't at 16 either. I started getting really bullish around like 17.5, 18.
That's still pretty fucking good. I did at 28.
And right now, like, and just to tell you how brain dead it was, they announced the Department of Government Efficiency around November. Here's how much it went up that 1 month. 196.96%.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you have 2 brain cells that function, you could have taken that trade.
Yep.
And for the people who are with the trading alerts, Alex gave out one of those longs for that. And right now, momentum is within the bullish control zone. Volatility is supporting it, and the jewel starting to flip up too. It's rejecting, going back down to the bearish control, and now it's about to break into the bullish. And Doge has literally never been in the bullish control on the monthly on the jewel. Never. Not even when it went to 74 cents, it wasn't in the bullish control. It rejected it that time. Right now on the monthly, we are solidly closed above not only 38.2, but we closed above the 50% too, which gives you a very high probability of the breakout. Where right now we're still rejecting this area, but we have 22 days, 6 hours to go. With how momentum and volatility look, very likely we do break through the 61.8%. Only reason why we're kind of rejecting it right now is because momentum is going a little bit sideways. But this doesn't really mean anything because we're so early in the month. If we do start to break above that 61.8%, this momentum is going to start flipping back up again, and it's going to start being vertical like it was right here. If we break through the 61.8%, our first target, where we're almost certainly going to get a pullback, is going to be our current all-time highs on 73, 74 cents. Because you got to remember how many people bought that SNL event. Probably a lot of people.
Everybody.
And they want to get out at break even. They're like, I've seen my money go down 95% over the last 2 years. Let me just get back my initial investment. Like one of my friends bought Dogecoin, and Buddy put way more money than he should have put in there. Because he initially put in 26K in Doge on the downtrend. When after it hit all-time highs, he bought it at 41 cents. So he's like, "Oh, I'm buying the dip that just keeps on dipping." So he's been holding
the dip of the dip of the dip.
He's been holding it for 2 years. So now he's finally up again, and he's like, "Should I sell it? Should I sell it?" I'm like,
it's like, dude, you just waited fucking 2 years.
Yeah.
Just
so you can do whatever you want. If you really need the money, you can sell it. But if you held it for 2 years down, how much percent? Let's go to 41.
It went down like 90%.
Yeah, from 41, it was down like 75 or 80%. So you held it down 80% for 2 years. Just hold it for another 6 months.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
I didn't even charge him for that advice.
Good.
Nice guy.
What a great fucking guy you are, dude.
Oh, such a good one. 2 week right now has closed over the 78.6%, which gives you probabilities as long as you're holding this area at 35. That 35 cent number again comes up. Yeah, as long as you're holding 35 cents, probabilities are you'll come up to previous all-time highs around 73 cents. Right now, momentum is pointed up, getting a little high to 83%. It's not topped out yet though, and volatility is also getting to 83%, but it's also not topped out. You could get one move higher, but now because of where momentum and volatility is, I don't think we're going to go straight to 43 cents, 73 cents. I think maybe we'll first go to around the psychological number of 50 cents, get a nice little bit of a pullback there, maybe some consolidation. And then I think the next tap of our current all-time highs is not just going to stop there. I think it's going to well beyond 73 cents. It's going to put in one of those God candles to maybe like around 90 cents or $1. And the jewel's giving a very nice setup right now too, where the pink is above the yellow and the light blue has crossed above everything else, and now it's about to enter into the bullish control. So the jewel also goes along with us getting maybe a little bit of a move higher before we go into a consolidation phase. Weekly right now has started going down a little bit on momentum, but it's still pretty high up and it's just barely below the moving average, and the moving average hasn't curved down yet. So this is a signal that'll tell you to be on caution, not exactly yet expect a move down, but be cautious for a move down. And volatility is contracting with it. Also along that, we're also at pretty high levels of HPR. We're rejecting the 88.3%. If we keep rejecting the 88.3, then we're likely to come back down. At the very least, test this 9 EMA at about 34, 35 cents. That's where we would expect the bulls to step in, and then launch it from 35 cents up to. And even this is going to be an insane move, 100% again, from 35 cents to 74 cents. But if the 9 EMA doesn't hold, then it's extremely likely you're going to come down to the 78.6. Like you literally have a 78.6% chance of that happening. I wouldn't bet against something that has a 78.6% chance. That's about 20.
I'm sorry. What's the what has that chance of that happening? I was just looking at my weekly.
If you close the weekly below the 9 EMA.
Got it. Okay.
which that's why I don't think that's going to happen. I think at the worst case scenario right now for Doge is to test 9 EMA around 35, 36 cents, and use that as a massive spring upwards. And that would also reset our volatility and momentum if we were to get that correction. 5-day is also going on with that because we're tapping our current cycle highs multiple times and we're rejecting them every single time. And we still have a day and 6 hours to go, but right now it's putting in a shooting star candle. And if it closes like this, then it makes it very likely it will come back down to 35 cents. 2-day has closed several closures over the 38.2 after it caught back up the price. But this is not the most pretty candle. It's actually pretty ugly. We have 5 hours and 24 minutes to close, and probably it's going to close like this. And if it does, that increases chances probabilities that we're going to go to 38.2, which is going to be like the absolute minimum. This is where bulls are going to have to step in if they don't want a deeper pullback. That's about 40 cents. If they can hold this area, then all good, happy days. We can continue upwards to hit 50 cents and then 73 cents. If they can't hold this 40-cent area, then we're definitely going to 35 cents. And right now, on the opposite hand, the momentum is starting to break back up, and it's just about to enter back into bullish control with volatility support. So in the next 5.5 hours, if bulls can save this shit, then maybe we won't get that pull back to 35 cents and we'll just continue upwards. But they got 5 hours to do it.
All they got to do is close over 40.
For this one, they would have to close over about hold the 5 EMA, which is 43 cents. Then if you lose 43 cents, then the line in the sand will be 40 cents if you don't want to go down to 35.
And then 35. Got it.
Daily is not looking very pretty either. Daily is getting that rejection and is getting followed through to the downside. We're right now bouncing off the median. So if the median does move up, then that will give us that would be not so bad, because then we can test off the median again and use it as a spring. But if the median moves down, it's probably going to go down to 40 cents, which is that line. It's going to be that area, the line in the sand, if you don't want to go to 35. But even going to 35 is not that bad. To be honest, seeing it go down to 35 should be taken as a gift, because then that gives you a free 100% move to not even all-time highs, but even below all-time highs. At 70 cents, you'd be up 100%. If it went down to 35 cents, I would long it. I'd probably give out an academy long as well. Right now, the daily momentum is pointed down, rejecting the bullish control, giving more probabilities of coming back down to that 35-cent area, while volatility is declining, which is exactly what the bulls want to see, because this is corrective. So whatever move we get down is corrective, and then we'd be looking for a higher low. It seems like a lot to go from like the upper 40s down to 35 cents, but you got to remember, not only is this a shit coin, it's a meme coin. The jewel right now is flipping back up, breaking. The first time around, we rejected the bullish control. Now we're back into it. Last time we broke into the bullish control on the jewel was back here. What was the price at back here? It was literally around 10, 11 cents. And then that went to upper 40. So we got more than a 4x from there. We're getting the same setup again. And all we're really looking for is like 73 cents. If you've been a bag holder for a community member for a long time, you probably consider selling half around 73 cents or 70 cents, just so you don't get fucked in case that it does deviate and become a trap. So either way, you'd make money, secure 50%. Then once it gets to $1, take another 25% out, and the rest is just house money already.
Until you fucking get tired of of being a community member.
Oh, but they never get tired of community members. The real gains they made along the way with the friends.
We're the friends that they met online that they never met in real life. That's pretty good.
Right now, in the 4-hour, though, we have lost this 55 EMA. We retested it. We're rejecting. That it does give more points in favor of the bears to continue downwards to that 35-cent area, because if we do close below the 55, we're going to come down and test the 100, and that's going to be that line in the sand around 41, 40 cents. This doesn't hold, then you go towards the 200. 200 is about 37 cents, right above that 35-cent area. Let's see if there's any divergence. After being in Mexico for 3 months, the Mexican food here is a damn shame.
Do you understand? Yeah. It's fucking terrible, dude.
That's
Anywhere, by the way.
I had some chilaquiles the other day, and I was like, I've had a $2 plate of chilaquiles that shit on this, and I paid $27 for this.
Yeah, and the prices are ridiculous. The other thing about Mexican food is supposed to be cheap as fuck. The cheaper, the better.
Yeah, there's a place next to my apartment that's like $2 or $3 for a plate of chilaquiles.
God damn.
We got hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week, bounced right exactly off the bearish control zone. We've already hit the critical zone though, so it's going to be very difficult to get a target from that, aside from the TA aspect of the 50-cent area and the 73-cent area. And the jewel also is that same thing where we're breaking into that bullish control. Weekly we still have 3 drives of bullish control, bullish divergence. We've already hit the critical zone, and now volatility is contracting. We still haven't put in a local top yet. To put in a local top, you'd have to close below 38.8 cents, which would be very nice to see it if we do correct to 35. Close above 39 or 40, that'd be the biggest swing failure pattern ever, and that would be easily enough of a spring to go back to 50 cents and 73. 5 days at multiple periods of 100% volatility. Have we started to contract? Yes, we've already started contracting in the 5-day. We haven't closed yet. Once we close below the moving average, that'll confirm volatility contraction. And with how the candle's looking right now, it makes it very likely that we'll come back down and test this 5 EMA. What is that at? 35 cents. 2-day currently has bearish divergence in the critical zone. We've already hit the first target, which is the bullish control zone. But the next target after that is the middle zone, if we lose the bullish control zone. And that would be, if we close below 43 cents, we go to the middle zone. Middle zone right now, wow, 35 cents. Daily is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of bearish divergence on the daily. That would take us to the bearish control zone, especially from this level of volatility. And the bearish control zone is at 31 cents. And this is also daily, so it's going to take several days to play out. This number is going to rise a little bit, but it's also already very close to our 35-cent target. 4 hours already put in fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, where we've hit the first easy target of the middle zone, but since volatility started expanding from very low levels, probably we come down towards the bearish critical zone. Very likely. And the critical zone sits at 32 cents. So if you switch all the way up towards like the monthly and the quarterly, it's still in a very solid uptrend. The monthly candle is one of the biggest green dildos I've ever seen on any crypto in one single month other than XRP and XLM. And it's giving you very high probabilities that you're going to, at the very least, go back to previous all-time highs. Based on the HPDR, I think it's going to go much higher than that. I think it's going to go over $1. But if you go back down to the lower time frames, volatility and momentum are tapped out, and you're going to have to get a pullback somewhere around here. I think it's probably going to go back down to somewhere around 40 cents. Worst case scenario, 35 cents. Then from there, use that as a spring, and the monthly and quarterly will take over. And it should, at the very least, go to the previous all-time highs, but probably somewhere over $1. But if I was a community member of this stuff, I would de-risk heavily at previous all-time highs, and then almost everything at around close to $1.
Yeah, it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. That's by the way, that's great advice for anyone before like their FOMO kicks in, because when the price is going up, it's hard to fucking just act rational. Yeah.
I told my cousin to buy this at like 12 cents. He bought it at 14 cents. So he's been messaging me also this whole time. And I finally got him to sell half at 43. So I'm like, bro, you're up like more than 3x.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Like it's crazy how greed fucking takes over us. But hey, I've fallen for it. So never again, hopefully.
Oh, I definitely have.
Crossed. Yeah, exactly. That's basically it for today, senor. Thank you so much for your time. I know you are feeling a little regret from last night, but I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I'm not so bad now.
Good. I could tell. You look much better. And
it was the Coke Zero. It's the Coke Zero. I'm endorsing it.
That's it. I'm endorsing Coke Zero. It's one of the greatest. Not like the other sodas. They're bad sodas. They're really bad for you. You don't want to. So I get it every now and then. It's just a little bit. Just a fucking little bit. All righty. I'm going to pass this along. Let's look at whatever we can find on setups, but right now it's being choppy. It's not like very straightforward. I know that. So we can send the Academy some other setups as we find them.
And in a bit, I might do a town hall on Discord.
Oh, nice. No, very, very nice. So also town hall with Farhan on Discord. Stay alert. Stay alert. Thank you so much, bud. I'll talk to you in a bit. Thank you. Vale, pues, vamos a ver Dogecoin, la moneda oficial del departamento. No, no es cierto, no tiene nada que ver con el departamento de eficiencias, pero lo que sí es que la narrativa es lo suficiente para poder cargar esto y llevarlo al extremo. Les voy a enseñar el gráfico de 3 meses, el trimestral, rápido lo vamos a poner sin nada más. Tenemos nuestro alto histórico marcado. Tenemos esta zona que es en cierres mensuales. Verán que aquí tenemos 2 cierres importantes en el 56 centavos. De ahí tenemos aire, básicamente, a menos de que vayamos a temporalidades más bajas, hasta la zona de los 30 centavos. Estamos justo en medio del canal y esto es importante y van a ver por qué en los 43.63 en este momento. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Estamos viendo a Dogecoin, obviamente, en una consolidación, en una movida absolutamente brutal, creando nuevos altos. Nuevos mínimos más mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos. Bien, estamos creando altos, altos más altos, altos más altos y queremos ir a buscar a romper estos altos en los 76 centavos, que fue justamente lo que Elon Musk, este fue el tope, fue cuando Elon Musk fue a SNL, a Saturday Night Live, y todo el mundo creyó que iba a llegar $1 y aquí fue el gran vendedazo que le dieron a todo el mundo en el ano y llegó hasta aquí abajo, donde mucha gente perdió demasiado dinero. Con eso dicho y hecho, y además Dogecoin también marcó el fin del ciclo en ese entonces. Recuerdo perfectamente que una vez que Dogecoin bajó, fue todo lo demás también lo siguió. Así que solamente notas mentales de cómo se comportan las dinámicas de ciertas cosas una contra otras. Vale. Con eso dicho y hecho, nunca hemos tenido más bien un cierre trimestral arriba de los 25 centavos. Esta vela está en los 43 centavos y será el cierre más potente, pero todavía faltan 22 días, 6 horas para cerrar esta vela trimestral. Lo que les quiero enseñar con este gráfico trimestral es, obviamente estamos por encima de todos los promedios. En realidad, el uptrend de Dogecoin empezó en enero del 2024, dando un flashazo hasta los 22 centavos. De ahí tuvo una caída bastante chida hasta los 8 centavos y de ahí esta vela se fue de 8 centavos a 43. Una absoluta locura de movimiento. Pero lo importante es justamente esto. Pueden ver la volatilidad. La volatilidad literalmente llegó al punto más bajo que ha llegado en toda la historia de Dogecoin y de ahí comenzó a expandir justamente en donde estamos, porque es la trimestral. Y esa es la última vela, solamente para que lo tengan como referencia, es esta vela verde gigantesca. Por lo que, si estás viendo este tipo de expansión y sabes que a Dogecoin le gusta estar en este gráfico al 100% y la volatilidad está en 50%, esto te dice que este movimiento todavía tiene mucho más fuerza antes de llegar a topar. Y lo que nos da la esperanza de que Dogecoin pueda tranquilamente llegar a $1 y hasta romper el dólar, eventualmente. No estamos diciendo que hoy, mañana, pasado, tranquilos. Vamos a ver el gráfico mensual. El gráfico mensual es justo lo que les decía. Nunca habíamos tenido un cierre tan potente como el que tuvimos en la vela pasada en los 42 centavos. Y ahorita estamos justamente en los 43, 45. De acuerdo a esta dinámica, yo me atrevería a poner mi línea media del canal justamente acá. Y esa sería una de este estilo. Voy a agarrarme del cierre de esta vela y donde abrió la otra y pueden ver que justamente ahí hay una excelente relación para una temporalidad más corta. Esta es la mensual. En la mensual también tuvimos un poco de lo mismo, expansión de la volatilidad con esta vela y ahora estamos yendo un poco de lado, lo que nos está dando un poco de consolidación y conformación y básicamente confirmación de esta consolidación. Estamos en los 42 centavos. Ahí les va, déjenme, les pongo rápido todos los promedios. Tenemos todos nuestros promedios hasta acá abajo. En la mensual, todo se ve bastante bien, potente, volatilidad nos va a dar bastante continuación, pero todo esto toma 1 año, 2 años en pegar, recuerden. Temporalidades muy altas tardan mucho en jugarse. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas nos podemos dar una mejor idea de este ejemplo. Podemos ver que esta vela no llegó y tuvo el cierre. Esta vela cerró en 36. Esta vela cerró en 43 y ahorita estamos en una vela. ¿Qué es esta vela? Para toda la gente que no sepa, una vela de indecisión. Una vela juguetona que ranguea de 38 centavos hasta 48 centavos. Una vela potentemente jugadora, juguetona, tirándole a todos la idea. Ya hicimos un nuevo alto. Toma, güey, bajó. No, nos vamos a ir al piso. Toma, güey, nos vamos a quedar en medio. ¿Qué te parece? En los 43 centavos. Ahora, en esta temporalidad vemos que literalmente hemos visto la expansión de volatilidad con esta vela verde y de ahí se está yendo de lado. Perdón. De ahí se está yendo de lado de la volatilidad. En lo que se está yendo de lado, todavía le queda camino para llegar a extremos. Eso quiere decir que la volatilidad todavía definitivamente no se ha detenido, solamente que esto nos indica corrección. Básicamente estamos ante una corrección o consolidación, como lo quieran ver. Vamos a la semanal, nos empezamos a acercar ya a objetivos realistas y aquí es donde tenemos nuestro primer objetivo realista. Tienes 1, 2, 3 cierres arriba de la línea de los 42 centavos. Lo que a mí me dice, esta es mi confirmación, una vez que cierre esta vela en 6 días, 6 horas, por encima del 42, que va a haber continuación hacia la alza. Por ahora, puedes ver que el promedio del 9 está aquí en los 35 centavos. Nosotros vamos a poner tres zonas de oportunidad para este trade en Dogecoin y obviamente lo vamos a estar monitoreando. Pero en la semanal puedes darte una buena idea de cómo la volatilidad está contrayéndose, está por debajo del promedio y puedes ver que el número de color está abajo, el promedio está arriba en el blanco y esto que nos dice, de nuevo estás viendo justamente la vela con esta contracción. Esto es un movimiento de corrección o de consolidación, como lo quieran ver. Si nos acercamos un poco más, aquí cambia un poco más la cosa y nos habla de lo que estamos viviendo en este momento. Pueden ver que venimos de extremos. Les he dicho que los extremos no pasan en el tope, pasan después del tope. Y justamente ahora tenemos a la volatilidad reseteando y cayendo. Eso es en la de 3 días. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 40, en los 39.92. Vamos a la diaria. La diaria les voy a enseñar un poco lo que estamos platicando justo ahora, donde pueden ver a la volatilidad peleándose por intentar expandir o contraerse justamente en esta zona después de haber llegado en extremos. Esto nos da todavía más continuación a este movimiento, lo pueden ver, completamente lateral del precio, aunque ha hecho un nuevo alto y aquí también estás formando estructura. Si pones una línea de tendencia desde el punto más bajo, depende de cómo lo quieras hacer, así, a mí me gusta ponerlas así, puedes ver que esto continúa a la alza, claramente, con bajos más altos y altos más altos, en realidad, solamente que está jugando entre un rango bastante pequeño. ¿Dónde está la jugada en esto? Yo creo que bastante sencillo, en la diaria. En la diaria con referencia a la de 4 horas. La de 4 horas está acá y pueden ver por qué. En la de 4 horas estamos literalmente abajo de nuestros promedios importantes. El 9 está cayendo abajo del 21, lo que nos indica debilidad. Y el 55 está a punto, bueno, está rechazándonos en este momento. Tenemos primera zona de oportunidad, 41 centavos, 40 centavos, que es donde está el promedio de los 100. El S&P 200 está en los 37. Nosotros creemos que Dogecoin se ve alcista, pero que puede haber una corrección. Y esta corrección nos puede llevar a esta zona, primero zona de oportunidad, en los 41, 40 centavos, que también básicamente es hasta acá, es más grande el movimiento. Un segundo, déjenme la borra. Ahí está. Pongo esta mamada. Nuestra primera zona de oportunidad sería acá. La más, o sea, una bastante choncha y la chonchísima sería esta zona, entre los 37 y 35. Si pierdes los 35, esto, lo que te estamos diciendo hoy, queda completamente invalidado y podemos empezar a buscar otro tipo de efectos. Pero por ahora nosotros creemos que esta zona va a pagar dividendos si es que llegamos a ella y no barrer estos mínimos de acá atrás que están en 34. Con aguantar todo esto, Dogecoin de aquí debería de poder repuntar a la alza e ir a buscar esos deliciosos máximos que todo el mundo está buscando en Doge. Y lo que recomendaríamos es sencillo. Vámonos un gráfico mensual. Déjenme quito estas cosas. Digo semanal. Quito estas cosas. Lo que recomendaríamos sería sencillo. Las oportunidades de long están justamente en tu promedio del 9 semanal, básicamente la más fuerte. Si llegas a ella, meterte en long, básicamente tu invalidación está justamente en este cruce en los 27 Si llega a caer el precio ahí, te saldrías. Esto lo harías en spot o con muy poco leverage. Yo no recomiendo a nadie usar apalancamiento en shitcoins. Son muy predatorios los movimientos que hacen. Y de aquí ir para arriba. Ahora, lo que nosotros recomendamos, basado en experiencia de comernos la completita, es, digamos que compras acá en 35, ¿no? Que te sacas la lotería, compras en 35 y de verdad se da el movimiento a la alza. Vender 50% de tu entrada en el 76, que es el máximo histórico. ¿Por qué? Porque si llega a haber un rechazo y se va al pito, mínimo sales en break-even, sales con todo tu dinero, no importa qué pase. Pero si continúa el movimiento y llegas a $1, yo ahí, y lo que nosotros decimos es tal vez deshacerte del 50% de lo que tienes en ese punto, puedes deshacerte de ese 50%. Ya te deshiciste de un 50%, entonces es un 25% del total y dejar que lo demás corra hasta que se te coma la codicia y la avaricia, carnal. Y si llegas a cachar el tope y lo vendes ahí, bien. Y si no, no importa, ganaste dinero en esta jugada. Así que es lo que estamos viendo con Dogecoin en este momento y con todos los criptos. Recuerden, todo se ve muy alcista siempre al tope. Los topes también, los locales, como cuando vimos a Bitcoin, Ethereum, todo a principio de este año, llegar a esos máximos y luego literalmente irnos de lado por 6 meses, es algo que estamos viendo en las tablas que tal vez podría ser un escenario que se dé. Así que solamente atentos. Todo esto se sigue viendo muy alcista. Cuando el mercado llega a un tope, hay muchas señales interesantes de tope, pero estas señales de tope en la vida diaria, como Michael Saylor yendo a todos lados y que te lo pongan hasta en el culo en un supositorio, vas al hospital y te ponen un video de Michael Saylor, ¿no? De cómo Bitcoin va a salvarle la vida a toda la gente que se está muriendo en el hospital. Es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Gente que literalmente nunca me habla, me están hablando para ver en qué le meten, en qué invierten y no sé qué. Estos son señales más o menos de tope. Y de nuevo, no tiene que ser tope de se acabó y nos vamos a cero. No, puede ser un tope local, consolidar, sacar a toda esa gente que se emocionó ahorita y después dar el siguiente chingadazo a la alza. Así que mantengan los ojos bien abiertos, sus fundamentos bien puestos, sus niveles excelentemente bien marcados y también su plan por adelantado. Es muy importante. Si no tienes un plan, no está escrito, no te adhieres al plan, van a salir mal las cosas y es lo que recomendamos en Elite Trading Academy. Para todos pendientes, este jueves vamos a tener clase exclusiva para los miembros de los en vivos y también los elites. Estamos arreglando el sitio y lo estamos actualizando con todos los cambios que les había platicado el viernes, así que eso está pasando. Y continuamos con todo, señores. Muchísimas gracias por su apoyo, gracias por compartir tiempo conmigo acá. Siempre muy divertido, encontrando nuevos lugares donde hacer dinero, ¿por qué no? Y llevárnoslo. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho y nos vemos en un rato. Pórtense mal, pórtense mal. Y si sí me invitan